Ceres is your average dude who has just awoken his system abilities. Now this guy's system has a target, and anyone under its influence will crumble to the weight of their feelings for him. Currently, he is staring down an intimidating demonic woman, whose mere sight is enough to send the rest of his comrades scared shitless. Facing off against these so-called heroes of humanity, she finds herself rather bored by their helpless state. This hot demonic baddie is actually Princess Yug of the Demon King, and she's toying with the humans upon the king's orders. The D-class hero. Bella finds herself exhausted and defenseless, advising Cirrus to escape without her because Princess Yug is just out of their league. Especially since our boy Cirrus is a trash F-grade hero. Though he may be at the bottom rank, bro has some serious balls and stands his ground against the demonic threat, believing that he can handle her. His words, by the way, not mine. The demon baddie is out here stretching her body, which I'm pretty sure made some of you guys smile like you just got free candy, but really it's because she's fed up with how weak humanity really is. Ceres finds himself having a nosebleed against her, well, irresistible charms. Even Bella is shocked that this man is out here simping against a threat that could end their lives. She recommends they prioritize escaping from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Princess Yug is so carefree about the fight that one of her orcs had to remind her that one lowly dude was still standing. Switching from sexy to complete psycho, she stampedes along with the rest of her crew, hungry for the kill. Meanwhile, our boy is out here literally T-posing like a Chad, even though Princess Yug has plans to make a wine glass out of his head. Logging into the system, he sets the incoming Princess Yug as his target. While the monstrous demon is just about to end his life with a single swing, the system's effects fully kick in, and instead of chopping his head off, she caresses the back of his head and leans in for a long kiss. Yeah, this weird-ass system actually gives him attack points for successfully completing the kiss too. I think Sung Jinwoo's system has finally found its match. Anyway, Bella's out here going ballistic because of this clown. Even that random-ass orc warrior is questioning what the fudge she's doing in the middle of their fight. Armed with his new power boost, Ceres knocks down 3 of the monsters with a single swing of his sword, shocking Princess Yug as she pulls back with intense speed. Bro is out here keeping a determined face, but I'm damn sure he enjoyed that. Princess Yug, on the other hand, has no idea what's going on. Her clear intention was to kill the bastard, and yet, she matched lips with him instead. Ceres stands proud like a noble warrior, roaring that he's going to sacrifice his body for the safety of the city, which is probably the greatest sacrifice I've ever seen in any manhwa story. Yug's underlings are out here confused as hell because they did hear about the rumors of the demonic princess keeping a secret boyfriend. But they're surprised it turned out to be a human of all people. One of the warriors shouts at his stupid comrades for disrespecting the princess by smudging her name against a human. As for Princess Yug, she seriously doesn't want the Demon King to find out about this incident, even though her heart is raging after that little interaction. Ceres wants to end things here and now, so she sends her warriors to finish him off. Bro conveniently doesn't use his locking ability on these guys and actually takes them head-on, deflecting a full swing of one of the orcs. Unfortunately, even though his attack ability increased, that isn't the same for his equipment because it shatters in one blow. The rest of the warriors are ready to obliterate him. One of them goes for a horizontal wide swing, causing Ceres to duck and evade to prevent himself from becoming a Kit Kat. Unfortunately, his defensive stats are low, but he counters by making use of his offensive power boost, managing to slice his opponent's weapon. But another orc dives him from behind like Ceres owes him rent or something, forcing the guy to maneuver all the way back and retaliating with a critical blow. Witnessing the battle unfold, Bella is at a loss for words. This is clearly not the Ceres she is accustomed to. Meanwhile, Ceres regrets being unable to do anything more than pierce the monster's skin, even after that attack. Things get even worse for him as Princess Yug literally comes flying from above to stomp this dude into the ground. Ceres is caught in the attack, resulting in a major shockwave, sending Bella back and driving the demons into intrigue. Yug had finally restrained Ceres onto the ground, and it was about time to end his life. Not even our boy can find a way out of this one as one of her underlings is about to slice his head off. But unexpectedly, the demon princess whips him flying with her tail, stopping him from ending the shitty human's life. The rest of her men are confused, as Princess Yug lays down a strict order for them not to move a single inch. After all, she's in the mood to finish this human off all by herself. Once again, guys, it's her words, not mine. The orc warriors all celebrate in entertainment and glee, supporting her decision. And it genuinely looks frightening as fuck, because she's basically about to chop his damn head off with a bite. But to his surprise, Yug basically nibbles and pulls his ear, not doing anything more as her saliva drips down on his face. Our boy is genuinely annoyed that he has to endure such treatment because he believes he's a man of character. Well, that annoyance fades when he thinks it's once again a noble sacrifice for his people. As for Yug, she's acting weird, questioning why she's become fond of such interactions with a human. Girl is down bad for this man, and though he's suffering lots, the system is paying him greatly by buffing his stats in return. Even the orcs are flustered seeing this explicit scene going on before their eyes, while some of them think this is just one of her methods of torture to make the humans suffer before death. After enduring enough of whatever this is, Sirius thinks his stat points have reached a level that should be enough to take her on. So he retaliates with his broken blade, aiming to plunge it into her upper back. But the demon princess is cautious even when she's enjoying herself, quickly grabbing his arm, preventing the attack, and then grabbing him by the neck. Yug smashes him into the nearest wall, causing her minions to believe that she's finally getting serious about her plans of killing him. Having him pinned to the wall, she finds herself in a state of contemplation, believing she should have held back a little. Yug tells Sirius that insignificant humans are so confident in taking on the demons, and unveils her intentions of toying with him. She destroys his armor to prove the point that humans are nothing without their equipment. But in reality, she's out here gooning to Sirius's body, all the while her minions are hoping that she kills him soon. Our boy, on the other hand, observes that he's basically defenseless if she attacks now. He spots her hand reaching for his face, knowing that it's going to be dangerous if she lands an attack. Bro is out here begging for endurance because she's about to drain his life. Literally. She pins him down and has her way with the guy while he's starting to realize he genuinely doesn't have the strength to beat these monsters at all. As for Bella, the chick is out here confused as heck because she can barely describe the scene as a battle. Meanwhile, our boy is out here acting like he's sacrificing a lot just for the greater good. Bro gets a little too confident and goes on the aggressive, believing that it's time to increase his stats to the fullest. And well, what happens next is only a scene that can be described by the reactions of the monsters. I'll just give you one hint. The system didn't just give him one but dozens of power boosts in one single moment. To make it even funnier, the Demon King himself appears on the scene and drops his damn sword out of shock. Bro stole his bitch before his eyes. Even Princess Yug is stunned to find the Demon Lord here, while this ugly-looking bastard is at a loss for words. This is the Demon Lord Bartley, and because of his presence during the lovemaking process, the system awards our boy by doubling every single stat. I guess cucking does have its benefits in some ways. Bartley unleashes just about the same amount of rage as any guy would if he found his girl cheating on him. Yug is in the middle of trying to explain while our boy is already prepared to throw hands with the Demon King. Bartley needs a Snickers with the way he's mauling. He lunges incredibly fast to prevent the bastard of a human from playing with his concubine. The first hit alone knocks our boy crashing into the ground next to Bella. Sirius gets up quickly and claims that he can still fight. Assessing the situation, he analyzes that the Demon King's attack potency is way too high for him to handle. Bartley turns his attention to Princess Yug, questioning why she's having fun with other people again. The Demon Lord is pissed that she's still the same. Bro really said she's for the streets. Princess Yug erupts in outrage, pointing all of the blame onto him, questioning why he'd come so late. Even the Demon Lord and his servants are stunned by her words. Princess Yug doubles down on her speech, stating that she only went too far because Bartley arrives way too late, and that he's the one responsible for letting matters escalate to this extent. She's pissed that he took so long to find her. The funniest part is that even though she was the one cheating on him, Bartley is the one feeling guilty and begins apologizing for taking his time slaughtering the humans on the way. The rest of the warriors are shocked by the Demon Lord's generosity towards his lover. It's a display of affection never seen before. Anyway, while they're out here having their lovers quarrel, Sirius thinks this is a good chance for them to skedaddle the fuck away from the situation. So he takes Bella and assists her on the way. Her leg's already out of commission, so she needs care and attention. Meanwhile, Yug activates her victim card and starts crying that their beloved relationship has been tainted because of one man's interference. Realizing that the scumbag human caused all of this, Bartley gets serious and declares that he will end his life. However, Yug stops him right there, tugging his leg and declaring that he's the only one she truly loves. Bartley shouts at his idiotic servants who are out here watching the drama unfold instead of actively catching the humans. One of the warriors shares that Yug strictly ordered them not to interfere, which causes the Demon Lord to get so annoyed that he uses his godly speed to head right towards Sirius and Bella. The ceiling shatters open as the Demon Lord descends to kill the imbecile of a human who dared to seduce his concubine. Bartley sends our boy flying with another powerful swing, launching him into the ground in pain while Yug is watching the fight. Currently, even Sirius thinks he's outclassed, not to mention that his body is out of commission against Bartley's overpowered attacks. Without a doubt, he's no match for this guy. The worst part? The Demon Lord is rushing his way to finish the job, aiming to slice our boy open in half. After all, it's a fitting punishment for committing the most heinous act. Realizing that there's no way out of this situation, Sirius begs for the systems to lock in, which funnily causes Yug to intervene on his behalf, slapping the shit out of the Demon Lord and misdirecting his attack. Bartley is at a loss for words again, and while he's stunned in place, Sirius makes it his life's mission to run faster than the Flash and get the heck away. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord is out here whining like a baby that his concubine actually intervened for the human's behalf. The system recognizes this as a critical hit on the Demon Lord, to the point it awards him with a free level up. But Cirrus thinks it's still no time to fight and continues on running. Meanwhile, this demon baddie is going batshit crazy for the human, outright stating that she wants his body. Bartley tries to stop her, but she frees herself right away and launches her body to have her fun with the human. The demon concubine launches herself at him, believing it's time for her to embrace her freedom. She actually manages to pin Cirrus down with a heavy crash, which probably broke his remaining intact ribs. Anyway, with the act of this lovemaking, Cirrus gains stat points on top of the fact that it's happening before the Demon Lord's eyes. Bartley fully accepts blame for his faults and urges to take care of the human immediately on her behalf. But she's extremely hostile and straight up curses him not to dare disturb her fun time. And well, that's probably the most damage Cirrus has ever dealt to the Demon Lord, because the dude crumbles to his knees in despair. Bella swoops in to free her friend from the embrace of the shameless demon, even though our boy urges her not to step in because it's dangerous. The D-rank girl ends up getting entrapped by her tail and pinned to the wall. Meanwhile, Yug is enjoying Cirrus's body all to herself. She questions what's causing her to behave in such an erratic manner, as if she's no longer the same person she used to be. But instead of that, her thoughts have been replaced by a feeling of ecstasy, causing her to satiate her thirst through the human. Bartley gets up. His sadness is now replaced by anger and denial, to the point he throws himself in hyperspeed again to kill her. But just before the blade is about to cut her in half, the Demon Lord stops himself, roaring that he still loves her and just can't muster the courage to deal the final blow. The dude literally crashes down as his deteriorating mental state is even recognized by the system. The self-destruction process is underway for a demon's unstable state, causing Princess Yug great concern while the rest of their minions run to save their own lives. Bartley's condition reaches a full meltdown as the system awards Cirrus with a skill for reaching level 10. Executing a clean and decisive strike across the Demon Lord's neck, Cirrus marks the kill, with the use of his special skill called the Swift Body Slash. Bartley's body topples to the ground, preventing the self-destruction sequence and avoiding total destruction. Even with a shattered blade, our boy was capable of dealing a lethal blow thanks to his skill. Princess Yug, on the other hand, is a bit disappointed that the Demon Lord reacted in this manner and still has no clue why things had to end this way. Speaking of the Demon Lord, it seems that even after his neck was sliced, this dude lunged towards her even in his death. He rests on top of Yug's body, causing her to wail in agony. This also helps release Bella from her tail. The Demon Lord requests his concubine to fulfill her previous promise, swearing that they would both die together. Turns out this guy is still on his self-destruct sequence, while Yug is begging to be freed because she doesn't want to die. Girl is out here acting like a damsel in distress when her hero, Cirrus, slices the Demon Lord's arm off and quickly snatches her away. The beheaded Demon Lord is somehow still capable of talking, but he quickly meets his end as the self-destruct sequence reaches its conclusion, destroying the area completely. It's only thanks to Cirrus grabbing both Bella and Yug at the final moment that they manage to survive and reach a lower level of the dungeon. Resting at the bottom, Cirrus collects his breath, questioning if he's just landed at the dead bottom. What's surprising is that the gigantic Yug has been replaced by a tiny little salamander. Her magic value has been reduced to nothing, and the chick doesn't even have 10 HP on her. Bro is baffled as the salamander Yug quickly hides in his pockets. Meanwhile, Bella is getting up with a questionable pose and asks about Cirrus's condition. The system fully confirms the defeat of the Demon Lord, allowing our boy to gain access to the Naya dungeon map as his reward. Bro is out here questioning if he should inspect it or not, all at the same time having a nosebleed because Bella is giving him a good view over here. She hops off of him and sulks in embarrassment, while Cirrus commands the map window and learns a bunch of things from it. The map allows marked features to show where one can collect resources and even target bosses. With this, Cirrus won't ever have the trouble of getting lost in dungeons anymore. Even Bella is surprised by what he's saying because she can't see the system window. Anyway, he helps her get up and they're about to leave, when suddenly the dude experiences a sudden ache inside of his body, causing him to cough out a gush of purple liquid. His body appears to be affected by some sort of demonic magic, and his hand is trembling in agonizing pain. Cirrus does his best to contain the pain, and it's so bad that even a guy like him is rolling on the floor like a helpless, weeping child. Sudden cuts begin appearing all over his body, causing Bella to embrace him, realizing that she's got to help him endure this pain. She senses that his body is literally on fire, and it results in his pinky finger extinguishing from the pain. That's the end of the painful sequence for Cirrus, who has gone numb and takes a moment to collect himself. He finally concludes that he's okay now, while Bella is shocked by what's happening to his body, or why his pinky finger just melted out of nowhere. The warrior reveals that it's actually due to the effects of poisoning. Let's go back 6 months and see what went down during a monster raid in a city. He watched a bunch of monsters taking on a hero in battle, and the fight seemed to be happening because of some kind of special box. Incidentally, the box was slashed by the monster, releasing violent and thunderous shockwaves. Unfortunately, Ceres was near the area when that happened, and was knocked away into the ruins. The sliced box leaked out the special liquid from inside it, when suddenly, the sky turned into a crimson red, and a rain of blood began to hit the ground. The vile smell alone was enough to make Ceres vomit, not to mention the hero who was affected by the rain to the point his body melted. The same goes for the monsters. All of them experienced an unending amount of pain. Ceres had been the lucky one who didn't come in contact with the rain, and despite waking up later without any contact from it, he received a condition of lethal poisoning. The doctors concluded he'd only had 1 year left to live, until the system window popped out of the blue, revealing that only the blood of the demon god was capable of healing his condition. The system requested his permission on a full binding from then on, and well, Ceres accepted, while also learning that the demon god was in the Nay dungeon. Presently, he also discovered that there's an antidote for the poison somewhere in this dungeon. But for now, he just wants to go to a room and get some clothes changed and recover before taking on another fight. The scene cuts to a perspective of some randoms who are approaching a dungeon room, when suddenly, the tank of the party feels something as a laser beam pops out, and somehow they all manage to avoid being shish kebabbed by that. Well, except for the tank, that is. The vice captain of the squad urges his men to stay right where they are to prevent any other mechanisms or booby traps from popping out of the blue. So they're all standing there like someone just asked the English or Spanish question. Their best defender and the tank of the party was demolished with one trap, so they have to be careful. Unfortunately, they can't even use anyone as bait to test out any traps. Still, that doesn't mean the group should retreat all of a sudden. The captain of the crusade, Cyrus, believes they should follow the traditional rules and use the weakest soldier among them as bait. Poor guy is flung ahead and ordered to pay with his life by finding the correct route. You can't even do anything in this situation as Cyrus is ready to kill the guy anyway if he disobeys orders. As he's despairing, luckily Claude comes out to suggest a different solution. He has a special arrow that can allow for exploration and increase the chances of survival. But to his shock, Cyrus literally slices the equipment into half, which is just plain stupid as the D-rank warrior sinks into further despair. Cyrus is pissed off by these little toys of the vice captain and states that he's going to kill the vice captain if he fools around any longer. The scumbag orders the D-rank of the party to get up and start exploring. Poor guy shaking in his boots and begins taking a step. Luckily, he hasn't set off any traps yet, but the next step is the trickiest one, because he doesn't know where to go. As he's debating his options, the team leader doesn't even give him a chance to think and tells him to get moving. Quivering as he lifts his leg, the decoy takes another successful step. I don't know about you guys, but this feeling is probably similar to playing a game of Russian roulette. Each instance is basically the deciding factor between life or death. This guy even knows that he's definitely going to get killed with the rate he's going. The fear of death overwhelms him, preventing him from walking anymore. The weight of the fear alone makes him turn tail as he flings back, begging for a chance to return him. Unfortunately, because of his carelessness, he steps on a point that activates the trap, shooting a clean beam through his head. The members of the group are terrified because according to the trajectory of the beam, they could be hit from just about any angle. With his body flopping to the ground, the leader Cyrus commands the next lowest ranked among them to come out. But to their surprise, the door opens up on its own, stealing their attention. From the door emerges our boy, who certainly wasn't expecting to see these guys around. Also, you guys remember the decoy team they talked about earlier? Yeah, well, turns out Bella and Cirrus were originally supposed to be the decoys of the group. The shocking part to the team leader is how both of them managed to survive and escaped the dangerous levels. It makes his blood boil to discover the survival of Ceres. Man can't even live in peace. Let's talk about the events that unfolded prior to their departure to the dungeon. Ceres was apprehended for apparently knowing special information about Cyrus's wife's underwear. Now that's just hilarious. It seems that this main character's solution to every problem is, I'm gonna sleep with your girlfriend and you'll regret it. Anyway, Ceres tried his best to give a shoddy explanation, but you can only guess Cyrus's reaction, who was at the verge of killing the guy for having a supposed affair with his woman. Being the man of character, Ceres valiantly declared that he would never do such a thing and was only training his eyes for perception. To their astonishment, Bro begins naming down all of their underwear colors. The funniest part is how quickly the underlings of the captain went from, "No sir, please don't kill him," to, "Kill him now sir, he's a national level threat." All because he revealed some interesting information. But Cyrus had the suggestion of placing him in the decoy group instead, believing it to be a fitting punishment. And well, that's how our boy ended up here of all places, and his luck is so rotten he encountered the same dude again. Cyrus demands that he come over immediately to his side, but of course, even our boy understands that it's a trick to make him trigger the mechanisms. The vice captain swoops in with a suggestion, believing it would be wise to follow the trail of the decoy group instead of taking reckless risk. But this thick-headed captain probably has a boulder for a brain with the way he rejects another sensible recommendation. He even guilt-trips Claude, pointing out that his actions are only for the sake of the team. Cyrus returns his attention to the annoying pest and orders him to execute his job. But our boy is smart and decides to pop open the map function as he begins to walk. Afraid that he'll get blasted out of God knows where, Bella tries to stop him. But this dude knows what he's doing, and thanks to the map, he knows he's safe. The rest of the assault squad is shocked at Sirius's bravery and devotion, with the way he's walking with confidence. They can't believe he's relying on pure guesswork to get out of this puzzle. Sirius takes each step according to system's precise instructions, walking his way over. The rest of the team is beginning to think this guy has some god-tier luck on his side, while our boy casually continues moving, turning around and taking more steps ahead. Not a single moment of hesitation in his stride, making him wonder if he already knows the route. But then again, his shitty F rank nullifies that theory for them too, even though it's the correct one. Bro literally starts hopping over the place and he's still fine. Sirius finds himself wavering for a moment because he almost lost balance and triggered the mechanism. Meanwhile, the brain-dead team captain is questioning why the hell he's not blown up yet. Sirius is nearly there, and with a few more steps, he walks past the corpse of the bait and arrives in front of the captain. His valiant accomplishment of crossing over without triggering a single trap is held in high regard by the group. Sirius chalks it off as a result of his training and declares that they're innocent. But Cyrus isn't quite done yet and nearly takes his neck off, questioning how the hell could someone pull off such crazy luck in a situation like this. At the same time, he makes our boy the trailblazer for the mission because of his performance just now. The sudden appearance of the kale mushroom surprises our protagonist. These mushrooms are known to induce sickness in humans upon consumption, but for monsters they're okay. Sirius realizes that the tiny salamander inside of his armor must be hungry, so he carefully plucks a couple of them, enchanted by the smell. Cyrus immediately notices his act and questions what the hell he's doing. He snatches the mushroom away from his hand and chucks it in his mouth, revealing that they've been operating on an empty stomach for a while. As he's munching it down, the arrogant leader reminds him that he can't go on doing as he pleases. Sirius simply informs him that there aren't any problematic traps through the door, so they can easily progress. But the leader wants him to do the dirty work of opening the door as well, believing that it's going to be a huge risk if his team simply walks in and something bad happens. In the end, our boy had to be the one to open the dungeon door, causing Cyrus to alert his party members to stay sharp for anything incoming. But as he's wielding his sword, an uncomfortable gurgling sensation starts growing inside his stomach. Yeah, this guy's cooked. Sirius opens the door fully and surely there's nothing so far. But the party members are prepared for everything, while Cyrus is out here having a shit face releasing a deadly mustard gas from his you-know-where part. Anyway, our boy marches forth and hasn't been killed yet, so Cyrus questions what he's seeing so far. At the same time, Bro is clenching so hard and questioning why his stomach is betraying him at such a moment. The realization hits him, believing that it's the mushrooms that caused his demise. Anyway, our boy expresses that the place is full of traps, and goes blitzing ahead, knowing that the rest of them will have to keep up, and it will result in even greater torture for the clown who ate the mushrooms. Anyway, the rest of the party starts running, but none of them really know why. Cyrus is literally at the verge of exploding and releases yet another deadly gas. The hilarious part is that his group members all think it's from the dungeon floor, and that the stench is going to kill them all. Embarrassed like hell, Bro tells everyone to run for their lives or else they're all gonna die. A while passes after their little marathon and the team leader immediately confronts Sirius for the mushrooms, questioning if this is some kind of elaborate scheme coming from the D rank. But our boy is a gaslighter pro max and graduated from Manipulation University, with the way he was countering him. Poor Cyrus can't even explain the situation properly. One of his team members sets down a comfortable spot for the team captain to sit on. But of course he can't sit, especially not in these circumstances. Bro is extra motivated and tells them to keep moving. Finally, he puts a blade against Sirius's neck, declaring that he will personally execute him if he dares to run like that again. Anyway, their navigation through the dungeon continues as the group avoids each trap thanks to our boy's help. Unbeknownst to them, however, there is a sleeping dragon who doesn't know the humans have invaded her domain. Sirius keeps leading them on, but there's more than just a few monsters here who are actively spying on the humans. Here's the thing though, the team leader has been deadly observant all this time, noticing how they haven't run into a single monster or a trap so far. It's almost as if Sirius knows this place from the inside out, even though it's wild to admit that. But even the team leader knows that as weak as our boy is, he couldn't have made it here on his own before. Anyway, Sirius points to the boss's room just up ahead, which means his value has expired as a guide because the team leader sees him as nothing more than an obstacle. Noticing a large spike on the ceiling just over Sirius's head, the sneaky team leader activates his sword skill and releases a concentrated wave of mana, slicing the spike and causing it to drop down on where our boy is standing. The scumbag thinks he's some kind of god-level genius with this little accident excuse of his, but to his shock, before the spike hits Ceres, a scorpion's tail whips it and then assaults the team leader directly. The armored monster makes its descent, coincidentally also causing the collapse of the place and separating Ceres from the rest of the team. As for the scumbag leader, he lucked out by reacting quickly against the attack and managed to survive. But our boy didn't receive the same luck, believing that his life is finished and that he's doomed for good. But then a voice calls out for the sighting of a human. The monster appears to have a feminine appearance, but she quickly voices out her disgust for humans. The woman named Sadiel remarked that it was disgusting to see a human there near her. The monster, a puppet scorpion of level B+ belonging to Sadiel, stood in front of Cyrus and his team. Tyre shouted at everyone to be ready for battle, while Bella was tense because she found it hard to lift the sword they gave her. Tyre ordered the tankers to come forward and block the movements of the monster, not letting it break through. The tankers stood in front of them with their shields raised. Tyre then instructed the archers to quickly shoot from behind, taking advantage of the distraction created by the tankers. The archers followed the order and shot arrows at the monster. The arrows hit the monster, prompting Tyr to instruct the archers to keep shooting. However, the monster roared loudly, exerting a force that repelled all the arrows shot at it. Everyone also found it hard to stand in that force, and Tyre was shocked that the sheer force of the monster alone repelled all the arrows and their attacks had no effect. Suddenly, Cyrus stood up and asked why they were all standing still like statues, and that they should not be frightened by the aura of the monster. Cyrus tried to motivate them, saying that there was just one monster and they could defeat it easily. Meanwhile, Ceres also heard another voice and wondered if the voice he heard was that of another monster. Out of nowhere, a scorpion tail came towards Ceres to attack, but somehow Ceres dodged it, wondering what it was. Just then, the scorpion itself tried to attack Ceres with a lunge, but Ceres once again dodged it. He then stood still and asked the monster to taste his fist with 3190 attack power. With just one punch from Ceres, the scorpion puppet's body got a hole, and slowly all its parts blasted and scattered here and there. Sadiel was impressed seeing that Ceres actually shattered one of her scorpion puppets with just one punch. At that moment, Ceres was wondering that the antidote which could cure the poison on him was in the room just ahead where the boss was, so he couldn't afford to expend more energy on meaningless battles. So he thought to use the map and escape directly, sparing himself. Sadiel came close and shared that it didn't matter because she was planning to throw away things that had been touched by disgusting humans. She also told Ceres that she originally used the monster to twist his face, but now she had to do it herself. Seeing Sadiel, he got stunned as it was a female monster again. Ceres responded to her that his head wasn't a melon or something which she could easily twist off with her hands. Hearing this, Sadiel responded that she wouldn't touch his disgusting body with her hands. She then explained that although he could deal with outside humans with just his hands, she was actually using her hand to control the scorpion puppets with the help of a string. So she shared with Ceres that she would deal with him first and then go outside and kill the other humans. Ceres furiously shouted that he was a hero and protecting humanity was his duty, so he would stay and fight with her. Even if it meant using up all his strength, he would stand there to block her. Sadiel attacked Ceres, asking if it was really true. She held his head with just one leg and made him fall to the ground. At that moment, Ceres' system got activated and the target was locked as Sadiel. Sadiel said that a guy who overestimated his abilities was nothing to her. On the other hand, the scorpion puppet stopped fighting. Seeing this, Tyre happily asked everyone to look as the monster's head turned red, indicating that their attacks were beginning to take effect. Ceres was surprised at how fast Sadiel was. Sadiel shared that the fact Ceres managed to come there, considering human strength, was quite impressive, but that's it. Lord Ney really hates it when humans step into his room. At that moment, she was putting her second leg on his face, but Ceres knew that the monster was too strong. He realized he must not let the monster go outside. He must stop her there. So he took his head a bit backward and furiously opened his mouth to bite her feet. From Ceres' act, she got embarrassed and shouted that it was so disgusting that Ceres actually did such a thing to her feet. On the other side, while the monster was fighting, Bella noticed that there hadn't been any movement for so long. She thought that Ceres hadn't been unconscious from the stone. She had to take him out. She called Tyr and asked him to cover her as she was going to take out Ceres from the rubble. Tyr got stunned and was asking her to wait, but it was too late as she ran before he could respond. While running, she was hoping for Ceres to be okay, but the scorpion puppet saw her and was going to attack. However, Tyr came in the way and blocked the attack with his sword, though it was very hard for him to block it for very long. Meanwhile, Bella was still wondering about Ceres, as he was a hero after all, and it's just a pile of rocks, so he should be okay. On the other side, Sadiel lost her grip on Ceres due to him licking her feet, which made her feel disgusted. Ceres was relieved that he finally got free from her headlock. Ceres' system told him that he couldn't use the instant kill skill without holding a weapon. Upon hearing this, Ceres got frustrated. If he had known that it was going to happen, he would have brought a weapon with him. Now, Cyrus had no option but to use his own hands to attack. He tried to punch Sadiel, but she dodged it and kicked at his face. While kicking, she felt that his face was so pulpy. Due to that kick, Cyrus flew through the air and bumped into the stone. Sadiel shared that she felt very comfortable kicking him. Hearing this, Cyrus had no response to give, and Sadiel also got tensed, wondering what was happening to her. So she decided to quickly defeat Cyrus, as it would be troublesome if outside humans ran into Lord Ney's room. She then took the tail of the puppet monster Cyrus had wiped and tried to attack with it. But Cyrus saw the attack coming and dodged it because his agility was good enough to dodge attacks. He then focused magic energy in his hand and sliced the tail into 2 parts. However, it was like a distraction to him because while he was slicing the tail, Sadiel came again with her leg and locked Cyrus's face in it. Her facial expression and words were totally different as she locked him to wipe, but her facial expression looked like she wanted to do something else. Sadiel shared that this time she wouldn't let him go and would strangle him with her feet. Ceres got furious and moved to hold her legs with his hands, determined to make Sadiel feel the power of his grip now. The moment Ceres touched her legs, Sadiel felt weird and quickly jumped away. But soon she stomped on his face with her leg, furiously asking him not to touch her legs with his dirty hands. She even used the cut pieces of the tail to hold his hand. Ceres was stunned to see that she used the scorpion tail he had just broken, and her suppression was so strong that he couldn't evade her attacks at all. She then again put her feet on his face, saying that she was going to crush his face. Even while she was crushing his face, Cyrus's powers were increasing, whereas Sadiel was feeling very good while she was putting her feet on his face. Until the agitation value reached 66%, she told Cyrus that humans were born to be trampled under her feet. But she was trembling, and due to that, the puppet monster outside fighting with Cyrus and others was also shaking. Seeing this, Tyr happily said that the monster had begun to lose its balance, so they should stay tight as they were about to win. On the other side, Sadiel was enjoying it as she was feeling amazing. Meanwhile, Bella was running towards the wall of stones when the scorpion tail was about to attack her. Tyr saw it and tried to warn Bella, but it was too late as she got attacked by the tail and was sent flying, colliding with the rocks. On the other side, Sadiel was touching Ceres in inappropriate places, to which he was shouting and asking her not to touch there, as she wasn't allowed. Near Cyrus, the tail was going to come towards him, and Cyrus was ready to block it. So somehow he dodged it with the help of his sword, but he noticed that even from such a long distance, the tail could still penetrate the wall, which meant the rank of the monster had surpassed that of an elite monster. There, Sadiel was feeling it very fluffy and pulpy, and the agitation value had reached 95%. On the other hand, Cyrus was about to be attacked by the scorpion puppet, and by the time Cyrus realized it was coming from behind, it was too late. He noticed that the Princess of Scorpio was coming, but being too late, he couldn't block them. However, to his relief on the other side, Sadiel became fully agitated and began acting very strangely, as if she were being seduced. So due to that, the scorpion monster also twitched and stopped. Cyrus was surprised to see that he blocked the attack, but he noticed that the monster was howling very weirdly. Seeing the monster so restless, Cyrus thought it would be his perfect chance. So he used his roaring tiger severing strike attack on the scorpion puppet, and the puppet flew away, falling to the ground. Seeing that, everyone got happy and started praising Cyrus for his power, as just with a single strike, he easily wiped out that monster. On the other hand, the agitation value was at 98%, which is why Sadiel was acting so strangely. Here, the monster starts vomiting, and seeing this, everyone thought that Cyrus's attack was so powerful that it made the monster howl in pain. They praised Cyrus, acknowledging that with him around, they didn't need to worry about any magical beast coming their way. Even Cyrus was wondering that the scorpion puppet didn't seem to be very strong, as he could easily defeat that monster. On the other side, something happened with Sadiel, and the monster started moving again, making everyone tense as it wasn't fully wiped out yet. So Cyrus asked everyone to step aside and let him deal with the scorpion puppet. He wanted them to witness the true power of their captain. Sadiel was tense, wondering what the hell had happened to her and why she was doing something like that with a human body. She decided that she had to stay calm. On the other side, Ceres was wondering what to do as her body was so resilient, especially her legs, and if it went on like that, she would completely drain him. So Ceres shouted that he would never submit to her, but she pushed her leg inside his mouth to silence him, shouting for him to shut up because she didn't want to hear his voice. Ceres was getting a similar feeling to what he experienced with Yug, as he felt like he was being played by the girls. But at those times, his powers were increasing rapidly, gaining over 2,000 points each time. On the other side, the scorpion puppet was fighting with Cyrus, but due to Sadiel being seduced and losing her temper, the monster wasn't fighting at full power. Cyrus saw that the monster was losing its power, so he used his sacred whirlwind/attack, and the monster went down. Everyone was happy that Cyrus used his signature attack to defeat the monster, but then they noticed that the monster was still continuously roaring. They murmured that Cyrus was so strong that he had beaten the monster to the point of unconsciousness, causing it to roar uncontrollably. Cyrus then shared that the monster was nothing but a punching bag in front of him. Even Tyre praised Cyrus, saying he was so strong that he defeated the monster with a single strike. On the other side, Cyrus's defense increased by 3,304 points, and his agility increased by 4,210 points, making him much more powerful. Sadiel was enjoying the moment, but suddenly she heard the voice of her lord Nay asking why it was so noisy outside. Hearing the voice, she got tense and jumped off the body of Cyrus. She stepped back and tensely wondered whether it was over. As for a moment, she had actually forgotten Lord Nay's command. She must quickly wipe out the filthy humans and make amends for her mistake. Lastly, Cyrus's attack power increased by 10,000 points. He became so powerful that he exuded a killing aura and asked Sadiel whether she still wanted to continue playing with him. Sadiel got tense seeing his atmosphere, as it was completely different from before. Cyrus's chilling and oppressive presence was like that of Nay-sama. She wondered if she had to fight against someone like him. Seeing his killing intent, she ran away from him. Ceres was confused about why she ran away and whether he should go after her. However, he decided to forget it, as his goal was to obtain the blood of the demon god in the boss room. It was better not to consume physical strength, as Sadiel had already drained too much of his energy. On the other side, while everyone was praising Cyrus and his bravery, Bella tensely ran towards the walls of rock to find Cyrus. But before she could reach the wall, she saw someone breaking it with their legs. When Cyrus came out, he was surprised to see Bella. Bella asked him if he was all right and if he didn't get hurt. Cyrus responded that he was completely fine. But Bella, still observing everything, noticed that he was covered in dust, and she expressed concern that while it might not show on the surface, there could be internal injuries. She even suggested that he let the medical team take a look. Cyrus laughed and responded that he was truly fine. So Bella told him that if he felt unwell, he should let her know immediately. Cyrus responded with a simple, "Okay." Meanwhile, Tyr was trembling with fury, seemingly harboring something in his heart for Bella. Cyrus asked everyone to listen, stating that from that moment on, they were going to follow behind him as he wanted them to witness his true strength, as he was going to defeat the boss alone. Hearing this, everyone was amazed and started praising their captain's mightiness. Cyrus was elated, thinking that the dungeon's danger level was certainly not at C rank, it was probably pushing at D rank at best. So, when he would return to the guild and share his achievements, it would surely lead to a promotion, which was a significant gain for him. The scene then shifted to Lord Nay's room, where Sadiel shared with Nay that there was a very powerful human outside. She didn't know what method he used, but his initially feeble strength skyrocketed to an unimaginable extent in an instant. She asked Nay to be more careful when facing that human. In a weird voice, Nay asked Sadiel what she commanded her. Tensely, Sadiel responded that she commanded her to guard the door and not let any creature enter his room. Upon hearing this, Naye furiously asked if she knew that, then what the hell was she doing out there with that human? Sadiel got tense and was about to respond, but before she could, Nay attacked her. A great blast occurred behind her, but the ray of light passed through her, instantly defeating her. Nay shouted that she didn't want to hear her lame excuses. After that, Nay picked her up with magic and threw her onto the corpses of many monsters and humans, saying that she should just become firewood. At that moment, Sadiel was murmuring that she didn't want to die yet. When Sadiel got thrown onto the corpses, a pond emerged with a green liquid substance inside. Nai shared that after waiting so long, she had almost finished using thousands of humans and monsters as firewood, and the blood of the demon god had finally begun to boil. Suddenly, someone barged into Nay's room by breaking the door. Hearing the sound of the door getting broken, Nay turned back and asked who was so brave and dared to set foot in her room. Cyrus responded that it's him, her daddy, who came to beat the hell out of her. Siri saw the blood of the demon god, and his system told him that the blood of the demon god could eliminate toxins in his body after consuming it. Nai asks if Cyrus was the powerful human that Sadiel mentioned. Ceres also wonders if the green blood was the one that could detoxify him. Cyrus then asks everyone to listen to him, stating that no one was allowed to take action without his command, as he wanted to take on the boss of the C-rank dungeon by himself. Everyone starts cheering for Cyrus to go and defeat the boss, showing the power of humans and what they could do. Ceres was amazed to see that the thing placed on that platform was actually the blood of the demon god. Meanwhile, Cyrus was running towards Nay to defeat him, and everyone else was cheering for Cyrus. Upon reaching close, Cyrus jumped in the air and told Nay to feel his terror. However, Nay just used her thumb to counterattack, and in that attack, a fierce yellow light ray emerged, burning all the armor Cyrus was wearing. Cyrus also got thrown into the air and crashed into the wall. Seeing this, everyone got shocked and ran towards Cyrus to ask if he was okay. Nay asked if they only had Cyrus as the most powerful human being, and concluded that Sadiel was really useless. On the other side, Cyrus was shocked and wondered that the monster's attack didn't make any sense, as it shattered his A-rank armor with just one strike. Fortunately, he was wearing the S-level soft dragon scale armor that his brother gave him underneath. Otherwise, he would certainly have bid life goodbye. His teammates asked if he was all right, but Cyrus was still lost in thought, wondering what was going on with the underground dungeon and why there were so many differences in strength between monsters. He thought that it wasn't a good idea to fight those monsters head-on, so it would be better to use his team members to exhaust the monster's strength first. Then he would take action when the monster didn't have much strength left. In this way, his chances of winning would be a bit greater. Cyrus stood up and asked everyone to follow his order, charging forward and showcasing their own expertise. However, Tyr interrupted him, suggesting that a full charge assault without formation could result in many unnecessary casualties. He recommended sticking to their previous formation, with tankers using their large shields in front. Cyrus furiously asked Tyr whether he was questioning his judgment or trying to defy his commands. Tyr tensely responded that he wasn't daring to do so. Cyrus then told Tyr to stop talking and do whatever he was ordering. Cyrus then ordered everyone to pick up their weapons and charge forward, assuring them that he was their solid support and there was no need to be afraid. Everyone agreed and moved angrily towards the dungeon boss, Nay. Nay was also ready to attack back and said, "Here comes a bunch of humans who don't know whether to live or die, as their flesh and blood don't even qualify to become sacrificial altar firewood." Nay then shouted that she wanted to show them the difference between humans and monsters, and unleashed her despair-inducing disparity attack on a large scale. Most of them were burned down in that attack. Ceres held Bella and Mark, getting them out of the range of the attack. Most of them were burned, and some were injured. Even Cyrus somehow managed to escape the attack, but his sword was burnt to ashes. Cyrus was shocked to see his own sword destroyed. Nay then flew off into the air and asked Cyrus if he didn't say he would make her feel the sense of terror. Cyrus realized he couldn't win in this situation, so he quickly thought of running away from there. Tyr was stunned to see the burned bodies of his teammates, but to his surprise, he saw Cyrus trying to run, shouting at everyone to retreat. Those who were still alive listened to his command and left the boss room. Tyr got furious hearing that from Cyrus's mouth. But to Cyrus's shock, his hand was grabbed by someone. When Cyrus looked back, it was none other than Ceres. Ceres held his hand, saying that Cyrus had just said he was the solid support for the team members, and his battle against the boss wasn't over yet, so Cyrus couldn't leave. Cyrus tried to shake his hand to free himself from Ceres's grip, but it didn't work as he couldn't loosen Ceres's grip. Cyrus told Ceres that he was the team captain and his words were law. If Ceres wanted to stay and die, he was happy to do so, but he didn't want to drag Ceres into it. Even Nay furiously asked how Cyrus dared to trespass in her domain and wreak havoc in her room, yet still wanted to escape now. Nay then went for another attack. Seeing this, Cyrus got scared and tensely started shouting at Ceres, calling him a fool for not looking back, as the dungeon boss was about to unleash the same light beam again. He even tried to run by pulling his hand, but he was shocked to see that he wasn't able to pull his hand away, and wondered why Ceres had such a strong grip. Cyrus again asked Ceres to let go as the boss was aiming at them, but Ceres wasn't moving, so Cyrus got furious, thinking that he could defeat the boss on his own and also couldn't pull his hand away from Ceres. In his fury, he tried to lunge at Ceres, but Ceres grabbed his hand and twisted it. Due to the pain, Cyrus howled in agony. Ceres then pulled Cyrus towards himself and picked him up, preparing to throw him towards Nay. He shouted that as the captain, Cyrus must stick to his words. The moment Nay unleashed her attack, Ceres threw Cyrus towards the beam, saying that he should be a solid support for the team members. He instructed Cyrus to block the boss's attack with his body and cover his teammates for the retreat. Cyrus directly barged into the beam of light, allowing everyone else time to retreat. They ran outside while Cyrus got injured by the beam. One teammate got stunned upon seeing this. After that, Ceres furiously looked at Nay, shouting that it's his turn now. Bella shares that she wants to stay. Tyr also agrees with Bella, saying that he too wants to stay and deal with the monster. Bella responds that he doesn't need to stay, as she is staying because of Ceres. Tyr shared that he knows, but he was the first-ranked B-class hero, and he came to eliminate monsters, so he would never run away. He also expressed that he didn't want to take command from that idiot Cyrus again. On the other side, Naya asks Ceres why he didn't run away even after witnessing her power, insinuating that Ceres was looking down on her. Nay then goes to unleash the beam again, but Ceres counters with the swift body slash, causing Nay to tense up and move her hand back. Nay became furious as Ceres was so fast, but to her surprise, Ceres started running towards the altar of the demon god's blood. Nay began to wonder why the human was running towards the altar. Soon, she wondered if it could be possible that the guy's goal wasn't to kill her, but rather to obtain the blood of the demon god. Ceres was continuously running towards the altar as he was just a few meters away from it. Nay tried to shout, asking Ceres to stay away from her altar, but at that moment, Bella and Tyr attacked Nay from behind, saying that it was the best opportunity for them. Surprisingly, Nay easily holds both of their swords and then aims towards Ceres, saying that Cirrus was really a bastard who had speed like a cockroach. Bella shouts at Neye and asks her not to dare attack Cirrus. Both Tyr and Bella try to push Neye back, and just as Neye unleashes her attack, her foot slips a bit, causing her aim to go off. Ceres is also able to dodge the attack due to the wrong aim. Ceres then happily jumps towards the altar, thinking that he almost got what he wanted. But the moment he got close to the altar, he saw a magic array. He got tense seeing it, and just as he touched the array, a blast occurred, and he was deflected from the altar. Neye shares that the magic array was personally created by her, and as long as she was alive, no living creature could cross it. Ceres also agrees with her, realizing that charging straight ahead and forcibly drinking the demon's god blood to detoxify wasn't feasible. They must defeat the boss to proceed. Suddenly, Ceres saw something in the gaps of the walls. On the other hand, Neye threw Bella and Mark, saying that they both were arrogant fools who underestimated their abilities. Both Bella and Tyr fell to the ground with a great impact, getting slightly injured. On the other side, Ceres was stunned to see that it was the same female monster who had just escaped from him, and he wondered how she ended up there. At that time, Neye was trembling and asked Ceres not to make any noise and not to let Neye know that she was there. Neye said that his ritual requires a calm and peaceful demeanor, so after wiping them out, he would quell his anger. Seeing this, Ceres got tense, thinking that Bella was in danger. So before leaving, Ceres placed the kale mushroom in front of Sadiel. Seeing this, Sadiel wonders about the kale mushroom and its ability to recover power. Ceres ran towards Bella, shouting that he was coming. On the other side, Sadiel took the mushroom and started eating. Afterward, she had tears of happiness in her eyes. Ceres' system shows that the female monster Sadiel developed feelings for the host, which caused the host to unlock the weapon unlocking requirements, thus unlocking weapon options. Suddenly, many anonymous cards with question tire signs appear in front of him, and the system shares that first, he has to see the detailed explanation of the weapon introduction rule. On the other hand, Tyr comes in front of Bella to protect her, saying that he will hold it back, and she has to escape quickly. Bella responds that her leg bone cracked again, so he has to escape without her. Here, Ceres shouts at the system to skip the explanation of the rules as he was going to rescue people now, and he didn't have any time to listen to nonsense. So the system skipped that and asks Ceres to choose a card. Ceres randomly chooses a card, and he receives a sword with red color arising around it. The system shares that he has obtained the weapon Exploding Garment Divine Sword. Furiously, Ceres jumps towards Neye, shouting and asking her to try his new weapon power and die. He then attacks her, but she holds his sword with one hand and starts laughing, saying that Ceres fell for it, as both Bella and Tyr were bait, and her real target was none other than him. She then unleashes her light beam attack, asking how he would escape from such a close distance. He shouts and tells her not to underestimate him, as he never said he was going to dodge. He slashes the sword with his full power, but it only manages to give Neye a scratch on her hand. She laughs at him, pointing out that despite exerting all his strength, he had only managed to graze her skin, and not a single drop of blood had been shed. She then explains that it's the difference between monsters and humans, but at that moment, her dress gets torn from above. Seeing this, she gets stunned and embarrassingly asks where her dress disappeared. Even Bella and Tyr were embarrassed to see that Ceres stripped the boss. Ceres was also tense as the monster was really powerful. At that time, his screen shares that the Exploding Garment Divine Sword, when striking with the sword, would cause enemies to have their clothes explode. When the enemy was naked, it would trigger the ultimate move, Divine Sword Descent. Neye got furious with Ceres for what she considered a despicable move, and for that, she was determined to wipe him out anyhow now. Ceres tried slashing her again, but this time she dodged it. Ceres thought that his previous attack hit her palm once, causing her clothes on top to burst open. In other words, he just needs to do it one more time, and he could knock off the robe underneath by attacking her legs. Afterwards, he would knock off her face mask, triggering the ultimate move. So all he needs to do is get close to the boss and keep using the skill Swift Body Slash. Ceres was sure that Neye wouldn't escape, and he could land an attack on her. Suddenly, Ceres' system shows that the host's current magic power was only enough to use Swift Body Slash 6 times, with a 10-second cooldown for the skill. Targeting a fresh enemy would allow an immediate activation of the skill. Hearing this, Ceres got disappointed, considering the skill to be ineffective. The system asks if Ceres wants to turn off the skill, but Ceres responds with a firm no. Ceres now thought that if it's the case, then he would grudgingly give it a shot. He furiously ran towards Neye to attack with Swift Body Slash, but Neye jumped in the air and dodged the attack. Ceres got tense because he again missed the attack. Meanwhile, Neye was wondering why Ceres kept targeting her legs when her upper clothes had already burst open. Did Ceres want to strip away her robe also? Just then, Ceres came again for an attack, but this time Neye furiously kicked at his face. Ceres received a big impact on his face, causing him to fly through the air due to the attack. Somehow, with the help of his sword, he manages to stop himself and lands on the ground. However, he was in deep pain as his nasal bone was almost broken, causing him significant discomfort. However, he then remembers the excruciating pain of his body melting after the toxin breakout, and he realizes that the pain of his broken nasal bone was nothing compared to that. Ceres becomes even more furious and runs towards Nay to attack, shouting that the little pain was nothing at all for him. Slowly, every passing second felt like an eternity as Ceres neared Nay, and as he reached her, the countdown also reached 1. He knew he could attack now. While he was running, Nay tried to attack with her laser beam, but Ceres managed to dodge the laser beam attack. Nay was tense seeing it, so Ceres goes for attacking with swift body slash from a clash, wondering how Nay was going to dodge the attack from so close. Ceres hits her, feeling like he succeeded in landing the attack, but it's actually that he attacked her tail, and she was flying in the air. Nay shares that she never said she was going to run away. She also shouts that if it weren't for her fear of exposing herself, she could make bigger moves, and just with his speed, she could have beaten him to ashes a long time ago. Ceres got tensed at that time as Nay attacked him with the laser beam. He tried to dodge it using a skill and was attempting to attack back, but the screen showed that his skill had a cooldown. Ceres got frustrated, wondering why 10 seconds felt so long, so he had no choice but to face her head-on. Ceres then directly slashed with his sword without using any skill, putting his full power into it. Somehow he managed to deflect the laser beam. A big blast occurs due to the collision of the beam and his sword slash. Even Tyr was stunned to see that and wondered how Ceres actually blocked the boss's attack head-on. It seemed impossible, as his overall combat level was assessed as only F rank before the expedition. Even with combat of that caliber, as a B rank fighter, he was completely unable to intervene. On the other side, Ceres felt happy realizing the real attributes of the sword as they were truly amazing. He laughed and shared with Nay that now he could counter and easily avoid her attacks, making her attacks useless against him. Nay responds that Ceres was right. It's indeed difficult for her to kill him. She then aims towards Bella, confusing Ceres. She explains that it would be easy for her to wipe out the woman with the injured foot. She then goes for unleashing the beam, so Ceres hastily uses the swift body slash and attacks at the nail of the finger by which she was attacking. He succeeds in breaking that nail, but he is too late as she unleashes her attack by that time. Ceres initially felt happy, but upon realizing that Bella was in danger now, he got tensed and ran towards her to save her. Seeing this, Naya laughed and shared that she knows stupid human beings always do those kinds of hero-saving things, which is why heroes always end up being killed by villains from behind. She lastly told him that he had been fooled and attacked with her second hand. On the other hand, Ceres realized that he had been too late to run towards them, and now he had only one choice left. Knowing that the swift body slash would work immediately when he changed the target, he locked Bella as his target and used swift body slash. So with that, he was able to block the attack, but in the process, he breaks the armor of Bella and Mark. Even Tyr was stunned to see that the aftermath shattered his armor. Nai was shocked to see that Ceres dodged it again. Suddenly she noticed that the altar was showing some weird actions, and she realized that she was so preoccupied with the battle that she forgot to add firewood to keep the demon god's blood warm. If she didn't immediately sustain the temperature of the altar, all the effort made up until now would be wasted, and she would have to wait another 100 years. On the other side, Bella starts acting as if she is getting seduced and wonders why she is feeling so weird and why her body feels so hot. His system shows that the agitation value had already reached 91%, indicating that she was already feeling something for Ceres, and now she was locked in, so she had even more attraction for him. Bella gets close to Ceres and holds his face as if she was going to kiss him. Seeing this, Tyr was also stunned. While she was so close to kissing him, Ceres remembers a past memory when Bella was 8 years old. It shows that she looks really scary. She asks what he is looking at, if he's never seen a gorgeous woman before, or if he wants to kiss her. The scene returns to the present where Ceres tensely moves back, saying that he didn't want to kiss her. Tyr also asks Bella what's wrong with her and whether she was going to kiss Ceres. Bella starts wondering whether she just took the initiative to kiss Ceres, that her body moved on its own accord, and she even stuck out her tongue, all while they were still in the midst of the battle. Bella was getting tense and feeling very embarrassed, her whole face turning red. Tyr furiously asks why her face was still so red and why she was sweating. He questions whether she was poisoned or if she was just hallucinating and her body was out of control. Right. He was so sure that she was hallucinating, otherwise she wouldn't have done such things. On the other hand, Nai was focusing on the altar, as once the demon god's blood chills, it would take another 100 years to boil it again. She then pulls the corpses of the monsters and humans, sharing that she didn't want to wait that long again. So this time she must completely burn the blood of the demon god dry. Hearing this, Ceres got tense and asks whether Nea really wants to burn the blood of the demon god dry. He then thinks that he must stop it quickly, but the boss was tremendously fast. He could hardly strike the boss. Then there's only one thing left, to let his strength increase to the point where the boss couldn't dodge his strike anymore. On the other side, Nae was putting all the corpses into the altar as the firewood, wondering if it should be enough to raise the temperature of the altar to the maximum. Ceres wants to instantly trigger the ultimate move of the explosive garment divine sword and wipe out Nae. So Ceres goes towards Bella and tells her that he has figured out a way to defeat the boss, but he needs her cooperation for a bit. Bella asks what. Ceres responds that as long as she and he do some romantic things like kissing, cuddling, and so on, he could increase his strength and defeat the boss. Hearing this, both Bella and Tyr feel embarrassed. And even Tyr wonders how Ceres could say such vulgar things with a serious expression on his face. Ceres holds Bella's hand and says that he knows it would be hard for her, but he begs her. Bella is so seduced that she doesn't know how to respond, but Tyr interrupts them by pulling Ceres's hands away from holding her. Tyr furiously says that he thinks it all sounds like bullshit. He believes Ceres clearly wants to take advantage of Bella, and they are in the middle of a battle, yet Ceres is thinking about vulgar things. What a pervert Ceres is. Tyr then turns towards Bella to tell her not to trust Ceres, but to his shock, Bella shares with Ceres that she trusts his words. Tyr is fully stunned, and here Bella puts her hands on Ceres's shoulder, telling him that it was also embarrassing for her, so not to take it the wrong way. She only agreed because she wants the monster boss to be defeated, and she actually didn't have any desire to do all those things with him. While Bella was holding Ceres's face, Ceres again remembers the childhood moment when Bella was going to kiss him, and he was scared to see her face and hear her talk. At that time, he shouts that he didn't want to play the game anymore. But remembering that, in the present time, he gets tense, shouting in his mind at Bella not to do that thing with him. So, just as in childhood, he pushed her away. Ceres pushes her in the present time and says that it's a close call. He almost got killed. In that process, his system shows that Tyr took a critical hit. At that time, Bella was wondering why Ceres pushed her away. Ceres got a notification that his level increased by 1 level and all stats had been increased by 5,000 points. Seeing this, Ceres got amazed and realized that it's certainly because of Mark. He got happy that now he didn't need to touch Bella's body and recall that terrible memory. Ceres told Bella that if it's very difficult for her, then they should not do it, and so he was going to defeat the boss. Hearing this, Bella got sad and asked Ceres to wait, suggesting that what if he still couldn't defeat the boss and if he needed her help. Meanwhile, the agitation value of Bella had reached 99%. Ceres responds with a mock face, saying he didn't want her help, and then he runs towards Nae. Hearing a no, Bella feels hurt and asks why. She even wonders why Ceres didn't have any interest in her at all. Tyr then interrupts her and says that he gets it. Ceres is stronger than him. That's why she has a crush on Cyrus. But he still wants to ask. Bella asks if it could be that thing again. The scene shifted to Ceres, where he was wondering that to activate the finishing move, he must hit both the head and the legs at the same time. Earlier, he almost hit the boss's leg, but now all his stats had been increased by 5,000 points, so if he could just find the correct opportunity using Swift Body Slash, he could surely achieve it. On Naea's side, she was confused as the altar was still not connected, wondering why the temperature was still so low. If she didn't fix it soon, the temperature would drop rapidly, so she thought of using the filthy humans to make up for a little bit of warmth. Nae flies towards Ceres and tells him to be proud, as they were going to become the firewood for her sacrifice, which was the highest praise she could offer to them. She then shares that it's time for her to unleash her full power now, so she starts collecting her full power in the middle to attack all at once. Ceres was also stunned to see it, as the ball formed with the power was very big. When Nae furiously attacks towards him, he tries to block it with the help of his sword, but while he was blocking, he was getting the notification that his magic points were decreasing rapidly. Slowly but surely, his magic points were coming towards 0. Finally, he somehow manages to deflect the attack, but his whole magic power nearly reaches 0. Now he only has 11 magic points left, and he can't use any skills due to the low magic value. Ceres got tense, realizing that he had no power left and he didn't know what to do. Nae got happy and told him that she knew his magic power had been depleted, and the battle was over now. Ceres was wondering what to do, but to his surprise, Bella came and held his face, saying that he clearly needed her help. She then put his face on her chest, which shocked and heartbroken Mark. Ceres also thinks that Tyr was a good man. Bella also thought that she had already told Tyr a long time ago that she already had someone in her heart, and from childhood to the present moment, it had never changed. Due to her and Tyr getting heartbroken, Ceres got a 5-level increase in his power, and a glow was emanating from his body. Ceres realized that there was a surge of power rising within him. He received a notification that all his stats had been increased by 27,500 points. Seeing this, Nae was shocked, thinking that it was impossible. Ceres should have no room to fight back against her now. Ceres was now glowing intensely, as if he had gained a superior power. Nae said that no matter how much strength he increased, he was still just a mere human being, and in front of monsters, he was nothing but an ant. But while she was talking, Cirrus ran towards her and attacked with full power. Nai countered, stating that she could always dodge such attacks. However, Cirrus swiftly slashed at her body. Nai didn't realize at the time of Cirrus's attack, but when her mask and robe got torn off, she was stunned to see that he had really destroyed her mask. With that attack, Cirrus' system showed that the ultimate move, Holy Sword Descent, had been unlocked. Nai furiously shouts at how dare he ruin her face. She then gathers all her power and infuses it into a beam the size of a ball. Cirrus attacks Nai as well, and she tries to counterattack. A big blast erupts in the room. The beam also strikes her, and the entire ground is destroyed within seconds, leaving only the line of ground on which Cirrus was standing. Even Bella and Tyr are greatly impacted by the blast. After the fog dissipates, Cirrus sees that Nai is lying unconscious on the ground, believing he has won. Cirrus's system shows a cooldown of 20 seconds for the Divine Sword Descent. He then runs towards the altar, but is shocked to see that the magic altar is still active. He wonders why the magic altar hasn't been deactivated. Suddenly he hears Nai's voice asking if he thought he had already won, as she would never allow filthy humans to touch the demon god's blood. Cirrus notices that there are still 9 seconds left on the cooldown. He shouts back at Nai that he will end her in 9 seconds. But then Cirrus looks towards Bella and sees that her health is dangerously low, on the brink of death. Nai stands up, shouting that she won't let him have his way as long as she's still breathing. She challenges Cirrus to come forward and see who will emerge victorious, humans or monsters. Cirrus finds himself in a critical situation, torn between rescuing Bella and Tyr and continuing the fight for the demon god's blood. He prioritizes Bella and Mark, neglecting Nai. Cirrus swiftly flies towards the entrance to leave the room. Nai is momentarily relieved as they depart, thinking that humans are indeed foolish. On the other hand, Cirrus shouts at the map to open and find the shortest route to the exit, as he needs to get to the hospital as quickly as possible now. Just as he gets out of the room, he is attacked by monsters. Cirrus quickly gets ready to fight them. Until then, Bella remains unconscious, recalling her childhood memories. She remembers everyone laughing at her, mocking her appearance and questioning who would want to kiss her. Bella still longs to play the house game, but others sarcastically suggest she play the role of a gorilla instead. At that time, Cirrus was approaching her, and some children tried to warn him not to go near her, saying he would get infected and turn into an ugly freak. To their surprise, Cirrus slaps one of the boys. The scene shifts to the present time, where Cirrus easily defeats the monster with a swift body-slash attack. Meanwhile, in Bella's dream, the child who was slapped by Cirrus is crying. Cirrus tells Bella that the game isn't over yet, explaining that because he's a boy and she's a girl, he should play the dad, and she should play the mom. He promises to take responsibility for her. In the present time, after defeating the monster, Cirrus reassures Bella that she will be fine. Meanwhile, on Nai's side, she looks at the altar, realizing she needs to add more firewood to maintain the temperature and cannot allow it to decrease. So, when she had no other option, Nai decided to sacrifice herself for that cause. On the other side, Cirrus was battling monsters that stood in his way to stop him. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Nai shattered into pieces as she threw herself onto the altar as firewood. Before dying completely, she shouts to the holy demon god that she can no longer serve him personally. Meanwhile, Cirrus fights with the dragon monster and uses his sword to attack. But as soon as he defeated the dragon monster, his exploding garment divine sword disappeared. His system notified him that the enemy had been defeated and the weapon had returned to the system. The system indicated that the weapon would be available again in 12 hours. So Cirrus thought it didn't matter anymore, as they were almost at the exit. The scene shifts to the outside of the dungeon exit, where Cirrus and some of his teammates are shown. Everyone is overjoyed that they made it out of the dungeon alive. While Cirrus was thinking about how close he came to dying in the underground dungeon, he reflects that even his dragon-scale armor was shattered, all because of that damned Cirrus. He speculates that Cirrus should have been defeated by the dungeon boss by now. Suddenly, someone sees Cirrus returning with Bella and Tyr in hand, and they inform Cyrus that Cirrus is alive. Cyrus is stunned by this news, and Cirrus looks very serious as well. Cyrus pulls out a sword from one of his teammates and shouts, questioning how Cirrus dared to follow them secretly and attempt to escape. He demands an explanation from Cirrus, asking how he could defy his orders and try to run away. As the captain, Cyrus declares that Cirrus has lost his qualifications to be part of the expedition team, and states that he won't consider using the guild's medical resources to prolong Cirrus's life any longer. Cyrus then shouts that he's going to make sure of it right then and there and prepares to attack. However, to everyone's surprise, Cirrus kicks Cyrus in the face and uses him as a stepping stone to jump forward, stating that he doesn't have time to waste on him. Cyrus appeared to be unconscious, while the others were shocked and shouting at Cirrus, questioning how he dared to attack their captain. One member shouted and informed everyone that it was serious because Cirrus had kicked the captain and caused him to faint. They needed to hurry and take the captain to the hospital. The scene then shifted to the guild hospital, where the ward boys were seen running with Bella and Tyr on stretchers, shouting about an emergency case. Sirius felt relieved after ensuring Bella and Tyr were delivered to the hospital safely. He decided to quickly return to the dungeon because he was just one step away from obtaining the demon god's blood to cure the poison. The scene shifted to the dungeon where a red-colored substance was emanating from the altar. Gradually, it rose up and began taking the shape of a humanoid figure. Sadiel observed everything and wondered what kind of entity Boss Nay had summoned when sacrificing herself, as he gazed upon his transformed appearance. It seems like Nay was living under the identity of Bio in front of everyone, and they didn't know she was actually a girl. The red-colored substance formed into a dress-like shape, and a hand emerged from inside. As the hand emerged, the atmosphere grew intense. Feeling the sensation, Sadiel became tense and described it as a chilling feeling, as if she were being stabbed by countless needles into her bones. A monster with a human appearance emerged from the red substance and remarked that the scene felt very familiar, as if it were truly her own domain. When she first appeared, Aithoth had a boyish body but long hair like a girl. Sadiel, feeling the intense sensation, tensely tried to run away from there, thinking that the place was becoming too dangerous. Aithoth felt Sadiel's presence and approached the wall, pushing it with a finger. With her touch, the entire wall started collapsing, startling the monsters standing on the floor above as they wondered why their floor was exploding. Aithoth had caused this to reveal the person she sensed. After falling, every monster was hurt, and speculated whether Boss Nay had caused the collapse. However, one of them shouted for everyone to look up, pointing out that the underground dungeon had collapsed and they could now see the sky above. They speculated whether the collapse was caused by Boss Nay, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it required someone with greater power than Boss Nay possessed. While they debated, Aithoth interjected, stating that Nay was dead and that she now needed a servant. Hearing this, the monsters grew tense and debated whether they should escape or stay. One monster even approached Aithoth, stating that their lineage had endured over time due to their immense power, and they were willing to follow someone even more powerful than Boss Nay. Everyone else starts clamoring that they also want to serve, but Aithoth shouts that they are all too ugly and proceeds to destroy them. Aithoth declares that she doesn't want ugly minions. She then walks towards Sadiel, complimenting her appearance, and instructs Sadiel to look up and open her mouth. With tears in her eyes, Sadiel opens her mouth, and Aithoth pours her blood into it, instructing her to drink. After drinking, Sadiel feels a sudden change in her body, sensing a different sensation as if her body is beginning to heal itself. Aithoth approaches Sadiel and explains that Sadiel's body should be feeling very comfortable because her blood has the ability to repair all damage, fortify the immune system, and enhance strength. Aithoth adds that during the digestion process, it could bring Sadiel immense pleasure. Aithoth then tells Sadiel that it's getting dark and advises her to go find a clean room waiting for her. Sadiel, unsure of what to say, agrees by nodding her head. The scene then shifts to the guild's headquarters, where it shows Darren holding Cyrus's head. Darren, visibly furious, demands to know what Cyrus said about the mission failing. Cyrus apologizes to Darren and explains that if he loses his position as captain, Darren would have to take over and audit the remaining assets of the guild's investigation team. He urges Darren to come up with a solution to the situation. Cyrus also tries to convey that if it's discovered they have been secretly selling the guild's resources, it would be a serious issue. However, Darren pushes Cyrus back and shouts at him to keep quiet, stating that he already knows that. Darren then asks Cyrus if he just said someone in his team went against his orders. Cyrus confirms this and mentions that the person's name is Cirrus. Darren checks the document and sees that Cirrus is an F-rank hero. He instructs Cyrus to place all responsibility for the failure on Cirrus and orders that he be sentenced to death for desertion. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where Cirrus is confused to see its collapsed state. He rushes towards the altar to check if his antidote is still intact, but he is shocked to see that it's empty. Meanwhile, Sadiel quietly waits for Aithoth, sitting in place. Suddenly, Aithoth puts her hands on Sadiel's shoulders, prompting Sadiel to ask Aithoth not to do it. Surprisingly, Aithoth hugs Sadiel from behind, and Sadiel is stunned. She feels something soft touching her back. Sadiel, who initially thought Aithoth was a boy, becomes confused as she tries to reconcile this perception with the soft sensation she is feeling. Out of nowhere, Aithoth whispers something in Sadiel's ear, causing her to be seduced by it and move aside from the hug. Embarrassed, Sadiel turns back and is stunned to see Aithoth, whose appearance has suddenly changed to that of a proper girl. Aithoth asks Sadiel if she doesn't like hugs. Confused, Sadiel asks how Aithoth could change like that. Aithoth explains that there's nothing surprising about it, as at night she loses all her strength and reverts to her true self, a girl. Aithoth also explains that during the night, Sadiel must protect her and eliminate anyone with ill intentions towards her. She warns Sadiel not to attempt to harm her or escape, as consuming her blood during the day allows Aithoth to resonate with Sadiel's blood, potentially causing Sadiel's body to dissolve instantly even at night. Sadiel is compelled to obediently listen to her instructions. On the other hand, Sirius is tense as he searches everywhere in the dungeon for the blood of the demon god, but can't find it. He wonders if the blood of the demon god must be hidden somewhere in the dungeon, holding on to hope. Sirius asks the system to open the map so he can scout every corner of the dungeon thoroughly. Here, Aithoth explains to Sadiel that she doesn't want things to end up like this, but her heart is sealed within the Heroes Guild, preventing her from being in her complete form. As a result, at night, she transforms into a weak human. But as long as she waits until daytime and restores the power of the demon god, they will head to the Heroes Guild headquarters to retrieve her heart. When that happens, every monster in the world, whether it's day or night, will once again bow to the might of her power. Suddenly, Sadiel hears footsteps approaching, so she moves to go and investigate. Aithoth stops Sadiel and instructs her that during any fights, she must stay within a 5-kilometer radius. Aithoth warns that if Sadiel exceeds this range, she will consider it an attempt to escape and threaten to dissolve her body. Aithoth asks Sadiel again if she understands, and Sadiel responds with a yes. On the other side, Sirius's system informs him that the blood of the demon god is in Neye's underground dungeon. Sirius is happy to learn that it's indeed in the dungeon. Sirius runs towards the room where Aithoth and Sadiel are staying, thinking it's the last room of the dungeon he hasn't checked yet. Before he reaches the room, Sadiel hides beside the door, ready to attack him. When Sadiel attacks Sirius with a kick, he easily dodges it. Sadiel is shocked to realize it's the same human she met earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Aithoth starts feeling strange and wonders what's happening as her body twitches unexpectedly. This usually only occurs when she's close to her heart. Sadiel asks why Sirius came back when Neye was already dead. She urges him to leave the dungeon before daylight. Sirius is stunned to see Sadiel's body, which has regained enough strength to fight. He then asks Sadiel if she enjoyed the mushroom-flavored treat he gave her. Hearing this, she gets embarrassed and responds that it wasn't tasty at all. It was the most disgusting mushroom she had ever eaten in her life. She tells him to get lost, but Sirius's system shows that Sadiel's favorability rating is at 71%. Sirius is happy to see this and comments that she is blushing, and her favorability towards him is higher than he expected. Before he could finish speaking, she kicks towards him, saying he was talking nonsense and she didn't have any liking towards him at all. She kicks again, this time hitting her own face, and she crushes it, expressing that her feelings towards humans were just disgusting. But suddenly, to her surprise, his body disappeared from beneath her leg. She is stunned, and when she turns around, she sees that he is running towards the room. Sadiel wonders how he managed to escape after she clearly stepped on his face. Sirius explains that he has urgent matters to deal with, so they can play later. As he reaches the door, he senses that the blood of the demon god is behind it. Before he can open the door, Aithoth opens it herself, and accidentally, Sirius puts his hand on her chest. He is shocked to see a human girl there in the dungeon. Realizing his hand is on her chest, he quickly retracts it. Sadiel asks Aithoth why she came out. Due to Sirius placing his hand on her chest, she furiously grabs his hand and squeezes it. Out of nowhere, a spark of light emanates from that spot, and she is stunned to see that it's her heart. She then wonders why her heart was in that part of a human. Sirius pushed Aithoth back and tensely asked her to let him go, questioning what she was doing with him. Sirius's system then revealed that the human girl was his blood of the demon god. Sirius was stunned and wondered how his antidote had turned into a human. Without thinking, he grabbed her hand and made a cut on her palm to drink her blood. He then drinks her blood, wondering if her blood could be his antidote. Upon this act of Sirius, Aithoth feels strange and twitches. After drinking the blood, Sirius's system shows that his poison hadn't been cured, and his remaining lifespan was 101 days. Sirius asks and wonders how her blood could be ineffective. Aithoth smiles, thinking that since she had turned into a human, her blood was naturally ineffective. Just then, Sadiel interrupts them by kicking Sirius's hand and asking him to release Aithoth. But Sirius easily dodged the kick and stepped back. Aithoth then wonders how her heart was absorbed by a human and transformed into an essence stored in his filthy body. So, now if she wants to regain her power, she had to forcibly absorb that part back into her body from him. After doing so, his body would dissolve into a pool of blood as punishment for using her power without her permission. Sirius then wondered if other liquids from her body might have the antidote effect. He decided to first take her away and then consider it further. As he moved slowly towards Aithoth, to his surprise, something emerged from underground. It was actually a monster named Ghana, who was of boss level. Ghana happily shouted and shared with Aithoth that even from thousands of miles away, she sensed her presence, and the sensation bewildered her senses, stirring inside her. Ghana also mentioned that she had never removed the bell Aithoth bestowed upon her, proving her unwavering love for him. Ghana then asked Aithoth if she could devour her now, stating that after that, Aithoth would only belong to her. Sadiel was stunned by this, while Aithoth looked tense. But suddenly, to her surprise, Sirius picked her up in his hands and started running towards the hole in the wall, jumping outside of it. While jumping, he wondered how a boss-ranked monster could appear in the dungeon so suddenly. So he thought that he must take Aithoth to a safe place first. Ghana also jumped through the hole, following Ceres, shouting at him to give Aithoth back to her and not to run away. The scene then shifted to a few seconds later at the Heroes Guild, where Ceres had taken Aithoth, thinking it was a safe place. He was relieved that he had finally managed to lose Ghana, who had been chasing him. In the hall, Ceres was sitting beside Aithoth. Aithoth tensely asked where he had brought her. Ceres responded that it was the Heroes Guild in Zone Z, his home. Hearing this, she became happy, thinking that if it were true, her plans would become much easier. After retrieving her power into her body, she could go on a wiping spree, and they all would pay the price for dealing with her heart. So Aithoth stood up, held Ceres' face, and with a helpless expression told him that she had been cursed by a terrifying monster, and if she didn't find a human to mate with soon, she would die. So, please, save her. Ceres responded that he was a noble and upright hero, and he would never exploit someone's vulnerability. But still, Aithoth jumps over Ceres and with a sad face, shares that she was in deep pain at that moment, pleading with him to save her. Hearing this, Ceres became tense and wondered how he could have encountered such a shameful situation. His inner voice told him that he must never exploit others' vulnerabilities in that manner. Otherwise, his righteous soul would experience unbearable anguish. But soon he thought that, as a hero, it was his responsibility to help those in pain. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Ceres then reached out to Aithoth, thinking that he was willing to sacrifice himself to save her and bear the pain from the depths of his heart alone. On the other hand, as Aithoth leaned in for a kiss, she thought that once she extracted his essence and regained her power, she would wipe out every single one of them. But as she got very close, Ceres saw something between her legs and, confused, asked if it was a tail and how she had one. Ceres then remembered that a tail was supposed to be at the back, and Aithoth's tail was in the front, meaning it was a male private part. Realizing this, Ceres was stunned and tensely pushed Aithoth back. He was so scared that he moved backward, and in the process, Yug fell out of his pocket. Ceres tensely asked Aithoth why she had a sword between her legs. Aithoth came very close to Ceres and seductively said that he had already agreed to save her. At that time, Aithoth was aware that daybreak was approaching and her body was starting to change. This meant that Aithoth had a dual personality. During the day, her body would become that of a boy, while at night, she would be a pure girl in human form. So she again put her hand on his leg and was about to kiss him, saying that Ceres couldn't go back on his words. Ceres was tense and didn't know what to do, but to his relief, an unexpected scene occurred as Yug started transforming. Aithoth even asked in confusion what was happening with his pet. Within seconds, Yug completely reverted to her monster form and started saying that she was so hungry. She was starving. Yug again asked for help from Ceres, addressing him as her master. Ceres saw an opportunity and told Aithoth that he believed Yug needed his help more urgently, so he would assist Yug first, and then it would be Aithoth's turn. Aithoth was now at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Here, Yug was wondering that Ceres' pocket was so small that she couldn't even stretch fully. Meanwhile, Ceres was running towards the kitchen, saying that if Yug was hungry, he would make something for her to eat. In the kitchen, he started cooking, all the while wondering that somehow he had found some time under the guise of cooking. However, he pondered what he should do next. If he didn't save Aithoth, she would truly die, and he had no means to defend himself either. So he questioned himself if he really had to mate with Aithoth. He soon started getting frustrated as he couldn't decide. While he was cooking, Aithoth also approached from behind, thinking that she could wait until morning to regain her powers. Ceres noticed her but pretended he hadn't seen her. Seeing this, Aithoth realized that he didn't want to do what she had in mind. She thought that if Ceres didn't want to cooperate, she would have to resort to forcing him into doing strange things. Out of nowhere, Aithoth got close to Ceres and was about to place her hand on that part, but Ceres quickly took the food off the plate and started running outside towards Yug. He said he had finished preparing the food and needed to go outside to help Yug first. Aithoth became furious because her human body was too weak to overpower Ceres. When Ceres exited the kitchen, he noticed Yug's tail emerging from the bathroom, prompting him to investigate. When he looked inside, he was surprised to see Yug drinking toilet cleaner. He wondered if she would be okay after consuming it. To his surprise, Yug was actually happy and smiling, saying that it was delicious. In the next scene, Yug was eating the food, so Aithoth came to Ceres and insisted that he had already prepared food for Yug, and now it was her turn. Ceres asked Aithoth to calm down and listen to him first. To his surprise, Aithoth became wild and shouted that she didn't want to hear any excuses. She wanted to do it now. Just then, his system showed that the time limit for returning weapons had arrived. While Aithoth was still wild, she forcefully tore off Ceres' clothes into pieces, leaving him stunned and with only a scrap of cloth remaining. Aithoth, blushing, approached Ceres slowly. Meanwhile, Sirius's system alerted him that he had to complete the mission, which involved running through the streets and waving to 33 people. Seeing this, he became furious and shouted that he would never do such things. Suddenly, his system warned him that if the host couldn't complete the mission, he would be pulled back into the Advanced Paradise in reverse. A door appeared behind Sirius and slowly began to open. Sirius waited anxiously to see what was behind the door. When it finally opened, he was shocked to see many boy dummies asking him to come and play with them. Sirius shouted that it seemed even more terrifying than running through the streets without clothes. Sirius started to think about how such a small piece of cloth could provide him cover. Horizontally, it wasn't long enough to cover his waist properly. Everything behind would be exposed. Standing up with both hands pressing the front and back, there was no way he could wave to passers-by. Sirius got frustrated and started crying, realizing that the cloth simply wouldn't cover him properly, and no matter what, he would still be exposed. Without thinking, he ran towards the door and told Yug to take care of Aithoth, explaining that he was going outside for a few minutes. Seeing Sirius run outside without clothes, Yug was amazed, wondering if that's how humans go out. Aithoth also felt sad, realizing she would have to wait until morning. Yug then asked Aithoth if she wanted to drink the toilet cleaner since it tasted good, but Aithoth declined with a firm no. Outside the room, Sirius covered his face with the piece of cloth, thinking it was the best option to avoid showing his face to others. He then ran towards the barbecue plaza, knowing there would be many people there at that time. And to add to Sirius's troubles, when he arrived at the barbecue plaza, the monster Ghana also sensed his presence in the area and arrived there. She was frustrated that Sirius had managed to run away so quickly. Sirius, upon reaching the location, started waving his hands to attract everyone's attention. A girl was the first to notice him and began shouting that there was a pervert, calling for someone to come and help. More people came out upon hearing the scream, but Sirius managed to slowly accomplish his task amidst the commotion. Now that he had completed 1 to 3 of his mission with only 7.5 seconds left, Sirius started getting chased by some men because he was running without clothes in the city and heading towards a more crowded area. The scene shifted to Sirius's home, where Sadiel appeared at the window. Yug became tense upon seeing someone at the window. Sadiel was relieved upon seeing Aithoth and then warned them that they were in the city of the Brave Heroes Guild, so if they were caught, it could be very dangerous. Sadiel urged them to hurry up and leave. Aithoth responded that since it was almost morning, there was no need for them to hide anymore. She then ordered Sadiel to go and find Sirius. Aithoth instructed Sadiel that when the sun rose, he should let her blood fall on the ground, and she would find her way to him. Sadiel responded with a yes, and started running to find Sirius. As she ran, she wondered about what would happen to Sirius after reclaiming the essence, if humans would turn into blood. This thought made her tense. Suddenly, she heard everyone shouting something, and when she looked down from above, she was shocked to see Sirius running without clothes with some people chasing him. On the road, Sirius continued to wave his hands at others, surprising the people who were chasing him that he was still greeting people despite being pursued. His system showed that he had completed 2-3 of his mission, which made him happy as there were only a few people left to greet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large spider monster appeared and attacked the people chasing Sirius. Sirius heard the sounds of destruction and turned back to see what had happened. He was surprised to witness the scene unfolding before him. Other people, upon seeing the monster, urged everyone to evacuate the area and called for reinforcements. On the other hand, Sirius was confused about how a monster could appear at such a critical moment. Despite his confusion, he decided to confront and fight the monster. Sirius asked the system to open up, but it informed him that during the weapon return mission, he couldn't use the system as everything was reset to the initial rank F. Upon hearing this, Sirius was shocked and wondered what was going on. In the city, an announcement was made that a monster had been spotted, prompting everyone to evacuate. At the same time, it was shown that a boy named Sam had captured a piercing spider by holding its leg and was asking someone to give him a weapon. To his surprise, Sirius approached and shook hands with Sam, congratulating him. Sam furiously asked if Sirius was out of his mind for greeting during the battle, and whether the monster had knocked off his pants. Due to Sirius's incident, Sam lost his grip, and the piercing spider was about to attack him. Luckily, a hero of A rank named Kajak arrived and swiftly defeated the piercing monster, saving Sam. Kajak asked Sam if it was so difficult for C-rank heroes to defeat such small spiders. Alongside Kajak was Charlton, the vice president of the Heroes Guild, who was also present. Charlton praised Kajak, acknowledging that his actions counted as being on the battlefield. He then emphasized the need to quickly escort Kajak back. However, Kajak reassured Charlton not to worry, stating that with their security team, no monster could harm or get close to him. Suddenly, Ghana arrived, sensing Sirius's essence. Upon seeing her, everyone became tense, and Kajak immediately ordered everyone to ensure Mr. Charlton's safety. Kajak attempted to attack Ghana with his sword, but she swiftly dodged the attack, and then she touched her face to his hand, asking if that was all he wanted to get close to her. Suddenly, Kajak's hand started melting, and his entire body began to burn slowly. Kajak howled in pain, realizing the poison's effects, and warned everyone to stay back and not touch Ghana. Ghana laughed, finding humans fragile for being unable to withstand even a small amount of poison. Another hero instructed the others to take Mr. Charlton away while he would hold Ghana back. Ghana smiled and asked if he wanted to hold her, mentioning that they had underestimated her. On the other side, Cirrus was just one person away from completing his mission when another hero was burned by Ghana. Poisoning him, she remarked that the noises humans made when poisoned were truly pleasurable for her. As the hero died and his scream stopped, Ghana remarked that she hadn't heard enough screaming yet. She slowly moved towards Charlton, who began shouting for help. Cirrus arrived and demanded that Ghana leave Charlton alone. He urged Charlton to look at him, and as Charlton did, Cirrus's mission was completed and his clothes returned to him. Cirrus then asked the system to open up, and it presented him with the option to choose a card. Upon selecting a card, the system revealed that Cirrus had acquired a weapon called the Silent Divine Finger. The weapon appears to have a special ability where when Cirrus touches surrounding objects, they transform into the enemy's body and he can feel their sensations. When the enemy screams from the bottom of their heart, it triggers the activation of the silent force associated with the weapon. This ability suggests a powerful and potentially transformative aspect of the weapon in combat or strategic situations. Upon seeing Cirrus, Ghana became pleased, identifying him as the human associated with her lord, Aithoth. She ran towards him, demanding to know where he had hidden Aithoth. Cirrus responded that he would hand Aithoth over to her. Ghana replied that if that was the case, she would eliminate Cirrus first, and then locate Aithoth on her own. Cirrus locked Ghana as his target, and when Ghana attacked him, he dodged and moved away, touching the ground in the process. The moment Cirrus touched the ground, Ghana felt a strange sensation, feeling as though someone was touching her body. This sensation embarrassed her, causing her to wonder why she felt that way. She screamed in response to the touch, and her scream value reached 12%, triggering the silent force. The force inflicted significant pain on Ghana, stunning her momentarily. She covered her chest and wondered if Cirrus had indeed touched her chest just moments ago. She interpreted the sudden impact after her scream as an invisible force, likely Cirrus's ability. Though not fatal, it caused her pain, confirming her suspicion of Cirrus's capability. Ghana declared that her body and mind belonged solely to Lord Aithoth. She stated that anyone else who touched her besides Lord Aithoth would face death, and she vowed never to make such a betraying sound again. Ghana expelled all her toxins from her body and gathered them in her hand. She then informed Cirrus that she would present his charred corpse as an apology to Lord Aithoth. Cirrus became tense as Ghana launched her attack, declaring Cirrus to die in pain as the price for touching her body. Despite Cirrus managing to dodge the initial attack, Ghana continued to pursue him, attempting to grab him from the ground. At that moment, Cirrus placed his hand on the ground and rubbed it. Ghana screamed again from the intense sensation she felt in her armpit, and this time her scream value reached 43%. As a result, she was struck by a powerful force, causing her significant distress. Cirrus also wondered if the sensation was like he had just brushed against her armpit. Meanwhile, Ghana was in pain and realized that the sensation really hurt, noting that it was several times stronger than the previous one. She wondered how she ended up making a sound again when she had decided to hold back. But this time, it was her armpit that got touched. It felt so itchy, and for a moment, it brought her joy, realizing that even Cirrus was capable of triggering such sensations, much like Lord Aithoth. Ghana held the bell that Aithoth had bestowed upon her and sadly apologized, wondering what was happening to her. She questioned how Cirrus, a mere human, could dare to have thoughts similar to Aithoth. She found it disgusting because lowly humans could never compare to the nobility of Aithoth. Ghana hid herself to snap back to her senses, and once composed, she smiled and asked if now Aithoth would forgive her. On the other side, Cirrus was shocked to see Ghana hitting herself and interpreted it as a sign that she might have some mental issues. Ghana remarked to Cirrus that his attack moves were strange, and she declared that she would get serious now. She then took out her sword and prepared to attack. Seeing Ghana take out her sword, Cirrus wondered if the location where she concealed her weapon was even more peculiar. He interpreted the situation, noting that the first time it was her chest, the second time her armpit against the wall, so logically, if he calculated based on the distance ratio, her next move would likely be aimed at his back. For some reason, Cirrus started running away, prompting Ghana to chase after him, shouting why he was running now when it was too late. She jumped at Cirrus to attack, but he managed to dodge the attack. Cirrus shouted that his agility was higher than hers, and he wouldn't let her catch him off guard. Ghana responded by acknowledging she knew, then threw a spider web towards Cirrus. He became ensnared in the web and struggled to escape by moving around. Ghana stated that he wouldn't be able to break free, and now he had to die. She went in for the attack, but just then, Cirrus managed to free his hand from the spider web and touched the ground. After touching it, he wondered if he was correct, noting that the sensation he was feeling was akin to touching the inner part of her thigh. Ghana once again felt intrigued and tense due to Sirius's strange skill. This time, she put her hand over her mouth, determined not to scream. Sirius attempted to tickle her more, but she remained resolute in not making a sound under any circumstances. She succeeded, with the scream percentage only reaching 1%, indicating the force was not very strong. Ghana was relieved and happy that she managed to hold back, realizing that as long as she didn't scream, she wouldn't be vulnerable to further attacks. When Ghana looked at Sirius, she was surprised to see that he had escaped from the spiderweb and slipped away. To her surprise, Sirius responded from behind that he hadn't said he was going to slip away. Ghana smiled, considering Sirius's decision not to run away as a foolish move. She then placed something in her mouth while explaining that she had figured out all his attack moves, and the chance he had to escape just now was the only one. Now, she was determined to dominate him single-handedly. When she removed her hand from her mouth, it was revealed that she had covered her mouth with spiderweb. Her idea was that by sealing her mouth shut with spider's web, she wouldn't make any screaming sounds, rendering Sirius's attacks useless against her. Sirius asked Ghana if the spot she felt was on the inner part of her thigh, right? Upon hearing this, she became embarrassed and frustrated, thinking Sirius was a disgusting human paying such close attention to her body. Sirius understood from her silence and explained that after locking her up, he arranged everything according to the proportions of her body. He then said that next up was the battle where one side completely overwhelms the other, and he would launch a fierce attack on her body to find the sensitive spots or points that would drive her crazy. Ghana then thought that his attack had been anticipated by her, so no matter which part of her body was attacked, she wouldn't scream. Sirius rubbed his hands on the walls. Ghana knew it was coming, so she somehow endured it and didn't scream. Sirius was also surprised to see that there was no reaction at all. Meanwhile, Ghana was tense, realizing that the feeling was completely different from before and seemed to be coming from the bottom of his heart. But somehow she held back. She still talks about Lord Aithoth as if the feeling were from the bottom of her heart. But she endured it and didn't betray Aithoth. This level of pleasure still couldn't be compared to Aithoth. Sirius again rubbed his hands on the walls and then rubbed them together, asking Ghana to enjoy it. Ghana was getting seduced and wondered why the feeling directly rushed into her mind. On the other side, Charlton was noticing everything and saw that the female monster started to wriggle again, which was amazing. Charlton wondered what kind of trick it was that made the female monsters emit those moaning sounds, and he also wanted to learn that technique. On the other hand, Ghana wondered how Sirius was able to do it, as the feeling was coming from the bottom of her heart. And it's so intense, like she had never felt before. Suddenly, she noticed that the images of Lord Aithoth were starting to blur in her eyes. She became determined not to let it happen, as she must stop everything. There couldn't be such thoughts anymore because she belonged to Lord Aithoth, and she needed to compose herself. Sirius was also shocked to see that Ghana still hadn't made any screaming sounds, as it seemed the excitement wasn't enough yet. Ghana then infused all the toxins from her body into her weapon and rushed towards Sirius to attack, thinking that she wouldn't fall down easily. Seeing her approach, Sirius moved closer to the wall and rubbed his hands together, inviting Ghana to appreciate his skills. This caused Ghana to tremble again and wriggle on the ground as she endured it. She became tense, feeling overwhelmed by the intense sensation, unable to move even a bit. So she thought that she had to eliminate Sirius quickly, otherwise Lord Aithoth would disappear from her heart. With determination, she threw her sword towards Sirius to strike him down, but Sirius somehow dodged the attack. Ghana already anticipated that Sirius would dodge it, so she released the toxins from her sword when it was close to Sirius. She thought Sirius wouldn't be able to dodge the toxin in such a cramped space. And when the toxins cleared from the space, Ghana realized that at such a close distance, Sirius wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Now that his entire body was surely tainted with her toxins, there was no doubt he would perish. Suddenly, to her shock, she heard Sirius's voice saying that just like the spider web trick she used on him earlier, deceive and strike, he wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Looking up, Ghana was amazed to see that even in that situation, Sirius had managed to jump onto the rooftop. Sirius then shouted that now it's his turn, and he jumped off from the rooftop into the cramped space, rubbing both his hands on the walls from above to the ground. As Sirius descended, Ghana felt a much stronger sensation, intensifying with each passing moment. Ghana tried to hold on as the sensation was supposed to end in a few seconds, but due to the height of the walls, the sensation persisted longer than expected. She became tense, realizing it hadn't ended yet. She was thinking that everything had happened in a flash last time, so why wasn't it ending this time? She hoped for it to end soon. But now her limit was reaching its end, and finally, before screaming, she apologized to Lord Aithoth as she couldn't hold on anymore. She screamed with all her power, and Sirius's system showed that the scream value was 100% this time. Even the locket that Aithoth had bestowed upon her got broken, causing a powerful blast in the surrounding area of Ghana. In the blast, the force depleted Gana's magic energy slowly until her magic value reached 0. She transformed into a mini spider. Sirius's system returned the weapon, indicating that the enemy had been defeated, so it was retrieved. Sirius walked towards Gana and picked her up in his hand. His system showed that Gana's favorability towards him was 100%. Sirius's system indicated that a passive conquest had been unlocked, and after defeating the boss, he would obtain the boss's exclusive skill. So the skill Sirius acquired was Toxic Fusion, which allowed him to attach potent poisons to weapons. Sirius wondered if he could also attach poisons from within his own body onto weapons. The scene shifted to Sadiel, where she used her blood to summon Aithoth. As her blood dropped on the ground, Aithoth disappeared from the room, stunning Yug as he witnessed it. Upon being summoned, Aithoth appeared in his human form. From now on in the story, we will refer to him as a man. Aithoth asked Sadiel where Sirius was. Tensely, Sadiel responded with an apology, admitting that she had lost track of Sirius. Hearing this, Aithoth was stunned. He explained that the human body he inhabited was originally her heart, and if he didn't retrieve it, he would become a powerless human again at night. Despite this revelation, Sadiel confirmed that she had indeed lost track of Sirius. Suddenly, Aithoth heard distant sounds from the city and sensed that it was the power of the system. Without hesitation, he flew towards that area. Sadiel watched tensely as he departed. The scene returns to Sirius, where his system shows that he unlocked a new skill called Placement, allowing him to teleport conquered monsters back to their home. As Sirius uttered Placement, Gana disappeared from his hand and teleported to Yug's room. Yug was confused when something hit her head, and upon seeing it was a spider, she reacted with surprise. On Sirius's side, Aithoth suddenly grabbed him, and before Sirius could react, Aithoth captured him by locking his head. Aithoth then stared at Sirius, expressing disappointment that Sirius had promised to save him but fled midway, which greatly angered him. Seeing Aithoth in his human form, Sirius became certain that Aithoth was indeed a man and the entity who had deceived him about the curse. Aithoth responded affirmatively. Sirius then asked Aithoth what he wanted now. Aithoth asked Sirius to continue fulfilling his unfulfilled promise. Sirius responded that he had no interest in men. Aithoth then changed his appearance and asked Sirius how about now. Sirius tensely turned his face back and was shocked to see Aithoth had transformed into a character resembling a girl wearing a cat-themed dress. Aithoth even said, "Meow," asking if now Sirius would be interested. Sirius vehemently denied and shouted that no matter what form Aithoth took, he still wouldn't be interested because he didn't like men. Sirius attempted to punch Aithoth, but Aithoth blocked it by grabbing his fist and twisted it slightly, causing Sirius pain. Aithoth persisted, mentioning how humans were often interested in things like cat ears and black stockings, suggesting they could have fun together. However, despite his efforts, he was rejected, which saddened him deeply. He hinted that he might have to resort to more drastic measures. Aithoth licked Sirius's finger, which stunned him. Tensely, Sirius asked Aithoth if he was serious, instructing him not to lick. Aithoth expressed happiness at the taste of Sirius's finger licking. Sirius attempted to run away, but Aithoth stopped him with his power, asserting that Sirius couldn't escape no matter what he tried. Aithoth then flew into the air, mentioning that he had already surpassed the system's level long ago. So, if Sirius wanted to run away, Aithoth encouraged him to do so as much as he wanted, because in the end it would lead to the same outcome. Aithoth then asked Sirius if he would try to lock him down and boost his own speed. Sirius responded that he didn't want to use the system to target men, as that would cross a moral boundary for him as a human being. Soon after, Aithoth lifted Sirius's body upwards and jumped over him, stating that the blood in Sirius's veins was his antidote, and implying that Sirius had always desired him. Aithoth also told Sirius that if he behaved and followed his lead, he would cure him. Furious, Sirius responded to Aithoth that if the only way to obtain the blood of the demon god for the antidote was to do it with him, then he would rather let his body melt and decay, as he would never engage in such acts with a man. Aithoth became furious when Sirius resisted him, and he prepared to attack, stating that Sirius was not obedient and needed to be disciplined. He threatened to force himself into Sirius's body, claiming that Sirius would beg for it. Aithoth then touched Sirius's back, intending to return Sirius's power, system, and heart to their original master's body. To his surprise, his magic didn't work and disappeared instead. Confused, Aithoth wondered what had happened and why his magic had failed. Sirius's system indicated that it refused to return, rendering all of Aithoth's attacks against Sirius useless. Following this, Sirius's system asked him if he wanted to sacrifice 50% of his life for a chance to defeat Aithoth. Sirius furiously responded, questioning if the system was truly dumb because in the current situation, the answer was definitely yes. The system explained that when Sirius locked onto Aithoth as a target, it would trigger Aithoth's Spear of Oblivion. Afterward, Aithoth would be fully absorbed by Sirius, and the poison could be completely detoxified. Sirius's life countdown reduced to only 50 days. On the other hand, Aithoth was stunned to see that the system had actually refused to return to his body, which was unbelievable for him. Ceres also realized that as long as he could see Aithoth within 10 meters, he could lock onto him. But before Ceres could lock on, Aithoth used her power and red smoke enveloped the surroundings of Ceres. Ceres was stunned to see it and wondered if the red smoke was Aithoth's doing. The thickness of the smoke was so dense that Ceres couldn't open his eyes. At that moment, Aithoth cut a slice in his hand, causing an automatic cut to appear on Sadiel's hand. Seeing this, she became tense and wondered what was happening. Within seconds, Aithoth teleported to her location. Upon reaching there, Aithoth was sweating and tense, realizing he had narrowly escaped and was now safe. He was furious that the system had rejected to return to him, feeling betrayed. Seeing Aithoth in this state, Sadiel was confused and wondered what had happened. Aithoth also realized that his location was likely locked by the system. On the other side, Ceres was surprised to see that the system had locked Aithoth's location, but he was also stunned to see that Aithoth had managed to move so far in an instant. Sadiel asked Aithoth tensely if he was sweating because he had been injured. Aithoth responded that no one else in the city could harm him, and since she had drunk his blood, their bodies were resonating with each other. He explained that if he were to be injured, the harm would transfer to her first. Hearing this, Sadiel became tense. However, she first asked about Ceres, inquiring if Aithoth had been able to take care of him. Aithoth responded with a no, indicating that now all his attacks would be useless against Ceres. Sadiel reacted differently and asked Aithoth if what he was saying was true. Aithoth, in turn, asked her if she was happy that Ceres was still alive. Sadiel responded with a no, expressing her dislike for Ceres, and suggested that if Aithoth couldn't harm Ceres, they should return to the dungeon. Aithoth responded with enthusiasm, saying no, as he had been with the system for thousands of years and knew it well. He acknowledged that his attacks were rendered useless against Ceres, but he noted that pleasure didn't fall under the category of attacks. Therefore, he believed he could still bring Ceres pleasure until it led to his demise. Aithoth explained that the system had difficulty selecting a host with a compatible symbiotic body, so once Ceres died, the system would only be able to choose him. He added that once he turned back into a human, the system wouldn't be able to locate his location. Aithoth then ordered Sadiel to go and find Ceres again during the nighttime. Aithoth asks Sadiel whether she has learned the transformation magic yet. Sadiel responds with a yes, so Aithoth asks her to try it on him. While Sadiel was performing her transformation magic on him, he shared that at night he would lose all his magic, so he had to rely on her to maintain his transformation. After the transformation, Aithoth turned into a girl character again. Aithoth was happy because it wasn't bad, and with the transformation, Ceres wouldn't be able to recognize him. He also assured her that humans always like to do things like heroes saving beauties, so let Ceres play the hero once. Then he could make a reasonable move and find an opportunity to push Ceres over. Sadiel confusingly asks Aithoth if he could really wipe out Ceres in a pleasurable way. Aithoth responds with a yes and asks her how she thinks he died. This implies that Aithoth also died due to a girl giving him pleasure. And whenever Aithoth remembered that he was abandoned by the system, he would become very furious, shouting and asking why the system rejected him. He couldn't understand what was so good about Ceres. On the other side, Ceres was wondering that he only had 50 days left to live. As long as he found Aithoth within that time period, he could cure himself and survive. Since time was of the essence, he needed to hurry. Suddenly, his heart started acting abnormally again, and Ceres realized that the poison in his body was acting up. This time, it affected his feet, as he felt a burning sensation in his little toe. He fell to the ground, howling in pain, and slowly fainted. Seeing this, Charlton ran towards Ceres, wondering what had happened. The scene then shifted to some time later when Ceres woke up and saw that he was in a hospital. Even the ward boy, seeing him awake, got happy and shouted to his underling to go and inform Mr. Charlton about this. Ceres asked the ward boy who had brought him to the hospital. The ward boy responded that it was Mr. Charlton, the vice president of the guild, who brought him there. Hearing this, Ceres was surprised. Just then, Charlton entered the room. Charlton then asked Ceres if he remembered saving his life, the fat guy who was surrounded by a big piercing spider. Ceres recalled the face and responded with a yes. Then Ceres asked how long he had been unconscious. Charlton responded that he had been unconscious for 13 hours. Hearing this, Ceres was shocked and asked if it was really that long, as it seemed his body had been drained from fighting for so long. Mr. Charlton apologized for his impatience and oversight, expressing hope that he hadn't disturbed Ceres further. Seeing Charlton's sincerity, Ceres asked if there was something the vice president needed from him. Charlton responded that he had witnessed Ceres' battle with the female spider monster and was impressed by his exceptional magic. Ceres then asked what the vice president wanted. Charlton shared that as men grow older, some abilities tend to decline and they lose interest in certain things. However, he saw Sirius's battle and found it very impressive and intriguing. He expressed that if he could learn Sirius's abilities, it would surely rejuvenate him and help him escape the suffering of the past 10 years. Sirius still didn't understand what the vice president actually wanted to say. Charlton pleaded with Sirius to teach him the magic and accept him as his disciple. Sirius was shocked to hear that the vice president of the Adventurers Guild wanted to be his disciple. Sirius thought that if he became Charlton's master, their relationship could leverage the Heroes Guild resources to locate Aithoth, which would certainly be helpful. However, he soon realized that it was a system ability, so he wondered how he could teach Charlton this skill. Sirius then asked Charlton if he could accept that his magic was very difficult. Charlton responded that no matter how hard it was, he had to try because, as the saying goes, the master teaches the way, but the effort is up to the individual. He promised to give his best to learn it, even if it cost him his life. Sirius told Charlton that the magic he witnessed needed to be practiced starting from the fingertips. Charlton suddenly bowed down in front of Sirius and earnestly asked him to accept him as his disciple. He also said to Sirius that this news must not be spread around. After all, he was still the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Sirius responded that as his master, he understood. Suddenly at the door, Charlton's secretary Daisy came and said she had something to inform him. Charlton asked her to come in. She then showed him the warrant stating that Sirius had been convicted of desertion and sentenced to death. Sirius asked in confusion, "What? Why?" Daisy responded, "The document shows that Sirius disobeyed the captain's orders in the Cyrus squad, ran away without permission, which led to the mission's failure." Charlton turned to Sirius and said, "The matter is quite serious, but he will try to handle it as Sirius was his master." Sirius reassured Charlton that he didn't run away, as he had stayed to take care of the dungeon boss, Nay. Daisy responded that she had found information about the squad's retreat and mentioned that he, an F rank, Bella, a C rank, and Mark, a B rank, had all defeated an S rank monster. She found this achievement unbelievable for them. Sirius asked Daisy to send someone to confirm his statement. Daisy responded that the dungeon was currently empty as she had already sent someone. However, she added that during the investigation, he would need to be detained to prevent any potential escape issues. Charlton interrupted Daisy and told her there was no need for detention as he trusted Sirius's words. Daisy responded that it was against the rules. Charlton then said that if that was the case, he would take on the responsibility of supervising Sirius during the investigation process. Daisy informed Charlton that he needed to attend the guild's appreciation banquet that evening. Charlton asked her to let Sirius accompany him. Daisy once again urged Charlton to reconsider, emphasizing the banquet's high importance. Charlton thought for a moment and then told Sirius that it was decided he would not disturb him for the rest of the day and would come later at night to pick him up for the banquet. Sirius responded with an okay. When they both left, Sirius felt relieved, and then Sirius thought of checking Aithoth's location. Once he was ready, he planned to set out to find Aithoth. When Sirius opened the system panel, he was surprised to see that Aithoth hadn't left the city. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to realize that Aithoth was very close to him. When Sirius thought about it seriously, he was shocked to realize that Aithoth was none other than at his home. He tensely ran back to his house, and upon entering, he found that there was no one in sight. As he went further inside, he discovered that Ghana was still there, but Yug was nowhere to be found in the house. So Sirius interpreted that Yug had been captured by Aithoth. The scene shifted to Aithoth and Yug, where Yug was confused and tensely asked where she was. Aithoth smiled and responded that they were at the auction venue for monsters and humans. Sirius was running towards the place where Aithoth's signal was showing, and he noticed that it had already been half an hour since he hadn't moved, indicating that he was very close to him. Suddenly, the marker showing Aithoth's location disappeared, and Sirius realized that he would be unable to track Aithoth at night. As Sirius moved further, he was attacked by someone, but he easily dodged the attack and wondered who was now targeting him. The person's name was Raka, and he explained that it was the territory of the Star Cavalry. He warned Sirius that intruders, whether heroes or monsters, would be dealt with mercilessly. Upon hearing the term Star Cavalry, Sirius wondered if they were the bandits known for thriving on kidnapping. They all prepared to fight Sirius, with Raka mentioning that the female monsters and women in the prison were likely baits released to lure them out. He also warned that there might be other heroes lurking nearby. They decided to capture Sirius and interrogate him. Sirius wondered if the female monsters they mentioned were Yug. He thought it was the perfect opportunity to ask them if they had seen a perverted male monster in the area. Suddenly, his system showed a reminder that the weapon return mission would begin in 2 minutes. Sirius felt tense because if he entered the weapon return mission, his stats would revert to their initial state of F rank. Therefore, he decided to finish off the situation quickly within the remaining 2 minutes. The scene shifted to Yug, who was trying to free herself from handcuffs, but couldn't due to a restraining magic on them. She also shared that without the nourishment of a male, her body became too weak. She wondered if she should return to where her master lived. Azathoth asked Yug if, being a monster, she didn't want to return to the dungeon. Yug responded that as a Linglang lizard, she naturally relied on the essence of males. She chose a stronger guy and preferred human dens over monster caves, adding that the wine in the bottle was extremely delicious. Suddenly, to both Yug and Azathoth's surprise, there was a blast in the wall, and a boy was thrown into the room. Ceres arrived there, relieved that everything had ended within the 2-minute time frame he had. Ceres then said that if they had handed him the keys sooner, they wouldn't have ended up getting a beating. Just then, his system showed him the weapon return mission, which required him to slap someone's buttocks 10 times until they made a sound. The countdown was set for 60 minutes. Hearing about the mission, Ceres tensely approached the person he had beaten and asked if he could still scream. However, it was too late. The boy had already fainted. Ceres realized that he shouldn't have hit so hard. Azathoth asked Ceres to save them, but Ceres hesitated, realizing they were in the outskirts where monsters could appear at any time. Without the power of the system, it was very dangerous. He decided to focus on completing the mission first. He unlocks Yug's handcuffs and slaps her on the buttocks, causing her to scream. Seductively, she asks what he is doing. Ceres responds that to ensure their safe departure from the place, he needs to spank her butt, so please don't resist. Azathoth smiles and thinks to himself that Ceres definitely wasn't a good guy. Dealing with this kind of person, all he needed to do was flirt with him a bit. Ceres would fall for it. Azathoth couldn't believe Ceres would come up with such an absurd excuse just to take advantage of her. Azathoth, now a girl in front of Ceres, asks him to unlock her too. She assures him that as long as he saves her, she doesn't mind if he spanks her, and she is even willing to offer herself to him. So Ceres agreed, but the moment he unlocked the handcuffs, Azathoth jumped towards him and hugged him, crying. She told him that she had been violently kidnapped and brought there. She was so scared because they had threatened to sell her to goblins. Azathoth also told Ceres that now that he had rescued her, she would be all his. The moment she said that, Ceres spanked Azathoth's buttocks, but she didn't scream. Seeing this, Ceres tensely asked why she was not making a sound. Azathoth gets close to Ceres and strangely asks him to do it again. Ceres tensely considers denying her request, but before he can respond, his system shows that because Azathoth didn't make a sound, he had been frozen for 5 minutes. When Ceres falls to the ground, frozen, Yug crawls towards him and holds his head, expressing that she feels very uncomfortable and urgently needs his body essence and blood. Otherwise, she might collapse and die. But Ceres was fully frozen by then, and even his eyes were starting to close. Somehow, he managed to open his eyes and saw Yug kissing his neck. Seeing this, Azathoth got angry and shouted at Yug, calling her a shameless wizard for making a move while she wasn't looking. Azathoth moved to slap Yug, but before she could, Yug captured Azathoth in her tail. Yug responded that Ceres was her master, not Azathoth, and besides, she was the one who arrived first. Azathoth became furious, but was unable to do anything, and wondered that if it were daytime, he could have easily removed Yug away. So Azathoth decided to forget about the situation, realizing that the priority was to reclaim the system rather than argue with Yug. Azathoth then suggested a 3-way romance and got very close to Ceres. Seeing this, Ceres wondered whether Azathoth was truly being held against her will, questioning why she felt compelled to engage in such actions with him. Meanwhile, Sadiel sat at the top of the room, observing everything and pondering whether Azathoth genuinely desired this interaction with Ceres. Feeling the sensations in his body as though they were shared with her own, Azathoth shared that it had been a very long time since she had played like that. The more Azathoth continued, Sadiel felt the same intense feelings and became increasingly seduced. Here, Azathoth asked Ceres to slowly bend his hand and apply a bit of pressure, which caused Sadiel to experience even more intense sensations. She noticed her body starting to feel numb and getting goosebumps all over. Azathoth then reaches for Ceres' main part, causing Ceres to tense up and hope she wouldn't touch that area. Meanwhile, Sadiel began to feel as though she was holding something in her hands. Suddenly feeling the grip, Ceres recognizes it as familiar, and upon closer inspection, realizes it's none other than Sadiel. Seeing Ceres furious, Azathoth wonders why the look in Ceres' eyes had changed. Azathoth realizes that it's the technique he used inadvertently, which means he has been exposed. Tensely, Azathoth calls out to Sadiel. Upon Sadiel's arrival, Yug senses danger and transforms into her small form, running towards Ceres and asking for protection. Azathoth asks Sadiel to quickly take him away since he has been exposed. Sadiel agrees and prepares to act. Ceres was stunned to see that Azathoth had actually transformed into a girl to get close to him, and he realized he was lucky to have figured it out. However, since he couldn't use the system's abilities, there was no way for him to chase after Azathoth. By the time Ceres recovered from being frozen, Azathoth had already run away far ahead. Ceres decided to focus on completing his mission first, planning to pursue Aithoth once he regained access to the system. However, in the future, especially at nighttime, he resolved to be cautious of anyone of the opposite sex who approached him. The scene then shifted to a Z security gate where Daisy, Cyrus, and his teammates were waiting for Cirrus. Upon seeing them, Cirrus became confused as to why they were there. Cyrus came close to Cyrus and showed him the warrant, stating that he was being arrested for desertion and needed to come with them. To Cyrus's surprise, Daisy intervened and explained that she was Vice President Charlton's secretary. She informed them that they had investigated the new dungeon and found it empty, contradicting the accusation against Ceres. She also shared that the process of revocation had already begun, so they couldn't arrest Ceres now. She explained that Cirrus was scheduled to attend the guild's appreciation banquet later. Meanwhile, Cirrus was counting the number of members Cyrus had with him. But suddenly, Cyrus furiously slapped Daisy, shouting that she was clearly lying because only captains of A rank and above were allowed to attend the appreciation banquet. He accused her of falsely claiming to be the vice president's secretary. Cyrus also yelled that he was the president himself and ordered her to get lost. Cyrus then threatened Daisy, saying if she continued causing trouble, he would throw her into the interrogation room with Cirrus. Cirrus told Daisy to go and ask the vice president for authorization and to bring the revocation notice to rescue him, as he believed Charlton would surely help. Ceres also asked if she could do it in 20 minutes. Daisy responded that 10 minutes would be enough. Cirrus praised her for that and said he would make them apologize by punishing them severely. The scene then shifted to the interrogation room, where everyone stood surrounding Cirrus. Cyrus asked Cirrus if he remembered how his right hand got injured. Cirrus remained silent, not responding. Cyrus reiterated that he had bravely led his team into battle against the monster Nay. However, Cirrus had attacked him from behind to escape, which gave Nye an opportunity to attack, resulting in the deaths of most of his team members. Cyrus explained that he sacrificed his right hand to save the lives of the remaining team members. Cyrus then furiously asks Cirrus whether a coward like him deserves to live or die. Ceres responds that a coward who runs away when facing the enemy deserves to die like an animal. Hearing this, Cyrus becomes furious because he realizes Cirrus is implying that he himself is a coward. Cyrus asks his teammate to bring the hammer to the table. At that moment, Cirrus was wondering that 10 minutes had already passed, which meant the secretary should arrive soon. However, the problem was that he still didn't have access to the system, so he had to endure the situation for the time being. Suddenly, to his surprise, Yug calls to Ceres. Confused, Cirrus asks what she means. Yug explains that Cyrus couldn't harm him because she had absorbed some of his blood essence, which had restored a bit of her magic power. This was more than enough to endure human torture. She also makes a deal that after they get back home, he would have to repay her twofold. Suddenly, Cyrus hits the hammer on the table near Cirrus's hand, making Cirrus tense. Cyrus asks Cirrus to pick a finger they should start with, or if he prefers, Cyrus will choose one for him. Just as Cyrus is about to strike, one of his teammates interrupts, saying it's not a good time because the vice president's secretary has arrived with the revocation notice for Cirrus. Seeing the notice, everyone became tense and found it hard to believe that the girl was truly the secretary of the vice president. Even Cyrus was shocked and wondered how an F-rank hero could possibly have contact with someone at the vice president's level. So one of the boys asked if they should release Ceres, as using torture after receiving a revocation notice was illegal. Everyone prepared to release Ceres, but Cyrus told them to stop and asked them to bring the notice back to him after half an hour. As he hadn't received any revocation notice yet, Cyrus claimed he didn't know anything about it. Ceres became furious at Cyrus's actions, while Cyrus, with a determined expression, shouted that Ceres must pay the price. Outside of the interrogation room, Cyrus's teammates shared that their captain hadn't come out yet and they didn't have permission to go in. Daisy asked them to step aside as she would go in by herself and show the revocation notice. He responded to Daisy again, stating that it was the interrogation room and she didn't have the right to come and go as she pleased. Inside the room, Cyrus hit Cirrus's hands with the hammer, but to his surprise, Cirrus sustained no injuries from the blows. So Cyrus wondered what had happened, as there were no broken bones, no bloodshed, and not even a scratch on Cirrus's skin. Outside, Daisy was arguing with the guard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Charlton arrived and asked the guard if he had the right to enter the room. Seeing this, the guard became tense and moved away from the door. Charlton kicked the door open, and upon entering, he saw Cyrus about to hit Cirrus with a hammer. Cyrus was stunned and tensely asked why the vice president was there. Charlton showed the notice and explained that it was the revocation notice for Cirrus's arrest warrant, instructing them to release Cirrus immediately. Cyrus tensely dropped the hammer and agreed to release Cirrus. Then they released Ceres, and Charlton explained that as a captain, Cyrus had abused his power by torturing a subordinate. Charlton warned that if the matter was investigated, Cyrus would likely be stripped of his captaincy at minimum. Cyrus, feeling scared, responded that he hadn't received the revocation notice, which was why he had taken action. Cyrus also mentioned that his teammates could testify for him, but surprisingly, none dared to do so because they didn't want to offend the vice president. Charlton furiously asked what Cyrus had to say now, leaving Cyrus speechless. Cyrus was also wondering what to do next, considering he could only go and ask his brother for help. Ceres stood up and said he could testify that Cyrus hadn't seen the revocation notice, and he wouldn't pursue the matter of Cyrus arresting him. Ceres then insisted that Cyrus and the others should bow and apologize to the secretary. Confused, the secretary wondered what Ceres was doing. The scene then shifted to a few minutes later, where everyone from the Crusade Squad was bowing down in front of Daisy. Ceres stood with a stick in his hand. Everyone apologized to Daisy, while Ceres furiously remarked that they dared to treat such a beautiful secretary rudely, and then started hitting everyone in their butt with sticks. When everyone was screaming in pain, Daisy, seeing it, was blushing and smiling, thinking about Ceres. They all shouted that they were wrong and wouldn't dare to do it again. With that, Ceres's mission was complete, so he informed Cyrus that the issue between Cyrus and Daisy was resolved. Hearing this, Cyrus tensely asked what Ceres meant. Ceres furiously grabbed Cyrus's hand and demanded that they settle their matter now. Cyrus tensely asked Ceres if he wasn't saying that he wouldn't pursue the matter of the arrest. Ceres angrily replied that it was about Cyrus hitting his hand with a hammer, and as he said this, he tightened his grip on Cyrus. Due to this, Cyrus starts howling in pain and was asking sorry from Ceres if he wouldn't do it again and forgive him. Ceres responds with an okay and breaks Cyrus's hand by hitting it on the knee. With that, Cyrus's left hand also got broken from the middle. His teammates started getting scared and tensely asked whether he was okay. Ceres also said that now he was forgiving Cyrus. Charlton informs Ceres that Daisy would take him to the banquet, as Charlton needed to meet with an envoy from the Holy See first. Ceres, confused, asks what the Holy See is. Charlton explains that they had established the church with a mission to eliminate all evil thoughts from the world. They possess unparalleled purification magic capable of eliminating any toxins from the body. The scene shifted to an appreciation banquet hall where the saintess named Mia of the Holy See was arriving at the party with Charlton. Upon seeing Mia, two boys started talking about her because her dress was so revealing. They wondered if it was a bit inappropriate for a saintess to dress like that. Suddenly, Mia stopped and stared at them. They were stunned, realizing that Mia had heard them. Mia then said that their doctrine was to eliminate all evil thoughts in the world. She explained that to eliminate evil thoughts, one must fully understand them, which is why people in their Holy See dress like that. She then asked the boys not to look at her with their filthy eyes. Hearing this, Charlton became furious and ordered the guard to slap them 10 times. Upon hearing this, they immediately started apologizing. Mia intervened and told Charlton that there was no need for that. She explained that if they punished those two guys, then everyone in the hall would need to be punished, except for the president. Charlton was stunned and asked how he was different from the others. Mia responded to Charlton, saying that while his mind was in turmoil, his body didn't react much, unlike the others who reacted strongly and had a surge of evil thoughts. Hearing this, Charlton got embarrassed and responded that he was a person of pure heart, so he had some self-control. Everyone started murmuring and discussing that they had heard the vice president was impotent. The scene shifted to outside of that hall, where Daisy and Ceres arrived. Daisy shared that this was the venue they needed to come to, so they should go inside. While entering, Ceres asked whether the purification magic of the Holy See was powerful. Daisy responded affirmatively, saying it was their unique magic. She explained that from lost limbs to illness to severe poisoning, they could heal everything. She also mentioned that being a hero was a high-risk profession, and every region's hero guild wanted to join them, but they had all been rejected. She shared that they didn't use their magic easily, even if someone needed help, all because of their evil thoughts. Ceres wondered if they might be able to cure his poison, so he decided he had to go and find them soon. Upon entering the hall, Ceres saw many people gathered in one place, so he asked Daisy about it. Daisy responded that she didn't know what was happening. Charlton then arrived and explained that the Saintess was testing their eligibility to collaborate with the Holy See. He also mentioned that if someone passed the test, collaboration would be possible, and their hero guild from Zone Z would gain significant strength. The scene then shifted to Mia, who pointed towards something and explained that it was the treasure of their Holy See, the Sacred Evil Heart. Once someone was inside, the gemstones would reveal the level of evil thoughts in that person's heart. The possibility of collaborating with their Holy See depended on the purity of someone's heart, and none from the Heroes Guild from other regions had made it through. So everyone started questioning what was inside and how they would measure it. Mia responded that if they wanted to find out, they should go inside and give it a try. Suddenly, a boy named Logan, the captain of Team 7, stepped forward and declared that he would give it a shot because he had a pure heart and had never done anything shameful. As he walked towards the test, Mia smiled. Upon entering inside, Logan was stunned to see a Catwoman, which was his weakness. He felt embarrassed seeing her magnificent attributes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she came very close to him. He tensed up and wondered when she took the initiative to come so close to him. She just said meow, and he got seduced, saying that she was quite magnificent and he wanted to pet her. The Catwoman asked what he wanted to play. Logan responded that he wanted to play with her magnificent features. She asked him to stop, as it was disgusting, and threw Logan out of the tent. Upon getting out, he was howling in pain because he had hurt his chin. On the gemstone, it displayed 88% evilness. Mia was stunned to see this, realizing that Logan was definitely a person with many impure thoughts. Others also became tense upon seeing the high percentage of evil thoughts, indicating that there was something dangerous inside that tent. Another boy named Owen, the captain of Team 6, stepped forward and declared that he would go and check it out, confident that he could handle whatever was inside. However, he too was soon kicked out, and it was revealed on the gemstone that Owen had 92% evil thoughts. Similarly, many people came forward claiming they could handle it, but everyone's evil thought percentage was above 80%. Mia thought it was a waste of her time, because not a single person had a percentage below 80%. They were all morally compromised inside. She believed that no one would be able to pass the test. At that moment, Siri stepped forward and announced that it was his turn now. Mia felt relieved, knowing he was the last person to take the test. As Sirius entered, he was confused to find a Catwoman inside. The Catwoman came close to Sirius and asked him what he wanted to do. To her surprise, Sirius put his hand on her face and pushed her back, stating that he didn't appreciate another woman approaching him proactively. Actually, deep down, Sirius was thinking that he must be cautious, as there was a high chance it was Aithoth again. Even the Catwoman was stunned and remarked that he was the first man to reject her proactively. Outside the tent, Mia was stunned to see 0% on the gemstone, as it was the first time she had seen someone achieve such purity. The person seemed as calm as water. Inside, Sirius was cautious, still unsure of the identity. He asked the system to get started to confirm. Sirius's system asked him if he wanted to lock onto the enemy and use Aithoth's Spear of Oblivion. Sirius felt tense because he knew he only had one chance. If he messed up and faced Aithoth again, he would be doomed. On the other hand, the Catwoman was puzzled. It was the first time she had been rejected by a man, and he had even pushed her away. She also noticed that he was staring at her intently, yet there was no trace of evil thoughts, and he seemed somewhat hostile towards her. The Catwoman started biting her finger, frustrated that Sirius's rejection was more annoying than those who just covered her body, seeing it as a rejection of her charm. Determined, she decided to find a way to make Sirius's heart race. On the other hand, Sirius was thinking that he needed to find an opportunity to check if she had any malicious traits. Suddenly, she jumped towards Sirius, shaking her chest in an attempt to seduce him, and said not to look at her with such hostility, suggesting that a warm, soft hug could help them connect. But when she moved close to hug him, Sirius dodged her and stepped away. Seeing this, the Catwoman became frustrated as she was rejected again. Undeterred, she ran towards him again to hug him, but this time he sidestepped her. As she jumped into the air, hoping Sirius would feel her softness, he avoided her once more. Sirius thought the angle would be appropriate to check if there was anything underneath her clothing. He moved in the opposite direction of the Catwoman to get a clearer view. As he approached, his eyes fell on her magnificent chest, causing him to blush involuntarily. However, he remained determined to check for any hidden traits first. The Catwoman also noticed that even as Sirius dodged her, he continued to stare intently at her chest. After avoiding her, he stopped moving, and she also remained in place, pondering why Sirius had no evil thoughts. Sirius also felt tense because he couldn't seem to look away from the Catwoman's magnificent chest. She then asked why he was staring at her chest just like everyone else, and why his body reacted too, but there wasn't a trace of evil thoughts in his heart. She shouted again, demanding to know why he was so calm. Sirius calmly responded that it was because he was an upright person. He didn't have any lewd thoughts about her body. He explained that breasts were natural in their world, providing milk and nutrients for growth and survival. Sirius looked at her chest with a heart full of gratitude. Hearing his explanation, she became happy and blushed. She felt a strong, dazzling light emanating from Sirius and believed that he was originally that kind of person. Finally, she imagined herself as small in front of him, realizing there was a significant gap between them. The Catwoman told Sirius that he had passed the test and could leave now. Upon hearing this, Sirius wondered if she was genuinely letting him go, and if she truly wasn't Aithoth. He happily bid her goodbye and left. As Sirius left, the Catwoman wondered if her training was not sufficient, which was why she couldn't seduce him. Meanwhile, in the hall, everyone was discussing how Sirius could achieve 0% evil thoughts, as they believed there was no way a man could lack interest in a Catwoman. Mia shared that it was her first time seeing someone with a completely pure heart. With hesitation, Sirius asked if he had passed the test and if she could use purification magic on him to remove the poison. Mia responded affirmatively and asked everyone else to leave. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Mia and Sirius were alone in the hall. Mia told him that she was going to detox him now and asked him to lie down. After lying down, Sirius asked if he needed to do anything else. Mia replied, instructing him not to move. She then explained that their purification magic was bestowed upon them by the Holy Sea, and each person had a specific part of their body for performing magic. Mia took out her right foot and revealed that her purification magic was in her feet, using stepping motions to perform the magic. Mia then shared that while she was using the purification magic, Cirrus must not harbor any evil thoughts, as it would gradually diminish the effectiveness of the magic. Tensely, Cirrus asked if those evil thoughts referred only to him. Mia responded affirmatively, explaining that since she became a saintess of the Holy See, her desires were taken away. She asked Cirrus to relax completely, assuring him that she would proceed from top to bottom to assess his physical condition, as it was a necessary part of the process, so Mia could treat his body more accurately. Cirrus agreed. Mia began moving her feet around his hand, adjusting and performing her purification magic. Seeing this, Cirrus thought she might be trying to use her foot to reposition his hand, so he tried to help by moving it himself. In response, Mia shouted at him to not move and assured him she would handle it herself. Mia emphasized that any movement from Cirrus could affect her ability to cast the magic effectively. She then mentioned feeling cramped in the chair and requested to use his face for support. Placing her feet on his face, she carefully moved her left foot towards his hand. Mia then announced that she was beginning the magic, and the moment she lifted her foot, Cirrus felt pressure on his face. Suddenly, to his surprise, he found himself floating on water and wondered where he was. Out of nowhere, a foot descended from above and pressed against him. Cirrus tensed up as the weight was substantial, so he pushed the foot back with his strength. In reality, Mia's foot was pushed away in the air. She asked Cirrus to relax and not resist her foot, explaining that it was part of the healing process. Mia also explained that she was using her purification magic to project his consciousness into a specific part of his body. She assured him that she would bring him out of the water and his fingers would be healed. Cirrus responded that he understood and was ready. When she placed her foot again, Cirrus was prepared. As the foot approached him, he jumped and grabbed onto the toes, hanging in the air. Mia explained that she would pull him out in one go, but Cirrus was caught by something under the water. He informed Mia that something below was entangling him. Mia responded that those were the poisons in his body. She then pulled him and asked him to grab onto her foot. He tried, but couldn't get a good grip, so he considered tearing her dress to get a better hold. Mia noticed and remarked that Cirrus's action was very rude. Despite this, Cirrus held onto her foot tightly as she pulled him away from the roots of poison. He realized that despite her firm grip, he felt no pain. Instead, he felt surprisingly comfortable. Suddenly, Cirrus felt his little finger getting very warm. As soon as he was pulled from the water, he saw in real life that his little finger had returned. Opening his eyes, he witnessed his finger regenerating, confirming that it was indeed working. Then Mia mentioned that she could sense another remnant and asked Cirrus to take off his shoes. Just like before, his foot's limb was also restored. Cirrus was amazed by the power of purification magic. Mia then explained that she needed to change direction now that she had located the poison in his body. She placed a chair between his legs and asked him to lie down without moving, emphasizing they needed to work together to detoxify it. She then puts her foot on his private part because it's the source of the poison. The moment she puts her foot, Cirrus is stunned due to pain and wonders whether it is really there. In the imaginary life, she was pushing Cirrus inside the water, saying that she would send him down and he needed to pull the poison to the surface, and it would disappear, and his body would be detoxified. Cirrus responded furiously that he couldn't breathe underwater. Mia reassured him not to panic, and then wrapped both legs around him, explaining that this would help him expel all the poison by continuously strengthening his power. Suddenly, Cirrus noticed that he was growing larger. As he reached the depths of the sea, he saw red roots emerging from the bottom. He asked if these were the poison in his body. With determination, Cirrus moved towards the roots of poison to pull them out. Whereas here in real life, Mia's body starts feeling very strange. On the other hand, the Cirrus system shows that there was 1% of locked favorability, which means somehow Cirrus locked Mia as her target, and now Mia was going to be seduced like others. So what do you guys think, whether she would be able to detoxify him, or her evil thoughts and desires would arise somehow? And lastly, Cirrus had to fight with Aithoth without his will to cure his body's poison. We pick up the story right when the poison detoxification process is underway, and suddenly the system locks Mia as the target, making her body feel pretty nutty. Right on cue, the poison surrounding our boy began to dissipate after Mia successfully activated the shield. She advises him that since the shield is up, he should swim down and try to break down the poison in his body. Cirrus starts diving deeper into this spiritual world, heading toward the core of the poison. The tentacles are getting demolished as soon as they touch the shield, so he's making good progress. He should reach the poison's source soon. However, despite swimming for what feels like a long time, Cirrus realizes he hasn't gotten any closer. Even though he's covered a significant distance, the source still seems far away. That's when Mia explains that you can't use real-world distance to judge how far you are in body consciousness. So, even if the source looks close, it's actually not. Meanwhile, Mia continues to rub her feet anxiously to keep the shield up, but she's worried she might exhaust herself at this rate. Not only that, she's feeling a strange sense of joy spreading from her feet. Well, we can understand why she's feeling this way, because the system has been locked, and the favorability has just increased to 21%. However, it looks like things are starting to go wrong. The shield has begun to crack, and water from outside the shield starts leaking into the bubble. Our boy starts shouting for the Saintess, who reveals that her purification magic is weakening, and she has no idea why. The favorability rises to 47%, and she discloses that evil thoughts, which we can also call lewd thoughts, are beginning to emerge. She quickly advises him to stop thinking about clapping her cheeks, because his private part is getting hard, and the purification magic will eventually fail. Seems like things has already gone out of hand, and our boy is once again totally tangled up in the web of the poison, and he can barely breathe. Mia tries even harder to repair the shield to keep up her purification magic, but her flushed face and the favorability rising to 69% make it clear she's not going to make it. As you can imagine, Sirius begins to drown, and just before he can suffocate, he wakes up back in reality. As he lies on the ground, the Saintess appears to be smiling oddly. The favorability has risen to 87%, and it's clear she's had an interesting time rubbing his rod with her feet, and she seems eager to continue rubbing it to keep up the shield. Just as she is thinking about all the naughty stuff, the favorability also rises to 91%, and our boy quickly snaps her out of her inappropriate behavior by calling her out. The Saintess is startled to see that Sirius has already returned to reality, which means her treatment has failed. She's completely confused about what's happening and can feel her heart racing as if it's going to burst. She's starting to experience some unsettling thoughts and physical sensations, feeling wet and out of sorts. She's convinced that these evil thoughts are what caused the purification magic to fail, and she is feeling deeply ashamed for it. She resolves to keep this incident to herself, worried that it could tarnish the dignity of the Holy See. The Saintess then drops the bombshell that the treatment is finished, leaving our boy to ask her if she can't remove the poison from his body after all. She shakes her head, explaining that there is no poison the Holy See can't cure, but his condition will require long-term treatment. She tells him that once she finds a way to reach the source of the poison, she'll let him know. In the meantime, she can still heal the limbs of his body. She adds that he's welcome to visit the Holy See anytime to find her, and finally introduces herself as Lilia. With that, she begins to walk away. Sirius is left thinking that Aithoth might be the only solution for his poison after all. Meanwhile, Lilia hides behind a pillar outside, and her hormones appear to be going absolutely wild. She's barely able to hold herself back, as her body is practically begging her to make some babies. In the following scene, we see Cyrus is getting tossed and kicked around by his brother like yesterday's trash. The brother is absolutely fuming that his scrawny little brother couldn't even handle a single task. But the poor guy quickly explains that this time the president was involved. The brother tells him to shut up, saying he's not in the mood to hear any more lame excuses, and throws an envelope down on Cyrus. The confused man asks what it is, and the senior brother reveals that it's a map to the A-rank dungeon, known as Shia. Cyrus responds that the boss of Shia is an S-rank monster, and he's not even A-rank himself, so how is he supposed to fight that? It's almost like volunteering to die. That's when the senior reveals that the Shia dungeon has already been nearly conquered by heroes from K. The returning heroes reported that the boss, Shia, has been severely damaged, and even F-rank heroes could now defeat it. However, the senior explains that he intercepted this news and blocked it from spreading, so the monster is essentially a sitting duck. Now's his chance to capitalize on the situation and secure the captain's position. Hearing this, Cyrus's eyes light up with happiness. He reassures his brother that he'll definitely take care of it. However, it seems like he's celebrating his victory a bit too soon. Because as we see, Shia, the monster, is getting patched up once again by Aithoth, and Aithoth is feeding some of his own blood into the monster's mouth, causing Shia to heal completely and rise from the rubble like a raging bull. The monster takes a deep sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. He quickly reminds Aithoth that he's been saved once again and feels deeply indebted, vowing to do whatever it takes to repay the favor. As expected, Aithoth tells him to simply kill a human for him and nothing else. Naturally, that person is our boy, who is currently searching for this gender-bender figure as well. We then see the eager vice president, who gives props to our boy for his significant contribution in the guild. He explains that their Z area will be cooperating with the Holy See, and their combined strengths have increased considerably. He tells our boy that if he has any requests, he should let them know. Our boy doesn't hesitate and demands the captain's position. This way, he'll have the authority to choose which dungeon he wants to tackle. The vice president quickly agrees to grant his wish. Sirius then states that he'll head home to prepare and plans to leave the city by noon. After all, with only 49 days left to live, he can't afford to waste any more time. The vice president asks why there's such urgency, pointing out that they're already short-staffed in the guild, and the process for promoting a new captain might not be completed by noon. That's when the secretary jumps in, offering to help. She's familiar with the procedure and should be able to complete it before noon. She says it's a thank you gift for our boy for giving a well-deserved smackdown to Cyrus. Later, our boy arrives back home. As soon as he opens the door, Yug greets him upon his arrival and tells him she's cleaned everything and even finished all the food. She starts rubbing against him, boasting that now that the home is spotless, she's the epitome of every human's dream maid and expects to be praised by her master. Reluctantly, the boy acknowledges that she's awesome, mainly because he doesn't want to suffocate against her massive chest. She then asks if she can stay here forever, since she's really useful. The boy asks the maid if she doesn't want to go back to her own home. The girl pretends not to understand what a home is and declares that for a monster, there's only a lair, not a home. She continues to squeeze his face, and eventually, our boy tells her she can stay, but warns her that she must not let anyone find out she's a monster, given they live in a city full of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they'll both be in trouble. The maid lights up with joy and reassures him that she's great at hiding. Just then, the favorability level hits 100%, and the system announces that getting close to her has doubled the increase in values. She then reminds our boy that since her work is done, it's time for him to perform his role as well. Ceres remains confused and asks what she's talking about. She then reminds him that in the dungeon, she took a bunch of hammer blows for him, which used a lot of her magic. Now she's expecting him to repay her with double what she lost. Looks like our boy is cool with that since getting laid with her will also double her strength, which will be super handy for the upcoming journey. Well, sounds like a win-win situation. The next scene shows the secretary driving her car, looking forward to arriving at Cyrus's place to deliver him the promotion notice. Meanwhile, the man in question is getting his clothes torn off by his muscular maid. As she rubs her hands against his naked body, she comments on how fantastic his physique is. She starts getting closer and closer, and as soon as she opens her mouth, she begins squeezing his meat, leaving him groaning in pain, or maybe in pleasure. The system window goes crazy with notifications, announcing all the sweet stat boosts he's getting. Meanwhile, the maid is feeling totally pumped up with all the power surging inside her. She doesn't let up and keeps squeezing him, and just as he lets out a huge groan of pain, she quickly softens her grip and apologizes for getting too excited. Suddenly, the front doorbell rings, and our boy can tell that the visitor must be the secretary, here to deliver his promotion notice. He quickly tells the maid to hide for a bit. Once she's out of sight, he opens the door and finds the secretary standing there. He tells her he was just in the shower, so not to mind his shirtless look. As expected, the secretary announces that he's been promoted to captain and hands over the ID card and promotion notice. He gratefully takes the documents, and the secretary also offers him some fruit she brought. Once again, he thanks her for the kind gesture, especially since he's run out of food, and we all know the reason why he is running low in food. Yug listens in closely, while the secretary blushes and tells our boy he can call on her for help anytime. It's pretty clear that Yug isn't happy seeing her master getting all chummy with the secretary, so she pops out of hiding right then and there. The secretary's jaw drops when she sees a tall woman with a pair of assets that could give the entire adult industry a run for its money. My guy gets stunned to see her, and wonders why Yug came out of her hiding spot. To his surprise, she's taken on a human form and immediately starts hugging him again, introducing herself as his passionate sister. As Yug gets all lovey-dovey, kissing him everywhere, the secretary gets jealous. She snatches the fruits she brought, says an annoyed goodbye, and leaves in a huff. Yug keeps up her passionate rambling, which only annoys the secretary more. In frustration, she throws all the fruit into the dustbin. Later on, our guy suits up in his armor, and as he stands at the door, he tells Yug he has an important task for her. She has to transform into a human, buy some food, and make sure not to get caught. With that, he's off, determined to find Aithoth no matter what. As he opens the door to leave, he spots something on the floor. It turns out to be the fruit with a note that says, "Sorry for getting mad earlier." It's pretty clear that it's from the secretary. We then catch up with Cyrus and his goons, who are all fired up about hitting the jackpot after defeating the boss monster. Cyrus in particular is feeling pretty smug. With the map his brother gave him, this whole journey seems like a walk in the park. His lackeys point out that around 10 teams of A-rank heroes came to Area K and all failed to conquer it. But they weakened the boss Shia quite a lot, which gives them an easy victory. Cyrus then gets all cocky and makes it clear that according to the guild rules, the team that defeats the boss first gets all the resources. So, it's not his fault if those previous heroes left the dungeon boss alive. Just then, a giant monster drops down. And guess what? It's our boy, who just took down the A-rank monster rock giant and got the map of the area. Looks like all that squeezing and getting a bit pervy with Yug paid off after all. He then checks his system and notices that Aithoth has already made it deep into the dungeon, reaching the boss's room. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are scared by the sudden rustling voices. He quickly grabs his sword and instructs his team to get ready for any threat. To their shock, our boy emerges from hiding. Cyrus literally has no clue what this guy is doing here, and suspects he might be trying to snatch their victory. So, he directly asks our boy what the hell he is doing here. Ceres simply replies that he's here to slay some monsters, just like everyone else. Cyrus asks about the team he came with, but our boy says he's doing this solo and proceeds to walk away, clearly focused on his own mission. Cyrus begins to tremble at the thought of Ceres taking on an A-rank dungeon all by himself. The realization that Ceres might already know that boss Shia is weakened only adds to his anxiety. He quickly hypes up his party and tells them to move faster and follow him. He's determined not to let our boy find the weakened Shia first and steal the credit. Meanwhile, Ceres opens his map via the system, which promptly announces that the map has been activated. A new notification pops up about this sword, known as Bunker Spectre, indicating that pulling out this sword will cause the paths ahead to swap left and right, and it can also disable or enable traps. Meanwhile, Cyrus is feeling confident with the secret info from his brother's map, thinking he's got the upper hand. According to the map, there's a fork ahead. The right path is a dead end, and the left path is the correct one. Cyrus believes he's ahead of our boy, but he doesn't realize that Ceres's system has already clued him in on everything he needs to know. Cyrus dashes toward the right path, feeling smug about his strategy. He believes that once he takes the left path, he'll seal off our boy behind him. It quickly becomes clear that Cyrus's information was off. As he charges down the right path, he's met with a massive dragon, and there also appears to be someone else who is giving a thorough beating to this monster. This cocky guy has no clue what is happening, because his brother's map and intel didn't mention anything about this monstrous foe. The dragon roars and thrashes, its tail smashing through the surroundings. It's a chaotic scene, with debris flying everywhere and the adventurers barely managing to avoid being squished. We then see that person from before fighting the monster. She balls up his fist and lands a devastating blow that sends the massive beast crashing down. The dragon finally crumples to the ground, lifeless, right before Cyrus's feet. He just stares in shock, totally lost on how this woman managed to take down a giant creature with her bare hands. After the monster's down, she zooms over to Cyrus and his team. Seems like she's an S-rank adventurer named Daphne from Area K. As she lands, she asks which area they're from. Cyrus looks pretty nervous in his presence and admits they're from Area Z. When Daphne asks if they're here to conquer Shia's dungeon too, the anxious guy says yes. Daphne then points out that Area K didn't ask for help from Area Z, so she's wondering if he's trying to compete with her. She makes it clear that fighting her wouldn't end well. Cyrus tries to stay chill, suggesting they could work together and that it'd be an honor to team up with her. But Daphne makes it clear she's not into teamwork because only the weak rely on others, and she's definitely not weak. Then she suddenly gets a transmission in her ear, asking if there are any heroes around because dragons have shown up and they need some backup. She quickly squats down, and before launching herself into the air, she tells these shitheads to go back home. She saw them freaking out after seeing the monster, and she definitely doesn't want weaklings like them hanging around. With that, she takes off with such force that the ground shatters beneath her. She soars into the sky, her peachy butt leaving an impression as she flies away. Meanwhile, our guy is still stunned that she can fly. On the other hand, stupid Cyrus is still fixated on taking down that boss monster before she returns, even though she clearly warned him to stay away. Even Ceres can't help but notice how incredibly thick-headed Cyrus is. Cyrus quickly activates the mechanism and drops the giant stone gates, feeling confident that he's sealed off the place. Now he thinks no one will bother them, and they'll finally get the credit for killing that monster. Meanwhile, outside, our guy grabs that sword, and his magic power starts depleting rapidly. With a strong push, he finally pulls the sword out of its place, leaving him with just 3530 mana. The whole area starts to quake, leaving Cyrus and his lackeys bewildered. On the other hand, our guy, now holding this sword known as the Bunker Scepter, takes the right path. Cyrus is feeling pretty confident, and figures they'll reach their destination in a few minutes since all the monsters in the area have been cleared. But everyone's jaws drop when they see B-rank furious monsters known as Obsidian Claws. It's clear these monsters are not to be messed with. They growl and quickly charge at Cyrus and his party. We're back inside Boss Shia's room, where we find Aithoth and his lackey once again. Aithoth looks pretty bored and exhausted, especially because he had to feed a lot of his blood to Shia, so he tells his pet not to let him down. The monster responds that he can feel the power surging through him from all that blood, and he's confident he'll put a serious smackdown on our guy when he shows up. The purple head then asks Aithoth if Shia can really kill our boy, who can actually boost his strength during battles. Aithoth reassures her that this time is different, because all the monsters in this dungeon are male, so there's no female touch to help our boy this time. Suddenly, a pack of wolves appears, and our guy is itching to test out the sharpness of his new sword, which he pulled out after draining a lot of energy. The system announces that using the sword to slash at certain points can trigger hidden traps. Our guy spots all the trigger points in the dungeon and notices the first one right in front of him, which will unleash a storm of arrows. Without wasting any time, he thrusts his sword into the trigger, and a barrage of arrows starts raining down, taking out all the wild beasts like they're nothing more than cucumbers in a ninja fruit game. There's still one monster left alive, but Cirrus stays calm and composed. He takes his stance and swings his sword with such force that it slashes through the beast. Just as he finishes, another monster jumps at him. He tightens his grip on the sword and brings it crashing down right onto the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cyrus's party is getting absolutely demolished by these same wolves. He realizes that these wolves are definitely stronger than B rank, and their only option is to run with their tails between their legs. But when they reach the entrance they came through, Cyrus sees that he's already sealed it behind him. This means they're royally screwed with no place to escape. The wolves are closing in fast, and it's only a matter of time before these idiots get chomped down. Cyrus quickly tells his lackeys to hold off the wolves while he checks the map to find a way to open the door. The poor guys scream for their captain to do something before they end up as a tasty dinner for these beasts. But their captain feels utterly hopeless. He has no clue what to do other than cry his eyes out because the map only shows mechanisms for sealing the gate, and there's no mechanism to open it. Meanwhile, our guy is surrounded by these same monsters. As the beasts charge at him, he simply leaps from his initial spot and lands on the other side. That's when he spots another trigger over his left shoulder. Just as the monsters rush toward him, he smashes that trigger, and a slab of stone begins to descend from above, crushing the poor wolves like tomatoes under a fast car. On the other hand, the gate for Cyrus opens up and they begin to make their escape. However, the monsters are still hot on their heels, and one of the monsters even grabs this cocky guy by the leg, leaving him pretty much screwed. But just then, our guy quickly pulls his sword back from the trigger point. The stone slab that smashed the monsters begins to rise again, and at the same time, the path that had opened for Cyrus closes once more. The descending slab crushes the monster that was biting Cyrus's leg, freeing him from its sharp fangs. Once our guy finishes off the remaining monsters, he realizes this sword isn't bad at all. As he moves forward, the system guides him to turn right, and he continues on, leaving a trail of dead monsters behind. Meanwhile, Cyrus, despite everything and barely escaping with his life, still refuses to give up. He's more worried that Ceres might reach Shia first. If that happens, Cyrus knows he's in big trouble. His brother even provided him with the map, and if he returns without having killed the monster, his brother will definitely make him regret it. He then notices that all the monsters are dead here, and the road structure matches the map perfectly. It's clear that he's on the right path currently, and he's fuming at the thought that his brother gave him a backward-drawn map that nearly got him killed. Well, it seems like ever since our boy pulled that sword, the paths have shifted, so it's not exactly the map's fault, I guess. After walking a bit further, he encounters another split in the path. They're unsure which way to go, and the map indicates they should head right. This time, Cyrus decides to play it smart and takes the left path, but it's pretty obvious he's making yet another mistake because the map was actually correct, and he's about to get screwed again. Meanwhile, after taking a lot of lefts and rights, the system announces that he's finally arrived at the boss room. There, before him, is the notorious monster, Shia, who's quite surprised to see our guy wielding the Bunker Scepter sword, which only means he's got some moves after all. Ceres, however, couldn't care less about this monster's yammering. He takes his stance, focused solely on getting through this final room because Aithoth must be around here somewhere. That's when Shia speaks up, saying he's going to take our boy's head to his goddess. As soon as our guy hears the word goddess, he perks up and asks the beast if he thinks Aithoth is a female. The monster then goes on about how goddess Aithoth has a chest like you wouldn't believe, skin so flawless it's unreal, and a scent that just screams femininity. Our boy spots another trigger nearby and slashes his sword at it. A huge axe pops out of the ground and heads straight for the monster. But Shia remains cool as a cucumber, and with a flick of his hand, he shatters the giant sword into smithereens. Ceres is completely boggled out of mind to see this behemoth didn't even need to use his own weapon to take down that axe. Shia lets out a massive growl after destroying the axe and then leaps at Ceres with full power. He is clearly furious at our boy and demands to know how he dares to disrespect the goddess by calling her a man. Ceres' sword shatters into two pieces with just one swing from this mighty beast, which is a dead giveaway that this monster should not be taken lightly. But our boy doesn't even flinch, and makes it clear that it's finally his turn to strike back. He pulls out his swift body slash technique and moves so fast that he vanishes from his spot, reappearing behind the behemoth to deliver a sneaky blow from behind. But guess what? This monster isn't a slouch either. He's so quick that, in the blink of an eye, he twirls around with some godly speed and blocks the surprise attack like it's no big deal. Actually, the monster did not turn around, but a clone of him just popped up right in front of our guy, who blocked the sneaky attack with that giant blade of his. The clone then doesn't waste any time and chucks that massive sword at him with so much force that the ground beneath Ceres' feet starts to crack. The monster cockily brags that goddess Aithoth has cranked up his power so much that taking out our boy is going to be as easy as squashing a bug. Well, it's true that our boy is struggling under the crushing weight of that blade. Just as he's locked in a deadlock with the monster, the other clone decides to take a swing at him. Before that sword can slice him in two, he quickly pushes off the ground and breaks free from the deadlock, but the blade still clips his foot, sending him crashing into the wall behind him with such force that it shatters on impact. The two monsters just laugh like they've landed a funniest mom joke ever. On the other hand, our boy is still alive thankfully, but he's seriously doubting if he can handle this monster, especially with that annoying clone hanging around. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are getting absolutely wrecked by this giant stone knight. Just as whiny Cyrus is about to get crushed under the monster's massive leg, something whams the giant rock right on the head, shattering it into smithereens like it's nothing. And guess what? It's the same peachy-ass lady from before. The woman asks this whiny guy if he's the one who was calling for help. Cyrus still does not have a clue what is going on and remains silent. But then the lady asks him for one last time if he's the one who was calling for help. The poor terrified Cyrus quickly says he was indeed calling for help because he was just about to die. Hearing this, Daphne doesn't hesitate and lands a solid kick right on his face. Honestly, even if you were the one getting kicked by someone like her, I'd say it's a kick worth taking. Anyway, that kick sends the bastard flying like a rag doll, and the woman starts berating everyone, calling them a bunch of useless trash from Area Z. She claims they all think they're brave heroes, but they're just shaking with fear in front of these monsters, which is ridiculously pathetic. As she continues her rant, it looks like Cyrus is finally down for the count. The lady orders his lackeys to take their trash leader and get the hell out of there. They quickly start dragging their captain away and leave the place. Suddenly, she notices something on the other side. She squats down and, before leaping again, recalls that according to the intel, room 3055 should be at the southernmost point at 37. To get there faster, she jumps up and starts busting through 10-foot thick walls like they're nothing more than paper sheets. Meanwhile, our guy looks utterly exhausted, like he's on the brink of collapse. As exhausted as he might be, he has no choice but to fight these monsters, and nothing seems to be working against them, and he is getting tossed around like a rag doll, and it's like he's barely making a dent. Ceres needs a power boost, but the only way to get one is if there are females around. Luckily, he might not need to worry about that anymore because Daphne has crashed right into the middle of the fight. Once she sees our boy standing behind, she gets pretty curious about what someone from the Z area is doing here. Daphne tells him to just get out of there since he's clearly no match for the boss. But our guy doesn't back down. He insists that this boss is tougher than he expected and asks her to help him out. Well, the woman just gets absolutely annoyed to hear this because she's an arrogant type who doesn't like teaming up with weaklings, and it's clear she's not thrilled about being asked for help. But Ceres just utters those magical words, "Lock the target." Meanwhile, Daphne is still being her cocky self and trying to boss him around. But those words start messing with her mind. Even though she wants to tear him apart, she finds herself inching closer to him. Eventually, they end up in an intense lip lock, giving Ceres a much-needed power boost and raising the favorability level to 77%. As soon as Daphne realizes what she's done, she pulls back her lips in shock, completely baffled by her own actions. She starts berating him again, accusing him of stealing her first kiss and telling him she's not forgiving him for it. Meanwhile, the monster, annoyed at being ignored, swings its sword at Ceres. But with his newfound power, Ceres dodges the attacks like he's playing tag with a bunch of kids. He then leaps into the air and swings his sword at the monster, slicing it across the throat. The monster can clearly tell that Ceres has become stronger. Daphne, still trying to process what just happened and why she kissed him, is also feeling a bit conflicted. Despite her shock, she enjoyed the kiss, and the warm, soft feeling lingers on her lips, bumping the favorability bar up to 85%. Suddenly, the monster tries to swing its sword at Daphne. Ceres quickly warns her to stop spacing out, and before the monster's swing can land, he pushes her out of the way. The swing shatters the wall above them, and Daphne's armor also takes the brunt of that swing. Her big hooters quickly begin to pop out of her broken armor, which leaves her totally embarrassed. Ceres reminds her that she almost got slashed, so she better stop slacking off. The monster, on the other hand, tries to strike again, but Ceres blocks the attack with his broken sword. As Ceres keeps helping her out, the favorability level rises to 88%. Daphne's armor has been torn apart, leaving her slim body and thick thighs totally exposed. She experiences a jolt of electricity through her body, making her feel paralyzed. Just as the favorability further increases to 92%, our boy's power continues to rise, and even the monster can't ignore his increasing strength. Meanwhile, Daphne's body starts reacting intensely. She can feel a tingling sensation spreading through her lower body, making her legs lose strength. She's feeling something she's never experienced before, and if it continues, she fears her whole body might go limp. The favorability level hits a whopping 97%, which is further making Daphne to fight off her overwhelming urges. She does not want to be a burden, and can't let Sirius help her any more than he already has, because her pride won't allow it. Sirius is pushed back once again and asks her for help, admitting that he can't win this fight alone. Daphne, however, remains stubbornly arrogant. She insists that teaming up is against her principles and that she's always defeated monsters on her own. But at the end, she does suggest a compromise. Since there are 2 monsters, they can each handle one separately. This way, she can stick to her no cooperation rule while still fighting alongside Sirius. With this newfound understanding, Sirius stands beside her and, in a weird display of sincerity, pulls her close. He reassures her that with her by his side, he is sure that he can win against anyone. Daphne's breathing is heavy, and the tingling sensation from before is back. Her favorability level has shot up to 99%, and she's fighting hard to stay focused. She's got this strong urge to work with Sirius, which she's not used to feeling. Meanwhile, we catch Aithoth in a miserable state, puking his guts out and complaining about how his heartless body is running out of steam. His lackey freaks out to see him in such a condition, and asks if Shia hasn't dealt with the human yet. Back with Daphne, she's having a hard time wrapping her head around why she's so eager to team up with Sirius. She used to be all about doing things solo, but now she feels this powerful pull to join forces with him, and maybe even embrace him. Meanwhile, we see Aithoth handing Sadiel a red pill, and he explains to her that he doesn't have much time left to wait for Shia to take out Sirius. The pill is infused with his blood spirit, and he tells her to give it to Shia so he can consume it. This way, Aithoth plans to take on Shia's physical body and abilities. He further states that by using Shia's physical duplication ability, he can deceive the system's mark, but Shia's body will only be able to handle his power for a few seconds. During that brief window, he plans to forcibly reclaim his heart, even if it means taking a huge risk. Sadiel eyes the pill with a hint of sadness, wondering if Sirius will die here. Aithoth gets clearly infuriated to hear this, and demands to know why she's so concerned about that human. Sadiel quickly reassures him that she feels nothing but disgust for humans. Literally no concern, just revulsion. We're back with Sirius, who's still battling the maniac of a monster. His sword is falling apart, and he's even got a few ribs cracked. Just when things seem dire, Daphne swoops in at the last moment to save him from the monster's attack. She quickly deflects the monster's sword with her hand, but Sirius, while grateful, can't help but notice the softness of her assets pressing against him. Before he can fully appreciate the moment, the monster flings them away, and Sirius ends up getting pinned under the weight of Daphne's considerable assets, which might just be enough to shake up the entire dairy industry, if you ask me. Daphne begins to feel a rush of sensations once more. She moans and groans as her earlier feelings return. As her intensity builds, Sirius's defenses start to rise as well, giving him a boost just when he needs it most. Meanwhile, the monster's gearing up to unleash his biggest attack yet, aiming to crush both of them in one go. Back with our guy, he's got a nosebleed after being overwhelmed by her softness. She's worried she might have caused it with her weight, so she quickly steps back and apologizes. The monster's ready to fire off his massive energy ball, and he quickly throws it right at the duo. The ball incinerates everything in its path, obliterating the walls and leaving a huge gaping hole. The 2 clone monsters are grinning like Cheshire cats, and they are quite sure that they've blasted our heroes to bits. But it turns out they underestimated the power of Absolute Booba. She appears to have blocked the gigantic energy ball single-handedly, though her armor shatters and falls off after absorbing the impact. She turns to him, asking if he's okay. He replies that he's fine, though a few ribs are broken. She reminds him that he's no match for Shia at all and warns him that if he keeps fighting, he's definitely going to die. She then stands confidently and makes it clear that this battle is hers alone and she's ready to drive the monster away right now. But despite her determination, she can't shake her desire to touch him. She's overcome with an intense urge to grab him and pull him close, wanting to feel that sense of dominance. She then tells him that her blue armor has already worn out from the last attack, which leaves her body exposed entirely, and she definitely does not want this monster to look at her big boobs. She admits that she can't cover her body while fighting, so she shyly invites him to hold her milky breasts for her. Even though she's saying this out loud, she's battling with her inner feelings, trying to keep her desire from taking over. She reminds herself that she's a top-notch hero, trained to the highest level, but all her training seems to be slipping away as she struggles to control her own urges. Meanwhile, our guy is doing his best to stay on his feet despite his injuries. That's when Daphne realizes why she's feeling so intensely about him. She convinces herself that what she's feeling isn't desire, but a duty to protect the weak, since she's seeing an injured man. It's a nice way to rationalize things, but deep down, we all know that she's just fooling herself. Eventually, she extends her hands towards him, ready to pull him in closer because it's her responsibility to protect him. Her favorability level has finally hit 100%, and the system reminds her that upon close contact, all of his stats will double. Just as she's pulling him in for a close embrace, the monsters make another attack. But by the time their strikes land, the stupid monsters are hitting nothing but empty ground. Because our guy has already leapt out of the way with Daphne in his arms. Her body then starts to react intensely, and she can feel a burning sensation inside, which has gotten stronger than ever before. As her desire grips her heart, her hold on him tightens, and he starts to bleed from his nose after getting overwhelmed by her softness. But that passionate embrace gives him a huge boost in power, and they finally touch down on the ground. She tells him she's just holding him to protect him while he's injured, so he shouldn't read too much into it. He replies that they're both good people and that every sacrifice is worth it to take down the monster. Meanwhile, the monster starts churning out even more clones, and now there are a total of 4. On the other hand, our boy is also doing his best to stay close to Daphne, because he wants every bit of strength he can get from her embrace. The scene then takes us to Sadiel, who's still staring at the red pill with worried eyes. Aithoth's words keep echoing in her mind, reminding her that since she's drunk his blood and resonated with his body, if he dies, she won't survive either. Aithoth tells Sadiel that once she gets her heart back, she'll gain some serious power, become one of her crew, and feel this ultimate joy. She tells her to go track down Shia, and Sadiel responds that she's on it. Aithoth mentions that whenever she closes her eyes, she can see through the bloody spirit. Then she asks Sadiel if she's not into hugs. Sadiel replies that she's not really used to physical contact, so it's not necessary. Aithoth laughs, saying she has no plans for that anyway. Only a worthy demon king gets that privilege, and Sadiel is just too annoying for that. She's just a good watchdog, so she should bounce. Sadiel lowers her head, wondering if this guy is even more gross than that human. Meanwhile, Daphne is standing up for our hero, telling him to hold her really tight as Shea comes at them. She turns and attacks its legs, but when she looks back, another monster is charging toward them. As Ceres holds her tightly, the system immediately shows that their defense has gone up, along with all the other stats. Shea roars and hops up to slice and strike them. Daphne's got a grip on that huge sword as Shea puts the pressure on and laughs, watching Daphne struggle to keep it under control. The system chimes in, letting everyone know she just leveled up while going into berserk mode. The ground shakes with all that energy, and our guy feels like he can't move anymore, his stamina running low fast. Shea roars that it will kill them all to earn Aithoth's love. Even if he loses a chunk of his power, he's cool with sacrificing a physical clone as it's a small price for him. His 3 monsters whip up this massive ball of mana that's charging the ground, and Daphne figures that without her armor, she's in serious trouble. Shea is totally hyped up and challenges them both to survive this attack. But what he doesn't realize is that our hero just hit level 25, with all his stats super buffed. Because of that, he breaks free from Shea's grip. Ceres holds back a punch and, in a flash, slams it right into Shea's gut, sending him crashing into the wall. Sadiel is taken aback as Shea goes flying like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, Daphne's out of energy, sitting on the ground. But our guy stands tall, telling her not to worry because he's got her back. The trio of monsters fires up another giant mana ball and launches it at them. But our boy is ready. He slams his level 25 fist again, pops that ball away, and the monster gets knocked back as well. Watching this, Daphne can't believe how powerful Ceres's fist has become. Seeing the red glow in their eyes and fists, Sadiel is left speechless. Aithoth is telling Sadiel that she needs to feed the mushroom to Shea right away. But Sadiel is clearly over it and yells that she never wanted to be part of Aithoth's harem. She pulls out a blood spirit and tries to toss it aside. In that moment, Aithoth's hand gets hit by a rock, and she realizes that Sadiel has totally betrayed her. But out of nowhere, Sadiel's hand got severed, and the blood spirit slipped off her hand. From the red cloth, an Aithoth clone pops out and grabs the ball. Shea opens its mouth wide watching it, and the next moment, the clone swiftly puts blood magic into his mouth. As Shea swallows it down, he jumps up, and his body tenses up. Ceres is confused, thinking, what's up with this guy? Aithoth starts to rise up, with mana swirling all around. In no time, her body clones itself, and before long she's multiplied and surrounds them completely. Ceres can't believe it because the system is showing Aithoth's real form. But when he checks the map to find her actual location, all he sees is a bunch of them, each showing a real presence. Meanwhile, Aithoth sarcastically says that she had to extract the heart from our hero's body. After hearing about those nasty plans, Daphne goes after Aithoth, but the clone just grabs her punch and flicks her away like she's nothing. She crashes into the stone wall and ends up knocked out. Ceres finds out she only has one chance to activate Aithoth's Spear of Oblivion. She's not too happy about it, but Aithoth tells her that all those clones are really part of her true self. Any danger in the system is already weak, unless Ceres can take down every clone to find the real one. Our hero stays quiet, but she shines with confidence and asks if he still wants to take her on. The system chimes in, saying Ceres is now completely immune to all her attacks since her clones have already grabbed his arms because she never meant to hurt him anyway. Then she strikes him against her stress balls to let our boy experience some pleasure. She totally had our kid locked down, making sure he couldn't get away. Then, another clone strolled over, saying his system was basically useless at that moment. She then places her hands on the protective vest of our boy to extract his heart to give him a pleasing death. Our boy yells that he's not into a witch like her, but she just laughs and says his body will spill the beans because she's about to test his interest. She opens her mouth wide like she's about to bite, and he cries out in desperation. Then, out of nowhere, Sadiel jumps in and slams the Aithoth clone away, starting the fight. Sadiel mentions that this witch can only keep her clones for a short time, so Ceres needs to avoid getting caught. Our guy just slides out of their grasp, thinking about what to do next. Meanwhile, Aithoth asks Sadiel why she helped Ceres instead of her, as they both will die if they do not extract Ceres' heart. Sadiel says she has to return a favor to the mushroom, which Aithoth finds confusing. Then she confidently states that she just wants Ceres to live, but the truth is that Ceres is using full favorability to control her. Aithoth gets ready to take her out, but Ceres activates his system, and suddenly, she teleports right in front of Yug. She's shocked to see Sadiel pop up in her room, while Sadiel can't believe she's still alive. Aithoth doesn't even notice her around him. He sees Ceres struggling to hold the Shea sword. Aithoth laughs at him, saying no weapon stands a chance against them, and that she's just going to crush him with pure strength. But our hero pulls off a quick slash to take out one of the clones and disappears before they can react. Aithoth just keeps boasting that our hero's moves won't do anything, and since he has that system, her attacks won't hurt him either. The truth is, our hero wasn't trying to fight her at all. He just wanted to dodge her hit. He tells her she's mistaken if she thinks she can get away with that move. The system skill Swift Body Slash has a 10-second cooldown, and she clearly missed that. She leaps at him with a sly grin, saying he has nowhere to run. She demands Ceres return to her embrace and promises him a death filled with unmatched pleasure. Ceres zeroes in on a different target and dodges her grasp again. She's taken aback because it's only been a few seconds. She can't wrap her head around how he's still using the system. Our guy explains that the system sees every clone she makes as just another version of her. That's how she managed to outsmart the guy who created the system. Each clone is treated like a totally separate person, which lets him keep locking them up and use Swift Body Slash over and over to dodge her attacks. If she wants to catch him, she's got to take down all her clones or keep playing this endless game. But for her, time is running out, while Ceres has all the time in the world. She pauses as the reality hits her. The thought of running away and finding a new body crosses her mind. She doesn't want to be chased by some weak human, but calling herself the god of monsters? She can't accept that kind of embarrassment. Still, she knows the odds are leaning in Ceres' favor now, and if things keep going this way, he'll take her down sooner or later. She decides to use her full power. A bright beam of light shoots up to the ceiling. Ceres watches her carefully and wonders if she is escaping. Her clones suddenly change color to pink. She starts using Sia's cloning power to break her body into countless tiny fragments. Then, all the fragments come together and explode into the air. Ceres watches with wide eyes. She has destroyed herself. Before disappearing, she unlocks new waifu's spirits and gives them blood spirit powers. She tells them to kill any human who comes for the fragments, and to restore her in the end. Aithoth is gone. The system gives Ceres a new quest. He must collect her fragments to slow the poison. The host has only 48 days left to live. Ceres watches as a sheep's head drops out of nowhere and hits the ground right in front of him. He wonders if the body got wrecked too. The system chimes in, saying the head isn't worth anything and asks if he wants to store it. Ceres gives the thumbs up. Then he hears Daphne coughing and helps her up. She realizes she got knocked out by just a simple move from Aithoth and feels pretty shaken about her own weakness. As they head out, some of the guild members, including the captain, are worried about what they'll have to report back. When the captain sees Ceres walking next to Daphne, he can't believe he's still alive. He starts thinking about begging Daphne to share some glory so he can keep his title. He approaches her, saying she must have taken down the monster, and asks if she can help him out. Daphne asks in a chilly tone what went down inside and insists that nobody should know. Earlier, Tiffany had told Ceres not to spill any details. If he did, she'd beat him up. As she left, Ceres reflected on her sharp tongue. Walking away, Tiffany felt completely overwhelmed. She couldn't shake off her thoughts about Ceres and kept questioning what she had done. Meanwhile, Daphne told the captain that she messed up the mission. He started sweating, clearly shocked that even an S rank could lose. Realizing Daphne was stronger than he thought, he decided to pass the blame. Ceres could sense trouble brewing. The captain accused him of holding Daphne back and causing the failure. In an instant, Daphne slapped the captain down to the ground. Now back in control, she assured Ceres she was fine and didn't need help getting back. The scene then changed to the conference hall, where they were discussing the mission's failure. The panel asked the captain if he understood what was at stake. He tried to point fingers at Cirrus again. Judge Blaze cut him off, telling him to shut it and that he wasn't supposed to speak yet. He warned the captain that if he interrupted again, he'd be thrown in prison. If he lied, things would get a lot worse. Then he demanded to know exactly why the mission failed. The captain says they failed because they could not kill Shreya and blames Cirrus. At the guild hall, Cirrus opens the storage and shows Shreya's severed head. Everyone watching is stunned. The captain keeps accusing Ceres. He says Ceres sought credit, led the team the wrong way, and got people killed. He claims he lost his leg, saving others. He adds that Ceres always freezes before monsters and has no courage. But the truth is different. People around Ceres are the ones shaking. The captain says Ceres never obeys orders and is weak. That is why he remains frank and is unworthy of being a hero. Judge Blaze then strips Ceres of his rank and orders him to be detained. He says she could attack the city, and they must raise a level 2 alert to protect the people. The captain claims he could have defeated Shreya if Ceres hadn't been there. Just then, Ceres bursts through the door and hurls Shreya's severed head. It smashes into the captain's face, leaving him bruised and swollen. The head lands before the panel, leaving everyone in shock. They start asking who threw it and then spot Ceres quietly walking away. Judge Blaze coolly tells the captain to repeat what he was saying a minute ago. The captain, shaken and embarrassed, pleads for a chance to explain. Later, as Ceres heads down the stairs, Lilia comes up to him and says the high priest wants to see him. She mentions they've found a way to cure his poison, and he needs to meet her right away. At Bertrand's manor, Daphne was training hard, but her mind kept wandering to Ceres. She hit the punching bag so hard it split open, but that didn't help with her racing thoughts at all. Just then, Dai Li showed up with her quiet buddy Rakuro. Dai couldn't help but tease Daphne about needing help from an F-rank hero after coming back from the dungeon. She reminded her that Daphne always prided herself on going solo and not relying on anyone. Daphne shot back, asking who let them in and telling Dai to leave. Dai called her a mean big sister, and jokingly said that her anger would ruin her skin. Then she pressed further, asking how Ceres somehow managed to break through Daphne's walls. Daphne snapped at her to stop meddling. Dai said she rushed over after hearing about Daphne's failed mission, and added that while most people grow and develop their minds, all Daphne seemed to develop were her muscles. Daphne shot back, saying she wasn't so sure about Dai's smarts, but it was clear her body wasn't developed either. Dai was momentarily speechless before he yelled at Rakuro to handle her. Rakuro politely declined, saying he couldn't hurt the older sister. Daphne challenged them to fight her directly and grabbed a heavy iron bar. Dai turned away, calling it a stupid idea. Rakuro followed, but as they walked, Daphne struck first. Suddenly, Rakuro's arm became huge and monstrous. He easily stopped the rod and crushed it like it was nothing. Dai sensed the shift in the atmosphere and asked what was going on. Rakuro just pressed the rod into a tiny ball and brushed it off as a nuisance. Dai shrugged and kept moving. Daphne stood there stunned. She had never seen what Rakuro could do before. For the first time, she wondered if Dai really could take Ceres away from her. At the gates of the Holy See, Lilia told Ceres he was the only one allowed inside. As he was about to walk in, she called out for him to wait. When he turned around, she quietly confessed that maybe she just wanted to hang out with him for a bit longer. Inside, Ceres saw chairs set up for two, and waiting for him was Seraphine, the top priestess of the Holy See. She threw her leg over the next chair and told Ceres to sit down. She wanted to chat face to face. He hesitates but agrees. She calmly reveals that she already knows the poison in his body comes from Azathoth's blood, leaving him stunned. She explains that Azathoth's blood greatly enhances monsters but melts human flesh instantly. Somehow, his body has fused with it, though it is slowly killing him. Ceres acknowledges her deep understanding of the poison, but before he can respond, she places her foot on his mouth and warns him not to interrupt. He is shocked again. She states that if monsters were to consume his blood, it could trigger a catastrophe. To prevent that, she has decided to consume him herself. Ceres leaps back in disbelief, thinking she wants to eat him despite both being human. Then his eyes widen as he sees her rise off the ground, monstrous tentacles unfurling from her body. She declares that though she may be a monster, she still stands with humanity, and for its future, she must consume him. Determined to survive, Ceres locks her as a target. The system flashes multiple cards before him. He selects one. It is the Angel of Bliss gloves. He puts them on. A shockwave pulses out, and he knows that striking the right point will unleash his ultimate move. Ceres stands there looking totally confused. A little question mark floats above his head as he stares at Seraphina. She holds a glowing pink piece of Azathoth and tells him this power is the only thing that can keep someone alive in this world. Without hesitating, she starts to absorb the pink fragment, and energy begins to surge through her. As the power builds inside her, her veins stretch and twist until strange mouths begin to form at the ends. Ceres watches in shock as even the tips of her veins turn into mouths. Inside her mind, Seraphina revels in the new power. She imagines a future where she devours Ceres and uses his energy to take control of every human city. In her vision, people are trapped like cattle. Everyone follows her rules, which she calls holy see. Anyone who has bad thoughts or refuses to obey will be eaten and purified. She wants to create a world free of evil and corruption. Ceres starts to get mad. This doesn't feel like protecting people. It feels more like trying to control them. He refuses to be her meal. He raises his golden glove and the light from it shines brighter as his determination grows. Seraphina gives him a mocking smile. It's like she finds it funny that he thinks he can escape while standing right in front of her. Before he can move, her veins lash out at him like whips and the fight begins. Ceres dodges quickly, trusting his instincts. As they clash, he realizes the vein-like attacks are actually part of her. He brushes one lightly to test how sensitive they are, but the result disappoints him. Only 1%, like barely anything. He tightens his grip on the golden glove and wants to test its power. More vein attacks come at him, but he uses the glove's abilities to dodge them. Even then, he only manages to leave a small scratch. 1% charge isn't enough. He needs to find a more sensitive spot. At the same time, Seraphina's anti-veins curl inward, pulling his body toward her and lifting him until they are face to face. She looks at him with a cold stare, thinking about where to start eating him. She notices the blood running from his shoulder and seems interested. She leans in and starts to drink it. Ceres feels sick from the sensation, and his face shows his disgust. She smiles and thinks to herself that his blood tastes powerful, anti-toxic, and similar to Aithoth's. No monster could resist it. The energy in his blood makes her veins swell even more. Ceres is furious that she has taken his blood and is getting stronger. He needs to escape fast. While she is focused on drinking, he carefully reaches forward. He brushes against her chest and notices the sensitivity is at 15%. It's better, but still not enough. Seraphina glances down with narrowed eyes and asks what he's doing. She warns that she might eat him, and still he's thinking about touching her. Disgust is clear in her voice. But Ceres has already made his move. He's figured it out that if she has a weak spot, it's gotta be the most sensitive place she can't protect. There's really no other option. With a serious look, he lifts his hand, powered up by the Angel of Bliss gloves. This is his last shot, and if he can hit that spot, he will unload everything he's got. Ceres touches her private area and finds the weak point. She threatens to break his hand, but he doesn't back off. He checks the sensitivity, which is 11%, and tries again, which then shows 14%. Seraphina, totally pissed, kicks him hard and sends him flying. She lets out a sharp breath. Ceres is shaken because every charged hit sends out a shockwave and drains him. If he wants to do real damage, he has to stay close and keep making contact. She growls that he's seriously annoying. Seraphina shakes off the pain in her legs, still buzzing from the last strike. She demands respect on her turf and thinks his actions are beyond forgiveness. Her energy lashes out at him, but Ceres sees that 14% isn't enough to break through. He decides to move in closer and stop avoiding the fight. Seraphina attacks with a vine that shoots out yellow energy, slamming into him hard. Ceres knows he needs to push forward and stay in touch for humanity's sake. Caught off guard and in pain, he stumbles back. Seraphina can't believe it as he goes flying, taken aback by his own counterattack. He landed awkwardly and quickly activated his Angel of Bliss glove to touch her again. Her skin felt off all stiff, and he could tell the sensitivity was only at 6%. Seraphina, furious, yells at him to let go and calls him a complete idiot before kicking him so hard he falls back even more. Ceres knows he has to get out fast or she is going to swallow him whole. He figures the 6% charge is just enough to push himself away. Wide-eyed, he spots the mouth on one of her vines, and yep, they really do have mouths. Just then, Seraphina's veins wrap all the way around him. She mocks him for not going after her vines anymore and asks if he is already giving up. She tells him that no matter what he tries, she is going to consume him in the end. She grins wickedly, enjoying every second, and says it has been a long time since she has tasted anything like this. Trapped in her living vines, Ceres feels the slimy mucus all over them. Seraphina winces in pain, clearly surprised, and asks out loud what he is doing inside her veins. The sensitivity level hits 25%. Seraphina quickly tosses Ceres out of her veins, and he lands hard on the ground. He feels grossed out as the slimy insides spill everywhere and the smell is terribly really strong and nasty. He checks and sees that his sensitivity level is at 25%, which is just a quarter of 100%. She has exactly 4 vines, and he starts to wonder if touching each vine would bump that up to 100%. If that's the case, touching another vine should get him to 50%. Seraphina, feeling the effects, thinks the daisy she pushed away is starting to return. If things keep going like this, she will not be able to use her purification magic anymore. She knows she cannot let Ceres get to that special spot inside her. Furiously, she decides he must be eliminated, and she will consume him again. Her vines snap open like jaws, transforming into plants that want to eat him. They charge at Ceres, all worked up. Clenching his teeth, Ceres realizes one of the vines is the same one that just spit him out. He also sees that it's way faster now. 2 vines suddenly lunge at him from both sides, catching him off guard. Still fuming, he decides it's a good time to check the sensitivity again. He shoves his hand into one of the vine's mouths, causing Seraphina some pain. When he checks, it's still at 25% sensitivity. Serafina screams in anger and tells him to stop messing with her insides and back off. She calls him disgusting and strikes him with her big purple tongue, making him bleed. After that hard hit, Cirrus grabs the tongue and dodges. But the sensitivity level doesn't budge, it stays at 25%. He figures the really sensitive spot must be somewhere else on her body. Out of nowhere, all 4 of her vines whip toward him. He yells that he'll crush them all. Ceres gets ready with his bliss gloves and tries to dodge. When he touches a locked target, the gloves charge up and release a shockwave which creates a blast. This hits Serafina hard, and she figures out that it's his right hand that triggers the powerful wave attack, and it gets stronger with every hit. Ceres starts to think that maybe the weak spot isn't in the vine's mouth, but somewhere else on her body. He knows he needs to get closer to find out. He charges straight at her, ready to risk it all for humanity's freedom. He's willing to explore every inch of her if it means winning. Serafina is fuming, trying to comprehend how he can act so heroically while saying such outrageous stuff. Ceres rushes at her with his eyes glowing red, which really catches her off guard. He mentions starting with her chest and reaches out towards it. Suddenly, Serafina releases a thick cloud of purple smoke that has a super strong, terrible smell. Ceres jumps back, shocked by the awful stench, wondering if she's trying to use the smoke to cover up something. He's freaking out because his Angel of Bliss glove isn't charged yet. Now he's got to rely on his strength, but something doesn't feel right, and he's starting to get dizzy. Is the smoke messing with him? Out of the smoke, her vine tongue suddenly strikes his heart. He tries to grab it, but it yanks away fast. She pulls back into the smoke, avoiding his reach. From the shadows, Serafina chuckles, mockingly tells him that soon he'll be paralyzed and knocked out cold. Then she'll have complete control over him. Inside the smoke, Cirrus feels a spin in his head and his body getting heavier. Then it hits him when he touches her with his right hand, and it can unleash a light wave attack. He realizes she's trying to keep his right hand away from her. That's when he suspects there might still be a vine wrapped around his hand. Suddenly, one of her vines lashes out at him again. He thinks this is just a distraction, and the real threat is coming from the left. Is she aiming for his left hand? But her attack actually gives him the perfect opportunity to reach out and touch her. After hitting his left arm, her vines slam him to the ground. Serafina tells him that his body is surprisingly tough. She thought that bite would be enough to take out his left arm. After breathing in so much of her poisonous gas, he should be close to collapsing by now. In the strong-smelling purple smoke, Cirrus starts coughing while her vines keep attacking and biting him. With a wicked smile, Serafina says that once she tears off his left arm, she will swallow it, slowly lick his blood, and enjoy every drop. Her vines keep chewing on his left arm, making him bleed. Then Cirrus tells her that the power to release shockwaves comes from his gloves, not his right hand. So he thinks to himself and then sticks his hand into Serafina's vine, which really hurts her. She's feeling about 25% of the pain. After a moment, he pulls his hand back and a blast of yellow energy shoots out. As Cirrus charges up his bliss gloves, he sprints toward Serafina, ready for another hit. He can't help but think about how bizarre her monster body is. Even though she looks mostly human on the outside, but inside she's totally different. He reaches out to her chest, searching for those hidden sensitive spots he's heard about. According to what he's learned, creatures like her usually have nerve-rich areas in the most unexpected places. When he touches her chest, he's surprised to find that its sensitive is 38%. Serafina quickly raises her hand to block him. She notices it's getting a bit too close, putting her neck in real danger. Furious, she fires back with a powerful kick and yells at him to back off. The kick sends Cirrus crashing to the ground. He's surprised that the chest only reacts with 36% sensitivity. In retaliation, his body unleashes a burst of bright light energy. A huge yellow blast erupts from him. Serafina spots the danger just in time, braces herself, and dodges the incoming attack. The explosion shakes the ground, sending debris flying everywhere, showing just how strong his hit was. While someone in California picks up on the commotion and wonders if a fight is going down inside, Cirrus is just sitting there, resting his head in his hand, feeling exhausted. The pink smoke has finally cleared and his mind is starting to clear up too. Serafina laughs at him, saying his attack didn't do a thing to her. She goes on to explain that his blood has actually made her defenses stronger. With a sharp focus, Cirrus figures out that even at just 36% sensitivity, he hasn't been able to hit her core body. He's got to find her weak spot and fast. If she drains any more of his blood, he'll be completely powerless. He thinks about all the places he hasn't explored yet. Studying her closely, he wonders where her most sensitive spot might be. Then it hits him, and during her last attack, she went for his foot, which was kind of a weird choice. Hitting his neck would have made more sense. He remembers her screaming as a flashback hits him and her hand running through his hair. He recalls their first meeting, and instead of covering his mouth with her hand, she went for his foot. That makes him think that maybe her hand is actually her most sensitive spot. As if reading his mind, Serafina wraps her vines around herself. She declares she will no longer let him get close. She urges him to stay still and let her drink his blood, clearly growing frustrated. At that moment, another figure appears. A girl questions whether Serafina truly intends to drain Cirrus's blood. Addressing her as High Priestess Seraphina, she challenges her on her intentions. Seraphina is visibly surprised by seeing the newcomer is Lilia. Seraphina demands to know why she is still there and tells her to back off. Lilia reminds her of the promise they made. Seraphina agreed only to seal Sirius within the Holy Seal if detoxification failed. Letting him die is not an option under the Holy Seal's doctrine. A Sanctus is forbidden from harming any living being. Even if sealed, Sirius might break free someday. Seraphina argues that consuming him is the safest solution. Seraphina tells Lilia to chill with the rules. She insists that if Lilia eats Sirius, she'll gain the strength to control everyone under the Holy Seal. Seraphina points at Sirius, saying she could totally rise to power, and then Lilia could step up as the new High Priestess. All Lilia has to do is keep her mouth shut. But Lilia won't budge and says she's going to report everything to the Holy Seal and tries to get Sirius to come with her. This makes Seraphina really angry and she accuses Lilia of being way too stubborn. Then she decides to take them both out, and Vines shoots at Lilia, but Sirius jumps in front, protecting her and pushing her aside. The vines meant for Lilia ended up hitting Sirius instead. He feels a sharp sensitivity of 32% when he touches them. He quickly shoots a light wave blast, but Seraphina notices he's moving slower and his body is reaching its limit. A hard blow to his stomach sends Sirius crashing to the ground. He manages to prop himself up on one arm, groaning in pain. It hits him that the strike damaged his insides. The pain is excruciating and it feels like his body is about to give out. Lilia kneels next to him and places her foot on the injured area. She uses her purification magic, saying it'll help stop the bleeding and wake up his nerves to keep him conscious and lessen the pain. Sirius is feeling the effects and keeps asking for more, but Lilia won't give in. She tells him it's just an emergency spell that acts like a caffeine boost. If he takes too much, he'll feel totally numb like he's under anesthesia, and then he won't be able to do anything. Then Seraphina goes for another attack with her vines. They snatch Lilia up, and Seraphina warns her that she doesn't want to actually kill her. She gives Lilia one last chance to bail out in peace if she just keeps quiet. She tells her it's not worth risking her neck for a guy who doesn't really matter. But Lilia doesn't think twice because Sirius isn't just some guy, he is her patient. According to the rules of the Holy Seal, when you start helping someone, you've got to stick by them. You have to do everything you can to protect them until the very end. Seraphina glances over at Lilia, who's still tangled up in her vines, and says she'll make sure Sirius goes down right in front of her. Meanwhile, Sirius is twisting and turning to avoid Seraphina's hits, and realizes the sensitivity level is only at 2%. Out of nowhere, Seraphina starts feeling woozy, and the vines that were going after Sirius pull back. Sirius sees that Seraphina is a bit vulnerable and takes his shot. He fires off a huge light wave attack at her and then grabs both of her hands tight. Suddenly, the sensitivity hits the max, and the screen shows her weak spot, unlocking the ultimate move. When Sirius grabs Seraphina's hands, she resists and yelling they belong to Lord Azothar. She struggles with thinking that his grip is too strong and feels pain as her hands swell, vines bulging under her skin, and Sirius sees them starting to transform. Seraphina realizes that as a Yahello carnivorous plant, all her sensitive nerves are in her hands. Pain hits like an electric shock and she collapses, pleading for Sirius to let go. But Sirius holds on and the vines wrapped around them begin releasing impurities. Watching closely, Lilia notices the High Priestess's body is full of toxins. She realizes that Sirius is purifying Seraphina from the inside out. Seraphina mutates into a monster, vowing to tear out Sirius's heart. Shaking with fear, Sirius tries to move, but his hands are paralyzed, suspecting Lilia's magic is to blame. Seraphina, totally pissed, says that eating Sirius is the only way to save humanity. Sirius isn't having it and blasts out a huge shockwave. The energy from his bliss gloves is so intense it blows up the whole building and even hits Lilia, who stares in awe, wondering what kind of magic he just pulled off. Sirius clutches his face in pain and mutters that the recoil was so strong it broke his teeth. The scene continues with Sirius and Lilia watching as Seraphina reverts to her original form as a massive carnivorous plant. Sirius staggers, breathing heavily, murmurs that something is wrong with him, then collapses into Lilia's lap. Lilia reacts with alarm, calling out his name and checking his forehead. She notes that his temperature has dropped dangerously low. He used too much energy during the battle, and if she doesn't act quickly, his life will be in danger. She lowers him to the ground gently and places her glowing foot over the injured area of his body. She focuses with stating that she'll begin by healing his internal organs. Suddenly, Sirius is stirred in confusion as he notices the surrounding water has turned into sludge and asks what's happening. Lilia explains calmly that the sludge is a physical manifestation of his injuries. It means his body is critically fragile. Sirius tries to move but feels totally weighed down by this thick, heavy stuff. He complains that it's way too cold and even colder than before as he can't seem to budge at all. Lilia keeps using her purification magic through her foot, keeping an eye on the sludge as it shifts and darkens. She can tell it's risky because if it's not dealt with, it could freeze him from the inside out. So she starts rubbing it off with her foot before it has a chance to harden. Sirius breathes out slowly and looks more at ease. Then a glowing message pops up on the screen. letting them know that the target has been logged. Lilia stays focused and tells him to breathe and chill out. Her magic, which comes from purification, needs her mind to be clear. If she starts to think negatively, her healing gets weaker and could totally fail. She has to wrap things up before that happens. Ceres mentions he's feeling warm again and tries to sit up. Lilia steps back a bit and lets him know his internal injuries are all healed up. Now she just has to help him regain his strength. She lifts her foot and gently puts it on his lips, signaling that they're in the last phase of healing. With half his mind still foggy, Ceres pictures a chocolate cake and starts to eat as if it's instinct. Lilia is super determined. She tells him to eat up every last bite because she refuses to let this magic fail. It's more than just a spell for her. It's a test of her belief. She's confident she'll heal him completely. Suddenly, a new message pops up on the screen that the favorability is at 51%. Ceres kept licking her feet, going on about how tasty the cake was. Lilia winced, clearly uncomfortable, and told him straight up to cut it out with the tongue action. Then a message popped up on the screen showing the dust index at 60%. She was worried about how fast his muscles were soaking up energy. He was already starting to cramp, and if that kept up, he'd wake up feeling sore and super tired. She realized she needed to do something fast to lower his temperature before it got any worse. When the lust index increases, she senses that this is the most effective moment to assist him, as his body is highly receptive, and the surge of sensation can reach him completely. As she steps forward, Ceres flinches and says no. Lilia repeatedly urges him not to resist, explaining that it's a crucial part of the treatment process, and uses the other foot. The lust index keeps building up, and she begins to feel intimidated. Realizing her purification magic is faltering, she reminds herself to stay calm and resist the dark thoughts. Ceres suddenly tells Lilia that he is feeling a bit of pain and asks her to grab him. Lilia, blushing, urges him to hurry up and eat it as she can't hold on anymore and causing the lust index to rise. Ceres continues licking her foot, and Lilia giggles, commenting that he is actually using his tongue, which tickles her. She quickly realizes she can't focus on what he's doing, so to distract herself, she thinks about what the Holy Church teaches. Cleanse desires, avoid lust, and keep things balanced. By sticking to these guidelines, she manages to push away any unwanted feelings and stay pure. Because of this, the lust index can decrease. When Ceres is done, Lilia pulls her feet away, letting him know the treatment is over and the magic is still working, bringing the lust index down to 67%. Ceres gets up and asks if it's all finished, and Lilia confirms it is. She feels a rush of energy and realizes her purification magic has really improved, maybe even doubled what it used to be. It hits her that healing his injuries has boosted her magic even more. As Ceres stretches, he comments how all his injuries have healed and he feels totally refreshed, giving a shout out to Lilia's magic. Lilia starts thinking about how this boost could help her become the new archbishop sooner than expected. She tells Ceres that in the future, he should definitely come to her for treatment, even if it's just a minor injury. Ceres agrees, saying he will. The scene then shifts to the Holy Church, where a big hole blemishes the building. Mr. Charlton shows up with a green-haired girl named Daisy who gasps in shock. Charlton wonders if it was a demonic beast attack that did it. Mr. Charlton walks over to Ceres and Lilia, who is already there, and starts asking them what happened and if it was some kind of attack. Ceres seems a bit unsure and mentions that they don't have all the info yet, but they're sure the Archbishop is gone. Jessie points out the carnivorous plants that Ceres has on display. Lilia tells Mr. Charlton they need to wait for the new Archbishop to move forward, but suggests they chat about the collaboration in the meantime. Mr. Charlton is caught off guard by this, and Lilia explains that a lot of steps can be skipped once the Archbishop is on board. He sighs and agrees it's the only way to go. Ceres steps back and says he'll let them handle things, giving a quick goodbye to Mr. Charlton. As Ceres is about to leave, Mr. Charlton calls him back and asks Daisy to give Ceres a ride home. He also tells her to fill him in on what's been happening at the Warrior Guild. Ceres raises an eyebrow, curious about what's been going on. Later, while driving, Daisy sneaks a glance at Ceres but keeps her focus on the road. She mentions that a weird demonic beast has invaded the city and is only after warriors. Ceres looks puzzled, trying to wrap his head around it, and asks her to explain what she means. Daisy explains that several A-rank warriors have already been killed. Their bodies are found drained of blood, and in each case their genitals are mutilated. The revelation shocks Ceres, and he repeats the part about blood draining, trying to connect the pieces. Daisy nods seriously and mentions that the victims have weird markings carved into their skin that look like some sort of beast language. The markings send a creepy message like, "Not you." It seems like the creature is looking for someone specific. A dark thought hits Ceres as he starts to wonder if the blood-sucking beast is actually after him. Daisy goes on explaining that, to keep everyone calm, Daphne from Zone D is heading up the investigation. She's already started tracking down the demonic creature. Just then, a girl named Sadiel shows up at the window, muttering curses. Inside, the white-haired Yogo glances up in surprise and asks why she's back, pointing out that the place is packed with vendors and soldiers. Then she wants to know if Sadiel is planning to stick around. Sadiel shakes her head and says no way. She tells Yogo it's the enemy's base, and if they get caught, it's going to be a whole mess for the human, which she really wants to avoid. Yogo laughs and teases that she knows transformation magic but isn't going to share it. Sadiel looks confused and points out that she can only change how others look. Plus, she needs a safe spot to hide out because heading outside is too risky. Yogo watches her with a puzzled look, and then out of nowhere, blood starts dripping from her mouth and she just drops to the ground. Yogo looks up curious and calls out Sadiel for pretending to be sick to get attention, claiming she won't share her master with her. While talking, her mind goes back to when Cirrus had saved her. Just then, Ceres and Daisy come out through the door. Ceres asks Daisy to fill him in on the whole vampire beast situation. Daisy agrees, and Cirrus turns to Yog, saying he's back. Noticing Yog, she remarks on how cool her name is. Yog mutters something about someone else showing up with the master and quickly lifts Sadiel to hide her. Ceres opens the door and Yogo greets them, saying it's good to have them back. Ceres nods and motions for Daisy to come inside. As they walk in, Yogo watches them, a bit confused. Daisy gives Yogo an apologetic smile, hoping she's not interrupting anything. Yogo's red eyes flicker as she realizes what's going on, because for her, another woman will be another headache. She lets out a sigh and still not sure how to handle this. Ceres hands a carnivorous plant to Yog while Daisy, sitting there without her shoes, thinks about her next move. She really doesn't want to repeat the mistake from last time when her emotions got the best of her. Meanwhile, Yog is mumbling to herself about how she needs to get rid of Daisy because the woman is messing with her master. While serving food to Cirrus and Daisy, Cirrus asks how that vampire beast managed to get into the city. Daisy fills her in, saying that the giant dragon, Beagle down south, is about to wake up and will wreck everything in sight. With fewer warriors around, the vampire beast managed to slip through. Daisy explains that the last time she gave Cirrus the captain's badge, she was rushing and totally forgot something important. Curious, Cirrus asks what it is, to which Daisy shares that as the secretary to the vice president of Zone Z, and she needs to keep track of the warriors' preferences and living situations. She hands him a form for a personal promotion survey. Ceres glances at the form and wonders why there are questions about a spouse, asking if he really has to fill out every part of it. Daisy confirms that all new captains have to fill it out and submit it to the guild, stressing that being detailed is key since it could impact the team's evaluation. Ceres sighs but agrees to fill it out, while Daisy secretly hopes this will help her get closer to him. Just then, they hear a noise from the other room and Ceres wonders how another person made their way into Yog's space. He gets up to check it out, trailed by Sadiel, who looks like she's not doing too well. He asks if she's hurt and she panics, worrying whether the woman saw her. If she did, the warriors would come looking and she'd have to fight to keep herself safe. Ceres shakes his head, insisting that Sadiel can't kill her and that they'll find another way. Sadiel glares, asking why not and if the woman is important to him. Ceres hesitates, then promises to make her leave after finishing the form. Daisy asks Yog who's in Ceres' room, and Yog answers that it's his older sister. Daisy's eyes go wide as she wonders if she's now the third wheel in Ceres' heart. Inside, Sadiel is warning that they need to get rid of the woman, or else she'll have to be taken out. Ceres calms her down, saying he'll take care of it. Then Daisy hears a scream from inside and looks at Yog, asking if they should go help. Yog shakes her head, saying Ceres can handle it, and that another girl might bite her if she goes in. Sadiel bursts out, accidentally bumping into Ceres as he walks in, questioning how she can hit so hard even with her injuries. He hands Daisy the completed form and asks her to drop it off at the guild for him. She nods shyly, then suggests grabbing a bite at a great restaurant outside. Both Ceres and Yog are surprised by the idea, and Yog gives Daisy a sharp look. Ceres looks confused and asks if that's all right. Yog then grabs some food from the plate, reminding him it's time to eat. Ceres, puzzled, and wonders when he planned that. Yog flushes, gently placing the food on her chest and pulling Ceres closer, softly insisting he eat it and stick around until he's done. Daisy's eyes go wide as Ceres just stands there, stunned. Ceres takes a bite of one of the cookies and wonders what it's made of. She casually says it's snake liver mixed with bat wings, but insists it actually tastes good. Yog pulls Ceres in closer and encourages him to have another piece, telling him he needs to finish everything on his plate. Ceres, however, just shakes his head and says no thanks. Daisy, watching all of this, asks if this is how Ceres usually eats. He sighs and admits it's not really his thing. Yog, still trying to feed him, just grins and explains they do this every day because her master likes it. She tells Daisy to just leave if she doesn't want to see it. Daisy gets up, says sorry for interrupting, and heads out, thinking maybe Ceres and Yog really are this close now. Then there's a loud knock at the door. Outside, a girl with bright pink hair asks politely for someone to open up. Inside, another girl hears her and frowns, clearly annoyed. The boy with her, Roy, looks puzzled and asks why no one is answering. He uses his magic and suddenly, the door bursts open with a loud crack. Inside, Ceres jumps up, looks shocked and angry. He yells at them for breaking his door, swearing and saying it cost him 100 silver coins. He charges at Roy with fists tight and fury in his eyes, but Diana steps in with a relaxed smile and holds out a check saying it is for 100 gold coins, which is plenty to cover the damage and good anywhere. Ceres freezes, takes the check, and asks what they want from him. Diana lifts her hand and makes her pitch. She wants him to work for her and is ready to pay him 500,000 gold coins. Ceres, standing off to the side, can't believe what he just heard, because that's a crazy offer. Yog, on the other hand, is getting more annoyed by the minute. She's sick of so many women trying to steal her master away. Before Ceres can respond, Daisy jumps in and tells him not to take the deal. Ceres looks at her totally confused. Daisy turns to Diana and Roy, pointing out that they're from Zone D. Diana smirks and calls Daisy an old lady, asking if it actually matters. That comment sends Daisy into a rage. She insists that Ceres is super important to Zone Z, and that they won't let him bounce to Zone D. The scene switches to outside the building, where Daphne is with her team. One of her guys is on his knees next to a body, really checking it out. He mentions that the blood hasn't fully clotted yet, which means the person probably died only 4 to 5 hours ago. Another guy steps up and tells her that Diana went to see Ceres. At that, Daphne's expression sharpens. In her head, she rolls her eyes and says that the little snake actually went to meet Ceres, but she keeps her voice strict and on point. She tells her team she has bigger fish to fry right now and orders them to search the area thoroughly. If they spot the vampire beast, they should just report back and wait for her with no crazy heroics. They all respond at once, affirming loudly. Without saying anything more, Daphne activates her power and takes off into the air, the wind rushing past her as she coldly thinks that Diana won't pull that on me again. Ceres is meant to be in Zone Z. The scene switches to a massive dragon tearing through buildings, sending debris flying in every direction. It's the Dragoon Beagle, which is gigantic, furious, and roaring loud enough to shake the sky. His stomach growls louder than his voice, and his rampage seems fueled by nothing more than monstrous hunger. He smashes rooftops aside like paper, snapping tree-sized pillars in half as if they're twigs. Guild members scramble to maintain control of the situation. One of them mentions that everyone has already been evacuated from the area, so there are no civilian casualties. Still, the tension remains high. No one has retrieved the Slay Dragon Blade, the only weapon rumored to harm Beagle. That leaves them helpless. A young scout suggests that the best option is to stay away and observe from a distance. The risk of engaging the beast directly is too great. But the guildmaster has a different perspective. He points out that Beagle isn't truly attacking the city, even not out of malice, at least. According to him, the dragon has chosen the ruins near the outskirts, because there's a fortune in gold hidden underneath. Beagle just happens to like gold, and the spot makes for a cozy place to nap. That hunger? Probably just a bad case of waking up grumpy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Daisy leans over and asks Lady Diana if they can snag the elusive captain from Zone Z. Diana wants to know if they have enough funds to make the offer worthwhile. She turns to Ceres, curious about his opinion, but he just blinks and says he doesn't even know the person. That doesn't seem to matter to Diana. She quickly explains that Ceres's real job is to spill the tea that is to reveal how he broke Daphne's no-cooperation policy and what he knows about the Shea dungeon incident. But there's a twist that he would have to do it live on a popular TV show, solely to make her sister feel awkward. Once Ceres understands her angle, he declines. He sees right through it. Diana raises her voice, clearly frustrated. She insists it's his chance to earn a ton of money. Ceres responds calmly, saying it's not worth making Daphne sad. He made a promise and intends to keep it. Diana seems to take that as a negotiation tactic. She wonders aloud if he's just angling for more cash and offers to make a better deal. That's when Daphne's voice rings out from behind her, sharp and commanding. Diana turns quickly, caught off guard. Daphne storms into the room, demanding that they leave Ceres alone. She looks like she's ready to throw a punch, but Roy steps in just in time and reminds her that she can't hit her sister that hard. Daphne backs off slightly and tells Roy to stay out of it. Daisy, now watching quietly from the corner, whispers, if maybe Daphne from Zone D has a thing for Ceres. Diana smirks and accuses Daphne of being insecure or not trusting Ceres anymore, especially since she's quit all her jobs. Daphne scowls and claims she's just a natural-born troublemaker. Ceres interjects, saying he hasn't even said anything yet. But Daphne's mind wanders to how he helped her before, and how he never let the lure of gold pull him away from his promises. Her gaze then drops to Diana, and she can't help but smirk. She notes that Diana has obviously gotten breast implants, probably trying to fix something money can't. She jokes that Diana's breasts aren't naturally big, but Diana snaps back angrily, denying it. Diana barks at Roy to leave with her, calling everyone in the room gross. As they walk out, Diana quietly fumes, thinking about how Ceres must have more secrets like the one she plans to uncover and use for payback against Daphne. Once they're gone, Daphne mutters that next time Ceres should kick her sister out himself. Ceres, now alone with her, can't help but think about the tense relationship between the two sisters. He also briefly wonders if Daphne was right about the implants. Just then, a report comes in. A white-haired demonic breast has been discovered in Zone Y. Daphne doesn't hesitate. She dashes out immediately to investigate. Daisy says her goodbyes and leaves soon after. That's when Yog steps forward with worrying news. She tells Cirrus that Sadiel is seriously ill. Her body temperature has dropped dangerously low, and only an advanced recovery herb can save her. But they don't have enough time. Ceres, growing desperate, has a sudden thought. Maybe his blood, infused with the energy of Sato's lord, can help. Without thinking, he cuts his palm and lets the blood flow into Sadiel's mouth. Yog gasps, but it's working. A vibrant green mana starts to wrap around Sadiel's body. Ceres watches closely. Soon Sadiel stirs. Her eyes flutter open, and she grips her head groggily. Ceres asks gently if she's okay. The scene cuts back to Beagle, who is now gnawing lazily on giant boulders. Suddenly he pauses. His nostrils flare. He catches the scent of something. He turns, growling low and deep. His massive form begins to move. Panic spreads fast. This has never happened before. Beagle is heading towards Salem. The guildmaster yells to get everyone on alert. Reports start coming in that Beagle is stomping directly toward the city. The reason? He can smell the blood of Sato's lord, now flowing inside Cirrus. And he wants it. Yog stares at the blood, totally amazed by how good it smells. Sadiel holds Cirrus's hand and says she isn't going to waste a single drop. Ceres is blushing and tells her she's sucking his hand way too hard, and it's starting to tickle. Then Yog calls out to him, saying she can't hold back anymore either as she needs a taste too. She grabs his head and goes for his hand, trying to get some blood herself. Now both of them are going at it and are sucking eagerly, while Cirrus shouts at them to stop because he can't even feel his hands anymore. The demon girls start wondering if their bodies feel so good and energized, because the purification is working from the inside. Yog realizes it must be healing Sadiel too, since she literally can't stop sucking and keeps wanting more. Suddenly, a loud emergency alert goes off that is announcing the activation of a high-level magic barrier. That snaps them out of it. They both stop what they're doing, surprised by the sudden news. Sadiel realizes she has completely lost control of herself, while Yog is shocked to find her clothes have magically returned, though her magic reserves are pretty low now. The announcement continues that a giant dragon named Beagle is heading straight for Salem City with an ETA of 10 days. All citizens must evacuate to underground shelters, and all warriors are ordered to draw their dragon-slaying blades to defend themselves. Every warrior must report to HQ within 3 hours or get demoted from the guild. Jeeps are already rushing toward HQ. Meanwhile, a secretary tells Cirrus he's on his own since there are no recruits with him, and Zone Z is out of vehicles. Ceres groans and asks if that means he has to run 100 miles. He shouts at her to recruit someone already, but she just shrugs, saying she has paperwork to finish. If he wants a ride, he'll have to team up with another guild. That's when Irene from Squad 14 offers to let him tag along. Ceres asks if her captain would be okay with that, and Irene says he'd probably be happy to team up with someone strong like Cirrus. But as soon as he introduces himself as an F-rank captain, she freezes and immediately backs away since no one in F-rank even has a captain. She quickly ends the conversation, saying it never happened, and it leaves Cirrus furious. Out of nowhere, Bella shows up and asks to join Squad 15. Ceres is surprised to see her. She greets him warmly, then scolds him for not visiting her after he got out of the hospital. She asks if he's forgotten her, mentioning she's heard a lot about him. Ceres explains that he's just been super busy with a ton of crazy stuff. Bella smiles, happy to hear he's a captain now, and says they can catch up after the mission. The secretary reminds him he still needs to complete his paperwork. Irene tells Bella not to waste her time following losers from F rank, bragging that her own captain is A rank. Then Tyler shows up and snidely claims Ceres only became a captain because of his connections. Bella's eyes widened as she recognizes him. Tyler tries to recruit her to Kalent's society, boasting that his armor makes him way stronger than Ceres. He offers her another chance and even promises an A-rank sword. But Bella turns him down, saying she's sticking with Ceres. Ceres tells her to come sign the forms and she walks over without hesitation. Tyler clenches his fists as he gets furious, wondering why Bella always chooses Ceres over him. Irene curses Bella for having such bad taste and tells Tyler to just forget her and move on. But Tyler is steaming and declares that eventually, they'll all be begging for his help. Back at the front desk, Ceres is yelling again about not getting a vehicle. The secretary tells him Squad 14 has already taken the last 2, despite being just 5 people. She suggests he go ask Captain Tyler for a favor. Tyler laughs in his face, calling Ceres a joke who can't even afford a full set of armor. He says he'd rather hold a public roast than give him a seat, just to humiliate him in front of Bella. But Ceres just quietly looks at a paper he's been given by Lady Diana, which shows an offer of help if he ever needs it. Tyler's wondering why they haven't come out yet. One of the crew tells him they've arrived, and Tyler asks if he can't just grab a car, which Ceres agrees with. Tyler steps up with dropping his sword, then jokingly says sorry and asks someone to pick it up since he's still figuring out how to handle his Thunder Rage weapon. Taylor jumps in, saying they must earn something like a true warrior if they want something done. Bella shouts that he's going too far and doing it on purpose. At the same time, Irene can't help but comment on how terrible her taste in guys is. The driver suggests they might want to beg for a favor, hinting that Taylor could forgive their rudeness. Taylor states that every warrior must reach headquarters in 3 hours, or they lose their spot. If they can't hack it, they're back to being just Frank. Bella narrows her eyes, realizing Taylor's calling the shots over Ceres because of her. Ceres tells them the helicopter is here and Taylor is surprised. Everyone's stunned when they see the helicopter with the guild logo pull up, knowing it's a private ride for VIPs. Others start asking what kind of mission would get such fancy treatment. Still, Taylor brushes off their questions and insists that it's probably for something big. He tells them to stop speculating. A young lady exits the helicopter, asking Ceres if it's gone time. Taylor's crew is shocked since Ceres is just an F-rank warrior and they think it's a bad idea. Ceres picks up his sword and tells Bella to hop on. Taylor can't believe an F-rank loser is acting up like that, but then he realizes Ceres has his weapon. He demands Ceres give it back, but Ceres just says he forgot to return it. He uses his power and throws the sword into the ground, causing a huge blast when it hits the gas tank. Everyone freaks out as their car goes up in flames. Taylor tells them to find another ride. The members shout that the demonic beast is killing their fellows as it drinks the blood of humans, draining them like trolls. The beast tastes the blood and says it's not the one she wants. She's curious about which guy will have the blood she needs. The beast moves closer to the group, saying she'll drain every man in the city to find the right one. They start freaking out, shouting that if Daphne is here and that everything will be fine. One guy yells that they need to protect the city and can't just go out searching for warriors all the time. The beast charges at them and the commander warns about the attack, but she grabs him. He's staring right into her mouth, scared he's about to die. Just then, someone swoops in and saves him at the last second. Everyone shouts Daphne's name and she scolds them for not waiting. They tell her to head to the headquarters, but she's determined to take down the beast first. Suddenly, she recognizes the demon and asks why it's still alive. The beast wonders if Daphne actually knows her. Daphne realizes she has the upper hand this time. She tells the beast that last time she was trapped, but now she's willing to give a piece of herself since the beast is weaker now. The beast is cool with that, and reveals she's just a bunch of fragments following a guy with demonic blood, thinking she's fought him before. Daphne figures out the beast is after Ceres, so she declares she won't let her get anywhere near him. Ceres asks if the sealed area under the headquarters is real, and Diana confirms that only a few close friends know about it. She mentions that the blades for slaying dragons are locked away there. Bella asks if any beasts will pop up in that area, but Diana says it's impossible because the room is safe. As they move forward, they're shocked to find the guards dead, and Ceres asks Diana if the demonic beast is around. Realizing this place is unsafe, Diana is stunned when she sees the statue that wasn't there before. That is the sleeping maid statue. She wonders if their intel was off. Bella notices an injured man still breathing amid the carnage. She quickly moves to his side and helps him prop himself against the wall while the rest of the team spreads out to check the basement. Lady Diana takes a slow step forward and stares at the destruction in disbelief. She can't understand how this basement, of all places, turns into such a massacre. The injured guy quietly mutters that the maid had gone downstairs before everything went wrong. That piece of information instantly puts Lady Diana on edge. She raises her voice, demanding to know what's going on below them. But the man quickly motions for silence, his eyes wide with fear. He warns her to keep quiet, saying the statue might wake up again. It's already too late. The maid, or what remains of her spirit, hears the noise. Her stone-carved eyes snap open, glowing bright. Without warning, a blinding laser beam shoots from her gaze, striking Ceres and his team with shocking force. Roy yells out Lady Diana's name and lunges toward her. He throws himself over her just in time to shield her from the blast. Ceres reacts instantly, pulling Diana back with him and covering her body with his own to absorb the brunt of the second wave. Just as suddenly as it begins, the beam stops. The statue's eyes close again, and her head lowers, returning to its lifeless position. As the dust settles, Lady Diana glances at Roy, panicked. She asks if he's all right. Roy gives her a lopsided grin and tells her it's just his hand that needs rest, as there is nothing too serious. Bella, still kneeling beside the injured man, tries to help patch him up, but he insists there's no time. According to him, they need to split up and run while they still can. Ceres asks if the statue only fires the laser when it hears sound. The guy nods quickly and warns them about the steps leading into what he calls the danger zone near the statue. Any movement or noise from there triggers the deadly attack. Ceres tightens his grip on his sword. He instructs Bella to stay with the injured man and tend to his wounds, while also keeping an eye on Lady Diana. Diana, now clearly upset, tells Roy to destroy the statue completely. Ceres counters her with a more strategic idea, as he says they'll go after one eye at a time. That way, someone else can jump in if anyone gets injured. Roy doesn't seem convinced. He questions whether Ceres has the confidence to face this threat, especially since he's only an E-rank player. Ceres doesn't answer. Instead, he shouts that he needs to test his strength and charges forward with his sword raised high. The statue maid hears his approach. Her head jerks up, eyes opening once again. Another laser beam fires at Ceres. He tries to dodge and wonders if he can avoid taking a hit completely, but he knows even near misses would wear him down fast. He listens for footsteps, calculating her reaction time, and begins darting back and forth to confuse her. The statue keeps firing, its beam slicing through stone and air with no mercy. The others try to move in as well, but the blasts start catching them too. Bella watches in horror and realizes this entity is far more powerful than any of them expected. Ceres pays attention to the statue's pattern. It always targets the loudest source. Testing his theory, he throws his sword behind it. The statue immediately turns and blasts the weapon into dust, telling them to stay quiet with a mechanical whisper. Ceres confirms it targets sound. Grabbing another weapon, he prepares to strike again. This time, he rushes in and lands a direct hit, but his sword shatters on impact. Before he can react, Roy steps in. His fist hardens into stone, and he confidently declares that this should be a simple challenge for him. He slams his stone fist into the statue's chest, but to his shock, it leaves almost no damage. He barely has time to register what's happening before the statue grabs him. Roy screams in pain as her grip tightens. Ceres leaps into action, grabbing a nearby hammer and slamming it against the statue's back. As he hits it, something glints in the dust. He looks closer and freezes. There's another eye that is embedded on the statue's back. Before he can shout a warning, the hidden eye opens and fires another beam. Ceres barely rolls away in time. Meanwhile, Roy struggles to protect himself. He forms a large stone cross between him and the statue's hands, trying to buy time. Lady Diana sees that Roy is in trouble. Their voices, though low, stir something within the statue. The statue turns its head sharply. Its stone-carved eyes swivel directly toward Lady Diana, locking in on the sound. A sharp glow ignites in them, and a laser beam fires off in an instant. Roy, struggling in the statue's grip, sees what is about to happen. He yells for Diana to get back. Bella doesn't hesitate. She yanks Lady Diana to the side and pulls her into cover just in time. Roy grits his teeth and tries something desperate. He lifts both his arms and attempts to cover the statue's eyes with his hands, hoping to block the beam and buy them more time. But the effort burns him. The laser doesn't stop. It keeps firing, and the heat forces him to scream out in pain. His voice echoes off the basement walls. Through the pain, he manages to shout at Ceres, urging him to destroy the statue now before she targets Diana again. In the middle of the chaos, Roy grabs at the statue's head, trying to twist it or pull it away from the others. But then, out of nowhere, Ceres feels something strange. As he gets closer, his hand brushes the statue's chest and he senses warmth. It catches him completely off guard. To everyone's shock, the statue reacts. A pink blush appears faintly across her stony cheeks. Without warning, she flings both Roy and Ceres away from her with surprising strength. Ceres crashes back, stumbling to his feet while watching her movements closely. The statue curls up slightly, as though embarrassed, closing her eyes again and shielding her chest with both arms. Ceres is confused. He doesn't understand why she's reacting like this. Roy, meanwhile, growls in frustration. He admits he's been hitting the statue with everything he has, but it barely shows a crack. He glances at his hand. It's trembling, discolored, and clearly broken. The pain shoots up his arm and he knows he won't be able to throw another punch like that again. His cry of pain is loud enough to rattle the chamber. The statue's eyes flash open once more. Roy realizes he's drawn her attention again and braces himself, though he knows he won't be able to dodge in time. Ceres sees what's happening. He doesn't wait. He moves forward and plants himself in front of Roy, holding out his arms to shield him from the incoming blast. Roy can't believe what he's seeing. He shouts at Ceres, questioning how he thinks he can block a laser with his bare hands. But the statue pauses. She blinks, surprised, as Ceres touches her chest again and then pinches it softly. That single gesture throws her off. Her laser fires, but this time it hits the walls behind them instead. Ceres notices the shift in her body. He starts wondering if she can actually feel anything, if she's reacting emotionally to the contact. Bella and Lady Diana are speechless. Neither of them can believe what they're watching. Somehow, Ceres is redirecting the statue's deadly aim using the strangest method imaginable. Roy, still stunned and in pain, asks Ceres what exactly is going on. Ceres doesn't explain. He just tells Roy to move aside since he's hurt. He'll take it from here. Roy starts to step back, but the statue senses his movement. She shifts her focus and prepares another attack. Ceres immediately reacts, using a reversal move to throw off her concentration. It works. Her blast misses Roy and slams into another section of the wall. Lady Diana, still ducking behind cover, asks Bella if Ceres always fights like this. Bella shakes her head and says that it's definitely not his usual style. But somehow it's working. Diana checks on Roy again. He insists he's okay, but admits they didn't expect the statue to be this tough. He warns Ceres that she's still dangerous. The statue now keeps her gaze fixed solely on Ceres. He He dodges her attack swiftly, and the movement causes her chest area to shift again. She seems thrown off and takes a moment to collect herself. But after a short pause, she lunges again, clearly flustered but relentless. Ceres watches her more carefully this time. Her strikes are becoming less focused. He starts to think that her combat pattern is breaking down. She's losing precision, Roy comments from the side, noting how chaotic her attacks have become. Then, unexpectedly, Ceres slaps the statue lightly on the backside and shouts for her to focus if she's going to fight seriously. The statue falters mid-attack. Roy watches it all, wide-eyed. Despite the absurdity of the approach, he has to admit Ceres is handling the situation in his own strange but effective way. Roy's on the ground, clutching his chest and clearly in pain. Lady Diana checks in, asking if he's okay. He tells her he has chest pain and thinks his ribs might be cracked from all the hits he took from the statue. Bella jumps in, warning that a chest fracture could be serious, as it could mess with his heart and lungs every time he breathes. She offers to help him out and asks him to show his chest, but warns that it'll only give him some temporary relief. As Roy lifts his shirt, Bella's caught off guard for a second, but she quickly snaps back to reality and starts checking him out. When Roy asks if she sees anything wrong, she assures him it's his injuries. Then, she pivots the convo to the fight, asking if any player who digs Ceres could take down the statue. Bella insists Roy really needs treatment right now. He thinks about the battle, realizing that even his strongest moves barely scratch the statue. Meanwhile, Ceres seems to have slowed down the statue's attacks and looks like she can control it. Bella means Ceres' skills are better than those of an S-frame player. Ceres notices the statue's blazer is slipping and jokes that maybe it's because her eyes are almost closed and she can't control herself. The statue stays quiet, trying to cover up. Ceres is surprised and wonders if she's actually avoiding his gaze. He points out that she has feelings too and calls her cute. Noticing she shuts her eyes when she's shy, he decides to fly close and touch her since she's shown him a weakness. As he lifts his hand, he teasingly asks if anyone's touched her belly button before. Out of nowhere, she lifts her foot and kicks Ceres hard to fend off his touch. Bella yells that she has to jump in and help Ceres since it's up to her now with their captain hurting. But Ceres grabs her foot, making the statue squirm in shyness. Roy grabs Bella and warns her not to mess things up for Ceres. She's surprised and asks what he's talking about. Roy tells her to keep her head in the game and points out that it's Ceres holding her foot, not the statue attacking him. He urges her to feel his heartbeat through her foot and he gives her leg another rustle. It makes things even more awkward for the statue, who then opens her eyes and starts firing laser beams. Everyone's shocked as they see the lasers seem weaker than before. Ceres tells the statue her attacks are getting weaker, even if they won't kill him. Suddenly, she grabs Ceres by the neck and pulls him closer. Roy screams that she's trying to go for a big attack and tells Ceres to break away. Ceres raises a hand and points at her chin, while Roy warns him to dodge her attack instead of moving in since it could be deadly. The system locks on and Ceres kisses her. She's totally caught off guard by it, and Roy remarks that the statue's still stunned by the kiss. They exchange some water while Ceres catches his breath after pulling away. The statue pushes him back and Ceres playfully asks if she stuck her tongue out on purpose. The statue is blushing and covers her face and hides her head with her arms. Lady Diana shouts that she's hiding her head. Ceres takes a step closer, while Roy notes that she hasn't even reacted to Ceres moving in. Curious, he pokes her and says she has a stiff tongue. Ceres wants to ensure she'll look his way again, but the statue stays silent. He calls over his friend because the shy girl isn't lifting her head up soon. Taylor and his crew find themselves at another fork in the road, looking around all confused. One team member asks if there is supposed to be just one way to go based on the intel they got. Taylor wonders why it feels like a maze in here. Irene chimes in, saying that the intel from HQ is usually pretty accurate and that there's probably a good reason for the layout. Another member questions if the info about the single path is even right. Taylor is still baffled by the maze vibe. Irene mentions that it's likely the previous team triggered something that messed with the terrain. Suddenly, another team shouts that a monster's shown up and they need to watch out. One player gets slammed to the ground and yells in pain. A red-haired teammate asks if everyone has taken out their Slay Dragon blade. They respond that a lot of players are lost and that whispers are going around that most haven't even found the entrance yet. The team lead calls out that they need to depend on their own strength and skills to hold back the giant dragon that's coming at them. One player says he's grabbed the dragon's feet with his magic, creating a strong green mana, and tells everyone, including the captain, that they've locked their feet down. But then he realizes that the chains are slipping and he can't hold on for long, so he tells everyone to attack the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon breaks free with a massive strike, knocking the players down and injuring them. Then, an S-rank Ironarm giant named Cassius yells that he'll try to protect them and tells everyone to keep attacking the beast. He channels a ton of mana and transforms into a giant monster, charging at the dragon and warning it not to come any closer. He smashes into the dragon with all his might and claims he'll cut it in half. The attack actually stops the dragon, and Cassius wonders if this plan is going to work against it. Everyone thinks Cassius is awesome for his epic moves and they're cheering him on to keep attacking without holding back. The dragon catches sight of his assault and gives him this annoyed look. She thinks for a second and then sees Cassius flexing his powers and stripes, muttering that every time she eats, someone's always trying to cause trouble. She raises her hand and calls Cassius really annoying. With a swift motion, she swats him away like he's nothing. One hit from the dragon shatters Cassius's armor and his mana doesn't even faze her. He's on the ground in no time, hitting his head and leaving everyone shocked. They can't believe a powerhouse like Cassius just got smacked down by a dragon. Even at that moment, Cassius tells his friends they have Salem City backing them up and they have to stop the dragon, no matter what. He's fired up and insists they've got to take down the dragon while it's slowly creeping toward them. Taylor's team is outside a door, and he's moving closer, hand on the handle, warning his teammates to be cautious since they don't know what's on the other side. As Ceres pushes the door open, it creaks loudly and starts shaking the basement. The team is taken aback. One member asks if an earthquake hit the maze, while Taylor tells them to brace for anything. Another player chimes in, saying it doesn't feel like an earthquake to her because the air is buzzing with magic, which feels like someone triggered a special mechanism. As Ceres forces the basement door open, everyone realizes the ground is shifting again. It leads to a massive explosion in the city, leaving everyone wide-eyed. One player points out the blast, realizing it's a huge surge of magical energy. Another wonders what caused such a big explosion from their headquarters. Shocked, everyone starts realizing that the headquarters has vanished from the city. Roy figures things have changed because of the door that Ceres opened. Lady Diana, looking dizzy, almost collapses and lands on Roy's lap. One member notices Carrot has fainted, and another says Hank has gone down too. Tiger Banlier is an S-rank player who worries about the C-rank players, saying they can't handle the magical backlash from the building. He thinks it's dumb to pull out a sword since the whole landscape has transformed. He feels the heavy magic lingering on the ground and finds it seriously scary. Over with Ceres's team, players are chatting about how only a dungeon with such magical power is worthy of a legendary weapon. Ceres spots the sword lying on the ground and Irene points it out to Taylor. Taylor sees it and shouts, realizing it's the Slay Dragon Blade. Ceres can't help but think about how amazing it would be to draw that sword. Irene mentions that Ceres is an F-rank player, which ticks Taylor off. He frowns, feeling jealous about Ceres's luck. Taylor wonders how the maze can just disappear and suddenly, Ceres is right by the sword. Thinking the first person to try drawing it has the best chance to succeed, Taylor decides he can't let Ceres get ahead. He yells to his team to follow him so he can grab the sword and they all jump to obey. The sword starts whispering that it feels awkward with so many people crowding around it. Ceres is stunned, staring at the sword. It tells him he has no business looking at it like that, feeling uncomfortable because it doesn't have a scabbard. The sword asks Ceres to stop staring, threatening to unleash some pressure on him if he doesn't close his eyes since it doesn't like being watched. Ceres feels that pressure and wonders how a sword can even talk, surprised that it has a personality. A massive wave of pressure blasts out from the sword, causing even the toughest armor to crack and players to drop like flies. Taylor's teammate gives him the lowdown on what's happening, and everyone can't believe the sheer power of the mana. The air around Taylor feels like hot lead, making it hard to breathe. He looks around and realizes it's awful for everyone involved. Even Ceres is feeling the effects of the mana pressure. The spirit of the sword notes how tough Ceres is for holding his ground against it. Banlier whispers that anyone who can handle the pressure and still move has a shot at drawing the sword. His teammate asks if he can get close to the Slay Dragon Blade and wonders what the risks are. Banlier reassures him and says the sword has been dormant, so there shouldn't be any danger. But the sword itself chimes in, warning that anyone who gets too close is in the danger zone. Ceres is taken aback by the sword's words and turns to Bella, asking if she's picking up on anything. Bella suggests that maybe Ceres is just hearing things because of the intense mana around. Taylor leaps over to Ceres and says the pressure must have messed with his head, claiming his stamina is way better than Ceres's. Roy tells Ceres that the first person to draw the sword has the best chance of succeeding, so he can't let Ceres get ahead of him. Taylor laughs at Ceres, saying an F-rank player like him has no business trying to wield the Slay Dragon Blade. Bella runs towards Taylor, yelling that he's jumping the gun, but Ceres stops her and tells her to steer clear of him. As soon as Taylor steps over the line and gets close to the sword, it senses him and shouts for him to back off. But Taylor ignores the warning and thinks that by grabbing the sword in front of Bella and Ceres, he'll look like a hero while putting Ceres in his place. The sword's spirit rolls her eyes at Taylor annoyingly and warns him not to touch her hilt. Just as Taylor reaches out, looking down on Ceres, the sword shouts that he's giving off some pretty creepy vibes. She raises her leg to kick him away, not wanting anyone to get close. Taylor gets slammed back and sent flying, screaming in pain from the sword's powerful mana. His teammates are in shock, and one of them calls out to Taylor, their captain. He jokes that it's unbelievable their captain got hit by the sword. Ceres checks out the sword while the sword's spirit rolls its eyes at humans, saying they don't need to treat her so roughly. She adds that humans are all the same even after all these years and admits she really can't stand their existence. Taylor notices his broken armor, pointing out that it's made from deep-sea materials but got torn pretty easily. Ceres realizes that his A-rank scale armor underneath has been saving him the whole time. Without it, things could have turned out really bad. The other players are buzzing with surprise about the sword. One of them asks how they even found out about safely drawing it, while others think it's a failure for Taylor since the Slay Dragon blade rejected him. They're also chatting about how the blade has come to life. Taylor's teammates are saying they just don't have tough enough armor to handle the Slay Dragon blade's attack, and are wondering who's going to step up to try and pull the sword. Out of nowhere, Taylor starts laughing, and his teammates wonder that what's up with him. Taylor just chuckles and says he's not a failure. He explains that legendary weapons are only meant for those who can pass the trial of the Slay Dragon blade. He takes a stance in front of the sword, saying as an A-rank warrior, he's made it through the trial. He yells that the Slay Dragon blade should be excited, but the sword spirit isn't having any of it. She shouts back at Taylor, saying it's not the same deal because she can't stand rude guys like him. She even hints that taking Taylor down herself would feel pretty good, clearly thinking he's not worthy of wielding the sword. Taylor suddenly turns to Ceres and yells that he's jealous of him because the Slay Dragon blade seems to have picked him out. Ceres quietly suggests that maybe the blade just wants to take him out personally. The sword spirit glances at Ceres and agrees with a whisper that he's totally right. Out of nowhere, Taylor lunges to grab the sword real quick. The sword spirit notices that Taylor has snuck up on her because she wasn't really paying attention. Taylor grabs the sword, but the spirit quickly points out that he's actually got her neck. A wave of strong mana pressure bursts from the sword, making Taylor's armor start to break apart. Everyone's stunned that Taylor can even hold the hilt and might just win over the Slay Dragon blade. While grabbing the sword, Taylor yells that the pressure and power are so intense it feels like they're attacking his whole body. He wonders if this is the final test from the Slay Dragon blade. The sword spirit screams that Taylor is hurting her and wants to break free. Taylor grips the sword tightly with both hands, determined to take control. The players are yelling that Taylor is going to be the first to pull the sword and become the hero who saves their city. The sword spirit totally loses it, getting mad and shouting that everyone is gross because of how they've treated her. In an instant, Taylor notices that the vibe in the air feels different. The other players are buzzing about it, claiming the sword has stopped attacking, which gives them hope they can win without putting themselves at risk to pull it out. They're urging Captain Taylor to grab the Slay Dragon blade. Banlier is pretty bummed and starts to wonder if Taylor has really made it. He whispers that there's no reason for someone like him, an S-rank player, to jump in. Meanwhile, Taylor's getting pumped and is gripping his sword tight while thinking about Bella. He knows he's the one who's been recognized by the Slay Dragon blade, not Ceres. Everyone's cheering for him and calling him a hero. Bella is frowning, really annoyed because Ceres was supposed to be the first one to draw the sword, but Taylor got to it first. The spirit of the sword is now awake and is confused about why everyone is cheering for Taylor. She says she'll tear them all to shreds. Ceres sees what's happening and quickly pulls his teammates back. Bella asks if something's up, and Ceres warns them that the Slay Dragon blade is really angry. They all notice it too, and then the Slay Dragon blade goes on the attack, unleashing crazy destruction with its intense mana pressure. The sword spirit is going after Taylor and he's feeling some serious pain from the crown. Everyone nearby can sense the crazy pressure coming off the sword. Taylor screams in agony and iron while noticing his condition is left in shock. The sword spirit, who's used to dealing with humans and seems shy, that delivers a brutal kick. Iron catches the strong mana and pressure from the sword and yells that it's heading Taylor's way. With a terrified voice, he ducks behind Taylor and begs for help. Then Banlier jumps in to shield them and uses his skills to control the attack with just one hand. He goes all out while Irene stands there, completely shocked since Taylor is still cold. He manages to dodge the attack, making the earth shake. The sword keeps cranking up the pressure with its magic, hitting everyone around. The sword spirit notices Banlier and thinks he's got an impressively tough body. She sees that his armor has healed, acting like a shield for humans and showing off his strength as an A-rank warrior. The players all notice how tough Banlier is, with his armor untouched. One of them points out that he's an A-rank warrior, which is pretty impressive. He tells everyone to take the injured players to the underground sanctuary, putting the lower-ranking members in charge while the higher-ups stick with him. Everyone jumps right into action. Taylor's team picks him up, insisting they leave because it's getting too dangerous to stick around. Banlier taps into his powers and transforms, claiming he's humanity's strongest guardian. He strides toward the sword, which he believes is the strongest in the world. Just then, the sword spirit lifts her leg and is ready to strike Banlier. He braces himself for the hit, shouting they're a perfect match. Banlier charges toward the sword, determined to grab it while dodging its magical attacks. The sword spirit sees how fast he is moving. Meanwhile, the members of the guild from Salem City are cheering him on, shouting that he's their last hope, and he needs to prove to the Slay Dragon blade that humans are stronger. The sword spirit raises both legs, building up pressure with her magic. but Banlier skillfully dodges all her attacks while closing in on the sword. All her powers end up useless against Banlier. He grabs the sword and insists that he deserves to be the one who wields it. The sword spirit doesn't want to be owned by him, so she goes for another attack that hits Banlier right on, smashing his armor to bits. The attack hits Banlier hard, leaving a mark on his face and making him bleed. Everyone's taken aback. Banlier thinks he's hurt, even though the sword spirit hasn't touched him. He pins himself down while his teammates shout his name, worried about him. Banlier tells them to back off and pushes them away. Banlier tells them they must defeat the sword, but the players are surprised since S-rank armor can't withstand its magical power. One says the Slay Dragon Blade has fully awakened, leaving no chance for them to win. Banlier insists they must defeat it, as it's their only chance to become powerful and bring honor to the Slay Dragon Blade. The members whisper that they'll have to fight until their last breath. Banlier tells them they're warriors and must face challenges for Salem City's sake. He questions why they're hesitant. He becomes aggressive, stating that any player who refuses to fight will be considered a deserter and immediately killed. Banlier yells at the players for their pointless chatter. The sword spirit catches wind of this and whispers that the humans are aware of her powers and are scared. She picks out a blonde guy, pointing at him and saying she'll start with him if nobody moves, shoving him into the danger zone. The blonde dude is freaking out. Suddenly, he spots someone already on the battlefield and shouts at Banlier to look. Ceres stares at the sword, remembering what the Slay Dragon spirit said when Taylor tried to grab it. He realizes the sword can sense and communicate like a person. Since the sword has a life force, he wonders if he can connect with or bind the sword's spirit using his system. Ceres tells his system to lock onto the target and it responds. The sword spirit wraps around the sword, confused about why Ceres looks at her intently. The players start gossiping about him and questions how the captain of Squad 14, who is a total F rank, is planning to draw the sword. They shout that Ceres must be nuts. With his low skills and powers, the sword will slice him up. Ceres declares passionately that he's a warrior and must protect Salem City from threats. He's determined to draw the Slay Dragon Blade, even if it costs him his life, and he's not backing down. Banlier says that even the weakest players show more guts than A rank and B rank ones. He says Ceres has a noble soul. The Slay Dragon Blade's spirit feels something different about him, whispering that he makes her feel an odd itch. Noticing Ceres staring, she comments that he's different from other humans. She can't help herself anymore and feels an unusual connection. As Ceres moves closer, she tries to cover herself, deciding to use a slash attack to keep him at bay. The sword spirit is trying to figure out why she feels so weak, especially in her legs, which she can barely lift. This weird tingling and numbness is going on. Meanwhile, the players are blown away that Ceres seems totally fine despite the sword's magical vibe. They're curious why the sword isn't reacting to him like it normally would. It's wild how close Ceres is to the sword and they're all stunned. They remember that the sword usually slices anything living that gets too close, so that's why no one can pull it out. But with Ceres, it's like the sword is just chilling. They're starting to think it must be dormant. The sword spirit feels a strange sensation in her head, realizing she's losing her power and urge to attack. When she looks at Ceres, she can sense something about him is causing her these weird feelings. As he steps closer, she notices their connection even more. The players can't believe the sword spirit isn't attacking. They keep saying it's impossible and debate whether the Sword of Judgment has gone dormant. One player remarks that if it is, Ceres must have incredible luck. The sword spirit feels her hand getting heavy, struggling to keep her emotions in check but not succeeding. Ceres is looking right at her, even with blood dripping from his nose. One player spots the blood and comments that it's not from the sword's attack. Banlier points out that Ceres is just an F-rank hero, so it's crazy that he isn't overwhelmed by the sword's pressure. They can't understand how he's still standing, considering his low rank and the sword's sheer power, and they note he's barely managing to complete his hero mission. Ceres is holding his nose and mentions it's the first time he's bled this much from it. He can feel the Sword of Judgment's immense power. Bella is worried about Ceres and suggests he could step back if things get too dicey, but he stops her with a hand gesture. Ceres declares that his mission is to protect Salem City, and he'll see it through no matter what. On the flip side, the sword spirit feels strange looking at Ceres. She mentions feeling warm and shaky, even a bit ticklish, and holds her chest because her heart is racing. She's finding it odd and even wants to tear her clothes a little, feeling like she wants to show more of herself to Ceres. While wrestling with her thoughts, she realizes she can't let her embarrassment get the better of her. She tells Ceres to stop looking at her because if it keeps up, she'll be exposed. To protect herself, she tries to confront Ceres. The players notice the growing tension and shout that the Slay Dragon Blade has awakened. Banlier is taken aback by the strength of the attack, comparing it to the time his armor was broken. The players shout that Ceres is vulnerable since he's so close to the sword. Ceres wonders if the sword spirit still has the power to strike him. He playfully touches the sword, thinking he needs to counterattack to survive. Immediately, the sword spirit feels something unusual and questions what's happening to her. As Cirrus connects with the sword, she can sense a tingle running through her legs that is causing her to lose focus and misfire at the ground. Then everyone gasps as they realize the attack from the Slay Dragon Blade is suddenly halted. Banlier is shocked and wonders how Cirrus, who is an F-rank player, can withstand the sword's attack without damaging his armor. He's amazed by Cirrus's strength and durability. Meanwhile, the sword spirit lifts herself amid the battle and reflects on all the sensations she's experienced, from being cut through armor to burning flames. But this sensation is unlike anything she has felt before. She feels a new electric charge surging through her but can't shake off the light tickling feeling taking over her body. Overwhelmed, she kneels and admits that she can't attack him anymore due to this sensation. Understanding the moment, Cirrus declares it's the perfect time for him to become the sword's owner. The sword spirit acknowledges his touch makes her feel ticklish and flushes even more. Cirrus focuses intently on pulling out the sword, and he channels all his energy into it. The sword spirit can't hold back anymore and loses her strength. In a surprising turn, Cirrus pulls out the sword, leaving everyone amazed. The players erupt with disbelief, questioning how a weak player can draw the Slay Dragon sword and claim it as his own. The sword spirit comments that at this rate, Cirrus really could become her master. He is determined to draw the sword to protect his Salem city, but soon notices another hand reaching for the sword. Other sword spirits appear before him, kneeling and stating that this cannot happen. One of them approaches Cirrus, explaining that drawing the Slay Dragon sword isn't easy. A player mentions that the Sword of Judgment has gotten its power back. It seems like being strong isn't enough to pull the sword out. The sword spirit struggles to keep it together, feeling all sorts of emotions swirling in her head. She realizes that any attempt to attack her would be useless. She's pretty annoyed about the whole situation after waiting so long to be held by a true master. It's embarrassing to be affected by someone like Cirrus. They both end up holding the sword simultaneously, and the sword spirit is not thrilled about it. She grumbles that this whole situation is a total disgrace for her. But even while saying that, she's against the pull of the sword out on purpose. She yells that if she were unleashing her full power on him, he'd be bleeding way more like from both his nose and mouth. In her mind, the sheer pressure of her spirit should be enough to make it hard for him even to breathe. Still, she insists she's a pure, flawless weapon and won't let her emotions cloud her judgment. Even though everything's chaotic, she tries to protect the sword while Cirrus gives it everything he's got and tries to pull it free. The sword spirit points out that she's just a spirit while Cirrus is a real person, and if he keeps pushing, it could lead to his downfall. She tells him to give it a rest, but Cirrus is stubborn, fueled by his courage and desire to protect his city. He's not backing down. One player comments that Cirrus isn't planning to throw in the towel. The crowd cheers him on, saying that he's fighting hard to save the city. They think that Cirrus is such a brave guy as he's bound to become a great warrior eventually. Everyone's rooting for him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit is baffled and wonders how a guy can be so committed even in a tough spot. She finally realizes that he has justice in his heart. Then she asks for a moment to collect herself, and when he rubs the sword, she loses her grip. She complains that he's tickling her armpits and finds him super annoying. Even though she's uncomfortable, she's determined not to let him win and decides to tough it out to keep him from gaining the advantage. The sword spirit feels something off and digs up memories of all the times she's been burned, beaten, polished, and even broken. But this time, it's different as she can barely handle it. Cirrus messes with the sword more, making the spirit feel a strange tickle. She thinks that it's her butts and he is going so deep. The spirit's once powerful energy is gone, giving Cirrus a huge chance. He strains to pull out the sword. Everyone's eyes are on him, and one of the players yells that he's getting the Sword of Judgment out a bit more. The sword spirit releases a surge of mana, her eyes glowing blue as she boldly claims she can handle any sensation thrown her way. But right after saying that, she cranks things up and hits Cirrus with a wave of overwhelming magical pressure that is going all out with her full power. As Cirrus holds onto the sword, a surge of raw mana erupts around him. The ground cracks, rocks break apart, and pieces start floating in the air. Even with all that chaos, Cirrus keeps trying to pull the sword while dodging the spirit's attacks. He's struggling to hold on, feeling the crushing force of her power. He grits his teeth and says he can barely take it since it feels like his bones might snap under the pressure. Cirrus starts to wonder if the sword spirit is trying to crush him just to stop him from drawing the sword. More rocks rise and Bella panics when she sees what's happening to him. She rushes in, swinging her sword to block the magical blast aimed at Cirrus. But the moment her blade makes contact, it shatters into pieces. The other players notice and start shouting that something just got vaporized. They warn everyone to stay back because the gravity magic is maxed out and it's so intense you can see it in the air. The players murmur that Cirrus can't handle this kind of pressure since he must have already been crushed. They're convinced no one can pull the sword out now. Meanwhile, the system notifies Cirrus that his body is starting to break down from all the strain. The sword spirit taunts him, questioning his strength. She reminds him that his body is on the verge of collapsing and insists the gap between their powers is huge. She says his body and hand will never be able to lift the sword, not even by an inch. She warns him to give up, or she'll crush him into nothing since he clearly can't draw the sword. But Cirrus doesn't back down. He tells her he's underestimated his willpower. With a grin, he keeps lightly brushing his fingers against the sword that is making the sword spirit lose control and scream in frustration. Cirrus is determined, thinking that he still has a shot at winning as long as he hasn't given up. He runs his finger over the sword, challenging the sword spirit to hold on. The sword spirit tightens her fist, feeling this wild sensation coursing through her, and then she digs her nails into the ground. Cirrus is watching her every move. This time, the sword spirit feels the sensations completely differently, and her focus starts to fade. She's determined to stop Cirrus. The intense power of the sword comes back, and the players suggest keeping their distance and backing off. Bella can't handle the pressure and collapses. Cirrus notices his fingers are hurting but keeps gently stroking the sword. The sword spirit is puzzled by how Cirrus can withstand the crushing force and is risking getting squashed, yet still has the energy to tickle her. She wonders if Cirrus has justice and responsibility in his heart and yells at him to stop. As she's starting to lose it, Cirrus gives her another tickle and asks if she can feel it now. The spirit experiences those sensations again and suddenly realizes the sword is changing. The players notice something weird happening around the sword, and one of them shouts, asking what's coming up from the ground. The sword rises and everyone sees it's the slave dragon sword. Cirrus grabs the sword and sets it on the ground, shocking the players. They realize that an F-rank player like Cirrus has pulled the slave dragon sword. The sword's spirit feels embarrassed since she tried to stop him from drawing it. Unfortunately, that's where the story ends for now. If you liked this video, feel free to support me on Patreon, link in the description.